completed homes. Now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
In. 3 slips waiting. He went to punt. He aimed it. He's caught. Caught behind. Carey had to rise, but he took it. Follow up. Arvea leaves. He's bowled. He took the off bail. Arvea goes down looking. Nathan Lyons strikes. Bowls. Nelson wrapped down the leg side into the gloves of Carey, and he has tucked the bat under the arms. And the number 3 is being dismissed for 2. He bowls to Timber Pavuma, who's nicked it straight to the gloves of Carey. Hazelwood gets his second. Cummins to Zondo. Read the Yorker, got it under the boot, surely. Yes, that's out. Stone dead. Verena back on strike. Cummins in. Caught. At slip and a half. Brilliant delivery. He had to plan it. It would have taken off stump. And another wicket fall, 6 down, brilliant bowling, and the Australians can smell blood.
40 wickets on the final day, is that a realistic thing?
Yeah, I think so. I think Ash and Gazza, big day tomorrow for them, with probably the more so the ball spinning in, with a number of lefties and righties for both them to work with.
The last big push of the summer. A ferocious Pat Cummins leads Australia to the first 6 wickets. Now 14 more are needed on the final day of the SCG test to complete the perfect red ball season. Jansen to Labuschagne, wedges, and he's caught it first slip. It carried, he waits. They get the massive breakthrough. Marnus Labuschagne staying in the middle, though, at the moment. The South Africans celebrating. Marnus not sure this carried.
We can let you know the third umpire decision is not out. South Africa will be angry here.
He bowls. Edge didn't carry, or did it? Smith on the dive in front of first. Oh, we've seen this in the test match already. What controversy these moments can elicit. Hasn't carried to the dive of Smith. The Australians think yes.
That is out. I'm telling you that's out. And not only is it out, it's the most incredible catch. You've got to give that.
I think in the conventions of cricket,
yes,
that's out.
Yes.
As was the catch on day one.
Could freeze that there, please. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
It's going to hit the fan, folks.
Not out.
Well, Phil Jakes and I both lost for words, and on radio, that's a bad thing to do.
So bad. I don't know what to say about that. His fingers are clearly under the ball. He scooped it up.
Yeah, I thought they were both out, to be honest. I think you should probably take the soft call completely out of it. Obviously, the 2 umpires aren't sure on the field, and I think if they should just go straight to the 3rd umpire with we're uncertain, you make the call. So they're sort of biased by that decision by on-field, and then they can't really find a lot to overturn it.
Does cricket have a problem with the catch low to the ground? 2 contentious moments in Sydney suggest technology has set an impossible standard for the diving fielder to satisfy. This is SEN Test Cricket.
For Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
It's the final day of the Test summer. It's gold coin entry, and it may very well prove to be the best day's crickets in terms of the red ball this summer. Australia needs 14 wickets on the last day. It's a tall order. Any day where 14 wickets falls in a test match is a pretty lively day. But Australia has all the motivation in the world to push for it. South Africa 6 for 149 at stumps. This has been a test match which has been deprived 170 overs because of weather and bad light. But Australia might yet pull it out of the fire with the last 98 overs of the game. Gerard Whateley with you on SEN Test Cricket, part of our call team for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer, Damian, Fleming. Flem, hello.
Yeah, morning, Gerard. Sun's out.
I thought of you this morning when I pulled the curtains back.
Yeah.
And I thought, what was the music in Groundhog Day on the day when it didn't repeat and it moved on from I've Got You, Babe?
Oh, that's a very good question.
I
think
wonder
we
if that's
might need
humming around in your head.
Our listeners to help us on, because it's hard to search when you're talking. But yeah, I just feel different with the sun out. We'll find out about the pitch. Yeah, there's so much to go through. Yes, we can get the 14 wickets. South Africa, a brittle batting lineup. nothing to play for besides pride, but they really haven't shown a lot of that. The pitch is probably day 3. And I'm hoping it's not like we had against India a couple of years ago, wasn't it? I think it was Ashwin and Bahari, as Rishabh Pant used to be calling him behind the stumps, and hope Rishabh's going okay in his recovery. So hopefully there is some incentive for the 2 spinners, Nathan Lyon and Agar. I think Cummins and Hazel will just be a nightmare. They are on any surface. So I'm hopeful. We'll get a pretty good indicator, I think, in this first hour.
Yep.
You know, if things go quickly for Australia and we get into the second innings pre-lunch, we can win this.
So the last 2 Sydney Tests, Australia hasn't been able to do it against India and England. Against India, Australia were their worst enemy when they missed chances, but against England, the weather played a role and they just ran out of time. They couldn't bowl the quicks at the end. Today they need the pitch to be spinning, they need up and down, and they need reverse. And it's possible, Phil Jakes, that all 3 elements will be significantly there for them. Welcome.
Morning, Gerard. Morning, Flem. Morning, listeners.
Maxie.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with Flem that it does look like a day 3 wicket, particularly in the middle of the wicket. But having a look at it this morning, the rough is definitely taking shape, particularly from the Randwick end. I think both sides will help Nathan Lyon from that end and Ashton Agar if he gets a crack down there. Not so much from the Paddington end. There's only really rough outside the left-handers at the Paddington end. So the quicks are going to play a massive role, in my opinion. I think, as Flem said, they play a massive role on any surface, but if we can get the ball reversing, if Australia can get the ball reversing this morning, and to do that, they're going to need to keep the ball up. No bounce throws into the outfield because there is still a bit of moisture sitting underneath. If they are going to bounce the ball in, it needs to be on the square, and otherwise they need to keep the ball up and dry as much as they possibly can.
It teases the eye and the mind as had we had 5 full days of cricket, what this pitch would have been doing. And I think all the Australian players are all a bit unfulfilled, as they sort of like the idea of a tricky, crazy...
What's it like?
Yeah, what was it going to be if it broke up? And that's not the case. But I think their analytics suggest that by the end of yesterday, there were enough things going on that it could rapidly advance today.
Yeah, the SCG has a reputation for going into fast forward towards the back end of 4-day games, even in Sheffield Shield cricket, when the wicket is like this. So I think if Australia are good enough, there's enough in the surface to be able to get 14 wickets out here, 100%.
Yeah, it'll just be that stump to stump you're talking about, Jake. See, I thought even late, I was actually a big fan of the way that Harmer went about things. You know, looks really technically sound, lower order batsman, unfazed. But short of a length, there wasn't a lot happening. There wasn't a lot of variable bounce there. So I'm hoping you can't just prop on the front foot against the quicks and just play down the line. Definitely when you get fuller, hopefully reverse swing, we can get LBs and outside edges. But short of a length, just looked pretty tepid, really.
The Pat Cummins spell last night, Flem, bowlology gold,
yes.
Ferocity of a fast bowler, the leader of the team. We've had moments of this, and it's absolutely thrilling when he does it.
Yeah, and he's so passionate as well, wanting the ball in his hand. It's like Dennis Silly, he's got charisma, hasn't he, Pat Cummins? And he's got incredible skills, but also we've talked about it all this summer. He's improved. He's improved because now LBW is a big option for him. So for virtually up until 2022, batsmen, they were never comfortable about Pat Cummins, but it's a dismissal that wasn't coming into play because he's not going to bowl full enough. But now, not only is he getting LBs, he's got that little in-swinger as well. And even just the setup, I think, of Zondu, around the wicket, and then his Yorkers really hit the money. He almost got us there against England, those 2 in-swingers late. But I just love how the captain can just grab the ball and go, right, I'll show you. I'm going to lead by example here. And he certainly likes doing it, I reckon.
No doubt.
He took the game by the scruff of the neck, didn't he, yesterday? He saw that there was a little opening with the reverse swing. And as you said, the length that he hit was spot on. When he went full and was reversing, he was hitting the knee roll, which is the perfect length. There wasn't a lot of safe back and the length stuff, which we've seen a little bit in the past with Pat. And when he bowled a bouncer, it was like ferocious. It was like right underneath the armpit, in the body, causing discomfort with fielders around the bat, which then made his fuller ball even more effective, didn't it, Fleming? That was the beauty of it.
Yeah, sorry, short of a length, no problems, but bouncer length is because you can't trust how much it's going to bounce. And particularly Jansen, he has no real, particularly if there's a little bit of inconsistent bounce, he has no real plan against it. Is that he's too tall to get under it, and also it might keep low. He doesn't ride the bounces very well, and so far we haven't seen him take it on, which brings a risk there. But I think we'll see, a fair bit of shorter balls. One is it could get a wicket, but also it's pushing the batsman back for the big reverse in-swinger.
If Australia is to take 14 wickets, how does the day best unfold, do you think? Could it still start slow and then a lot happen as things progress, or does Australia need to get that second innings underway really around lunch?
I look at the South African batting lineup. That's a real folding 11. So I said ideally we're a couple of wickets into their second innings by lunch. We got 6 wickets after lunch yesterday. I could still see us getting 10 afterwards. Just because I haven't seen. I'm not saying that they're trying, but they're older players who aren't very experienced, and it sort of shows that even Clausen at 3 looks a good player. He's not a 3. I think he could be a dangerous, 5 or 6. So they're out of position. There's no incentive. There's no form. So, no, this could go deep and, Michael Clark 3 in the last over.
Yeah.
There is that look, because if we get sun, it's not a baking day, but it's going to dry it out. The deterioration will happen. What the Australians have as a strength is the new ball will be a weapon, but so will the older ball because of spin and reverse swing. So, no, I still think even if South Africa have a good first session, Australia can win this.
Dean Elgar is having a historically horrid tour, not only as an opening batter, but very much as a captain. And in what you saw, Phil, yesterday, I'm curious, to an opener's eye, what did you see in his game where he does look technically all out of sorts?
He definitely didn't look great to the ball. It was a straight line ball. I think his head was sort of drifting over a little bit, and which makes it really hard to access that line of a ball. And he was actually coming across the ball a little bit yesterday as well, which says to me he's not committing. He wasn't getting into the ball and getting his body weight moving through the ball. So for him to be able to turn this around as a batter, I think he needs to be really sharp. He needs to commit to what he's doing with his footwork and trust his game. It just looks like a guy at the moment that isn't fully trusting what he's doing and committing to what he's doing. And against this sort of an attack, he's a sitting duck.
He looked like he would get out on any ball the way he was approaching yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. I think, South African cricket are in an interesting position, aren't they? They need a new captain, and they need Dean Elgar back to his best opening. I think he averages 40 when he's not captain. I mean, you're taking that every day of the week. So, but I look through the line, who takes it? Because once again, it's an old batting lineup that's inexperienced in test matches. Verena looks a really good type, but you want to let him develop. Jansen, Norkia. I still think that the pace attack's going to trouble a lot of international teams, particularly at home. But surely there's got to be at least 2 batsmen between the ages of 22 and 27 that you're going to invest time in, surely. But they're not going to captain straight away. So that's a massive decision for them, isn't it? Because we're happy. We've got Pat Cummins. He leads by example. He's one of the greatest players that we've ever had, and he's young. I'm worried batting wise, and I'm worried leadership wise. I don't know where Rabada sits in their mix. At times you're saying he's quite a moody type bowler. Is he a leader around the team? You know, is he someone you could potentially give the captaincy to and it inspires him, it gives him more responsibility that he can't just switch out of the game?
Yep.
Or would it be too much for him? But he's about the only one in the team, I think. So do you take a chance and go to Rabada? You know, this could be a turning point in your career because you've got to be invested when you're captain.
Crash wrote the piece leading into this test. South Africa hasn't played in a draw for 45 tests. It was March 2017. They don't do the graft. They don't do the dig in. They either blast to victory or they get blasted out. So form, that's why normally I would say 14 just feels too many. But when you roll all the circumstances in, this is a folding 11.
Yeah, I mean, 98 overs, I'd be thinking normally, you know, it's 10, 11 wickets. Yeah, not 14. But the scenario's a bit different with, you know, the pitch. But their brittleness, and we didn't see a lot. The only thing they did yesterday was at least they scored. They scored a little bit. So I don't think they'll get to the follow on. But scoring does put a bit of a pressure back on the bowler to a degree. So I'd still be looking to get positive. But no, I remember Faf du Plessis in that Adelaide test saving the day. I mean, we're a couple of bowlers down, but you know, but it's also an opportunity, isn't it? You know, I said that they're old. They're in the early 30s. They haven't played a lot. This could be their last test day, or they find someone who they can keep playing and they can back going forward.
Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools built tough. The broader discussion out of this test match is around the low-down catch, the application of technology, the interpretation of the TV umpire, and whether we're just setting an impossible standard that once a catch low down gets sent off to review, it just won't satisfy whatever the threshold that's been put in place. We've had two. One was clearly a catch where the right technology wasn't used, and the second is there are conflicting views on the Smith one. Most of us believe that it was a catch.
Yeah, I still, you know, technology is the future, but it hasn't eradicated the howler. I think it's the 50-50 ones it's been pretty good at. But until we can work out technology, when you're taking the catch like Smith, you depress the grass. So it's going to look at most angles in 2D that it's touching the grass. But you're actually depressing the grass, your fingers are under it, and as you roll with the shoulder, there is a good possibility you don't touch grass. But when's the technology going to be able to show us that? Because just about all of them look like they may have touched the grass, don't they?
Well, that's the thing. The grass sits a couple of inches above the actual soil as well. So, you know, the player feels like his hand's underneath the ball because it is. Generally speaking, it is underneath the ball. So I think it's really hard in 2D to be able to work out whether it was actually, you know, out or not out. I think it's almost impossible. And the fact that we've got a soft signal as well, I think that also complicates things a little bit, because it has to be a clear-cut yes or no, depending on what the umpire refers up. And the umpire's standing 30 metres away. So how is he in the best position to see what a catch is like at slip? He gets an idea, and you get a feel, having played the game, and as a lot of these umpires have done over the past, you get a feel of whether it's a catch or it isn't a catch, and whether it looks good or it doesn't. But they don't really truly know, because they're 30 metres away. And then we look at the vision, and we have to disprove or prove one way or the other, which makes it really, really tricky position for the third umpire to be in. I personally think the soft signal should go, and we should look at, you know, the third umpire. If we're going to use technology, the third umpire actually making the decision of whether it's out or not, if it goes upstairs.
Hazlewood, yeah. It's a shame we don't hear more from Josh Hazlewood. It's a bit like his bowling, isn't it? It's pretty straight and direct.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
No, it is the few times we hear him. So I'd like to hear more from Josh Hazlewood, his thoughts on his own cricket, but also on world cricket. But, yeah, let's get rid of the soft signal, because there is a bit of, and I know the laws have changed a bit, but in our minds it's still like, well, you've got to find conclusive evidence to go against the on-field umpire. But if there's no soft signal, it's just purely up to the third umpire. So he's just going with a clear mind, is there evidence that it's out, or if it's evidence that there's not out?
Flem, it seems the suggestion is it was still sunny and sure when the alarm goes off, a slightly different part of the song, but then when Andy McDowell and Bill Murray take off down the street, it becomes almost like Being in Love by Nat King Cole. So not
Is that playing
Day
now?
Today. We're through it. We're through it, Flem.
I know, it looks fantastic.
Let's see where the day takes us. See you
soon.
See you for the early stages of play. So the pitch report for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. Phil, give us it in a nutshell. What did you see when you walked out there?
I saw enough for Nathan Lyon and the Australian Quicks to get 14 wickets. That's what I think. There's some good rough developing. The middle of the wicket is still pretty good, but I think with the reverse swing and the spin that is on offer, we should see 14 wickets for Australia.
It's sunny for the time being. It is expected to be cloudy, partly cloudy is the official forecast. 19 degrees now, heading for a top of 25. It's a particularly clear afternoon. If I was living in Sydney with the family, I'd pick my time probably just after lunch. The gold coin donation to the McGrath Foundation, I reckon this could be a great afternoon. The weather update for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. pinktest.com.au. More than $4.5 million has been raised so far. Help the McGrath Foundation make the NRMA Insurance Pink Test. One to remember. Buy your virtual pink seats at pinktest.com.au. 232,402 pink seats have been sold virtually throughout the course of this test match. The follow-on score for those asking is 275. If South Africa get there, all bets are off. It'll be a draw for sure, but that's a big ask for South Africa given the way their batting has performed, and they will resume at 6 for 149. We're going to be inside the Australian camp with Alex Carey, the wicketkeeper, Dwayne Russell and Bharat Sundaresan coming up next. This is SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Look out for an incident at Thomastown. Marnie's Road westbound lanes are closed at Hughes Parade. Best to avoid the area. Detours are in place. In Sunbury, Lansfield Road is closed at Sunbury Road, so use Sunningdale Avenue and Francis Boulevard instead. And in Parkville, Barry Street is closed between Pelham Street and Grattan Street. Every road trip has rules, right? Like the driver picks the music and stopping at Macca's. To share your rules and score instant prizes and $1,000, visit maccasroadtriprules.com. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Hong Kong racing, there's nothing like it. The weekends at Shard 10 and every Wednesday night under lights at Happy Valley. Some of the best jockeys do battle in the world, including our very own Huey Bowman and Zach Purton. You can bet into the Hong Kong Jockey Club's commingled pools in every meeting through tab.com.au. Form guides go to the hkjc.com website. The Hong Kong beat is back and there's nothing like it. For more details, make sure you go to the hkjc.com website. Gamble responsibly. Call the Gamblers Helpline on 1-800-858-858.
Greyhound Super Series presents Ladbrokes Paws of Thunder Night. With 3 electrifying Group 1 races, it's Greyhound racing supercharged. Plus, there's food and entertainment for the whole family. Tickets are only $10. Ladbrokes Paws of Thunder Night. Saturday, 21st of January at Wentworth Park. Details at thedogs.com.au.
With summer here, the forecast at Chadstone Mitsubishi is looking brighter than ever because right now there's stock available for immediate delivery. Find great offers across the Mitsubishi range, including the bold new Mitsubishi Outlander and the tough Mitsubishi Triton. With expert service plus finance options, the Chadstone Mitsubishi team are just so easy to deal with. Stock is available for immediate delivery. To secure yours, go and see the champion team today. ChadstoneMitsubishi.com.au, LMCT 11716.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Home mechanics who change their own oil, they know. Professionals who service their own car at home, they know. Car lovers who want the best for their pride and joy, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price, completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Whether by air, road or rail, successfully managing your freight deliveries is crucial to growing your business. EFS are experts in delivering simple freight solutions that'll transform your business overnight, saving you valuable time and money. Their innovative approach guarantees your products get from point A to B with the minimum of fuss. So get the new year started off in the right way. Talk to EFS today and get a free freight review of your business. Visit efs.net.au.
Be crowned last man standing thanks to McDonald's on SEN, and you and a friend will see every ball of the Australia v India Test match live in New Delhi. Flights, 5-star accommodation and corporate hospitality is just the beginning. Put your cricket trivia to the test and play last man standing. You could be flying to New Delhi to watch Australia v India. Thanks to Macca's. I'm loving it. Last man standing starts this Monday on SEN. T's and C's apply. See SEN's website for details.
La Cabra is the home of the GOAT Mexican food, a world where Mexican flavours and culture come together like never before. Enjoy a 5-course bottomless brunch every Saturday and Sunday for $69 per person. Visit lacabramexican.com.au to your nearest restaurant.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. UX, go your own way. And for Trojan Tools, tools built tough with a lifetime guarantee.
First ball at 10 o'clock this morning. South Africa 6 for 149. Janssen is 10. Harmer is 6. Australia need 14 wickets across the course of 98 overs as a minimum to win the test match and complete a 5-test perfect summer. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough. We're ducking down inside the Australian camp here, just beside the warm-ups for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. The wicketkeeper, Alex Carey, who's got a big day ahead, I'm sure, is with Bharat Sundaresan and Dwayne Russell.
Alex Carey does join Bharat and I. Alex, welcome. Great to have you. Bright sunshine. Good day for taking 14 wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. The sun is shining. The lawnmower's out here, and, yeah, hopefully we can start this morning really well.
Little meeting going on behind us as well between captain, vice captain and the coaching staff, looking at vision. Is that methodology to certain batters? Is it field positions? What's it normally?
Oh, it's pretty standard, the start of a day's play, and especially bowling days. I guess what happened last night, what went well, what we need to change, and then I guess, you know, leading into today, yeah, they'll have some plans. So that's a pretty standard strategy meeting leading into, yeah, a bowling day.
Just the last 2 days, Alex, no play on day 3 and a lot of rain yesterday as well. What was it like being the dressing room, especially with Marnus in there, and now Matt Renshaw also part of the dressing room?
Renshaw was actually in his own dressing room, so yeah, if we can separate the Queenslanders as much as possible, it's normally quite a nice place to be around. But no, they're fantastic. They bring a lot of energy to the group. There was some cards being played, some Monopoly deal. So yeah, it was one of those days. I think we all expected to get out there at some stage. Uzi was sitting there with his whites on all day, hoping to get out there. So yeah, it's a different dynamic. You sort of go through patches where you're up and about, and then you lay on the couch for a little bit and have some lunch, and yeah, you make a few coffees. So a long day, but yeah, I think there's still an opportunity for a result in this game.
Just on Uzi, obviously he wouldn't have created a scene when the declaration came because it was taken away from your hand. How did he take it?
Yeah, I think Paddy put it really well. He had the best of 4 days to get 200 and he didn't get there. So, look, he played fantastically well. I guess it's one of those sports where individual milestones, but also we're in a team environment, and I guess what's the goal when you go into a test match? It's to win, and what's the best way to do that? We thought was obviously declaring. So, yeah, I guess deep down you obviously want that opportunity to go out and score those runs, but also when you're playing in this team, you understand what we're trying to achieve, and he took the declaration, yeah, absolutely fine.
It's bright and sunny today, Alex, and this is what the pitch, or you guys have been hoping for, so that the pitch breaks up more. You've been up close with it, especially when Lyon and Agar are bowled. What have you made of it, and do you think there's enough in it for them today?
Yeah, I think the wicket is deteriorating, even with the last couple of days being under covers. I obviously didn't get a hit, but seeing, I guess, walking out there at times throughout that first innings of batting to what I saw last night is there's going to be enough deterioration in the wicket. Once the quicks get on it, obviously bowled around the wicket, over the wicket, you get the spikes into it and it is starting to fall apart. So with a bit more play, yeah, we've got to take these 4 wickets as soon as we can, and we know that they'll put up a good fight. So I feel like there'll be enough opportunity and deterioration in the wicket. It's just about, putting the ball in the right area and, hoping for the best.
What did you make of Ashton Agar playing Test cricket after so long? He hasn't played much first-class cricket. He's kind of rediscovering long-form bowling while playing in a Test match. Yeah,
he's highly skilled, so I'm not surprised, and I won't be surprised when he comes out today and takes a handful of wickets. We've seen he's an amazing fielder. He offers a lot with the bat as well. But his bowling's obviously different to Gaz. Yeah, he's a left-arm offie, but his pace is different. He'll fire it in there. Some will hold, some will skid. He's highly accurate. You have to be accurate when you play one-day cricket. So, yeah, his skill set, he's obviously played Test cricket before. It's been a little bit of a gap, but no doubt he's keen to get out there today and hopefully help us win a game of cricket.
The Hazelwood at one end, Cummins at one end, Spinner at the other seem to work pretty well as well. Is that the formula, I think, that might carry through, even though we expect at some stage the 2 spinners to operate? Yeah, it's a good point. I think at stages we're going to have to operate 2 spin, and why wouldn't we as well on this wicket? But, if you've got a spinner at one end and then you've got a ball that's going up and down, reverse swing, it's difficult to bat. So, they'll hold on for as long as they can, bowl a few overs here, bowl a few overs there. If the ball's not doing much, obviously Ashton will bowl. We've got Travis Head, we've got Marnus to bowl leg spin, and you got Matty Renshaw. So you put them in that order, have you?
I'll probably go Head, Renshaw, Smith, Warner, Carey, then Marnus.
I like it. Hey, speaking of the pitch and what you think might happen this afternoon, the pitch is played pretty well, but do you think it's a 5-day, 5th-day pitch, or do you think it's still looking like a 4th? No, I feel like we are rocking up to day 5 and it's looking like that. I'd love to see what the wicket does look like when, there's, what have we had, 2 days play, really. Day 3, day 4, and then a day 5 wicket. But I think there's enough deterioration there as it is. What have we got? 6 wickets. It's probably the morning session for us. It's a big morning. We do need to come out and try to get those wickets as soon as possible, so then we can hopefully get a second new ball if required in that second innings. So, I guess that we know what we want. Don't know how it's going to go, so there's no expectations on coming out and wrapping it up quickly. It's about plodding along all day. We understand it can happen quickly at times. There'll be partnerships at times. So if we just hang in there, hopefully there's some exciting Test cricket and come, 6 o'clock tonight, you have 10 men around the bat trying to take that last wicket. And did Smithy hold that catch? I was standing in the slip, so I guess my view was it went in cleanly. I got a quick look. Obviously it all happens quite quickly, but a quick look at it. The slap into the hand was really encouraging for me, but there's enough technology. I think we saw in the first innings, Marnus's one was close, this one was close, and in the end of the day, when the catcher, I guess, jumps up and was not quite 100% sure, I think the umpires made the right call. On how the summer has gone, Alex, everything happened very quickly for you last summer. The Test debut, it happened in the first 5 tests. Getting the Test 100, and you had a great summer behind the stumps and up to the stumps as well for Michael Neser. So have you got time to reflect on it? Not yet. Big day today. I think it's been a really enjoyable summer. It's been an enjoyable 12 months for this playing group, and to be a part of it, it's been really special to win some series, to play some really good cricket. But the hunger for this group is to win 3-0 now. So although we've played some really good cricket the first 2 games, it's a different opportunity. It's a little bit different where the wicket's not seaming as much. It's going to be a little bit of a hopefully spin them out, reverse swing. It'll be a long day cricket where if we hang in, and I guess you don't like to look too far ahead, but India coming up
there's some opportunities for us to not experiment things, but to play in some, I guess, conditions where it could potentially be similar. So a great opportunity for us to cap off a really good summer.
And personally about that India tour for you, like I know your focus is on this test, on today's play. Have you started thinking about it? You don't have too much of a preparation time before that first test.
Oh, I think naturally you do drift ahead a little bit. We've got some big bash in between as well. But yeah, I mean, I guess Smudge come out in the media and said he would like to keep batting and practice a few things for India. I'm probably not as good enough to do that, get to 100 and then practice things. But yeah, naturally guys do, look ahead at the schedule. I've probably only got a few dates in there to potentially be away from the family, and then we get over there with enough time to prepare. So yeah, I've definitely got my head square in this one, with then some white ball cricket, and then potentially a exciting trip to India.
And congratulations on the mark you took behind the stumps. That was a nice climb.
Yeah, heard some footsteps, so I didn't duck the head. But
well, we want to see one that's high over first slip. Can you put your knee into Smithy's back and take one high?
Dwayne, if you saw me play footy, I couldn't jump over a jar tin, but no, it was nice to hold on to him. And yeah, I mean, our quicks are bowling fantastic. It's been great fun out there, and hopefully another big day's play.
Don't sell yourself short, Alex. You're a king. Great to have you.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Alex Carey joining us.
Terrific stuff. Dwayne Russell, Bharat, Sundaresan down there with Alex Carey, the Australian keeper, and the big day that is ahead for Australia. Our experts are here for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Pete Lawler's going to join me next.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
The Australian 11 is one of the hardest teams to get into. At SEN, we've secured you a spot on the Tour of India. Play last fan standing thanks to McDonald's. Put your cricket trivia to the test. If you're the last fan standing, you could be on the plane to New Delhi. Flights for 2 people, 5-star accommodation and corporate hospitality is just the beginning. Australia v India in New Delhi. See every ball thanks to Macca's. I'm loving it. Last fan standing starts this Monday on SEN. T's apply. See SEN's website for details.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Are you ready to make your dreams a reality? Visit Streaker Marine in their undercover showroom packed full of Quintrex and yellowfin boats. We love boats and want to make sure you're going to love your new Quintrex or yellowfin package just as much as we do. Stock available now and ready for immediate delivery. Stop dreaming and start boating. Streaker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. And online at streakermarine.com.au.
Ever dreamt of owning a horse? My Racehorse and the Same Racer app could make it a reality. Every week there are 10 micro shares to be won in My Racehorse's exciting new 2-year-old colt by first season sire Grunt, trained by Anthony and Sam Freedman. To enter, download the Same Racer app and submit 2 multis to go into the running to be crowned punter of the week. And it's all thanks to My Racehorse and the Same Racer app. T's and C's apply.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. From sports to art and music, Mildura has what you're looking for when it comes to events. Enjoy a night under the stars, a show at the theatre, or check out the local venues offering live music and entertainment. There's always plenty for the kids to enjoy, coupled with natural landscapes, great food and amazing weather. So what are you waiting for? Find out more online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
The Strut. It's as timeless as sport itself. The King got his strut on with his 700th wicket. The whole Queensland team got their strut on in 2013 after sealing 8 Origin wins in a row. And Darren got his epic strut on by buying with Snaffle.
Because with Snaffle, you can get what you want, when you want, and pay with bite-sized payments. Get your Snaffle straight on. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Prime Video's documentary series The Test returns for a second innings. Witness the journey of the Australian men's cricket team after the exits of captain Tim Payne and coach Justin Langer.
Tim Payne has stood down.
We pull back the curtain to see the inner workings of the team as they navigate their way through scandal, discontent and an uncertain world.
Do we want to be number one in the world?
Watch it all play out. The Test Season 2 is coming to Prime Video on January 13. Start your 30-day free trial today.
Golf 24 Australia is the leading indoor golf simulator centre using TrackMan technology, designed to give golfers access to the most cutting-edge indoor technology 7 days a week, 24 hours a day for members. Practice, play and compete with more than 200 world-famous courses available and real prize money up for grabs. Work with one of Golf 24's PGA professionals to better your game and drive your handicap down. The brand new Golf 24 facility is now open at Princes Highway, Oakley East.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
MUX and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough. Australia looking for 14 wickets today. South Africa 6 for 149. The first ball less than 20 minutes away. And those who are taking advantage of the gold coin are starting to flow into the grounds. Pete Lalor, chief cricket writer for the Australian part of our broadcast team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Hello to you, Pete.
Listeners, you can tell from the absence of Gerard's moaning that it's a beautiful day in Sydney.
Picture perfect.
The Emerald City has come to life. And what a great test match this is, hey? We've had the full panoply of conditions. You know, we've had rain, we've had sunshine, we've had turn, we've had seam, we've had reverse swing, and we're now set up for another thrilling finish. Second Sydney test in a row that's gone down to the wire. Who will be South Africa's Jack Leach and Stuart Broad and James Anderson? Who will hang on in the dim light of the fifth day? It's wonderful.
We've had 190 overs. We've missed 170 overs. So somewhere in there is the truth.
Okay.
But that's okay. I'm totally up for today. This could be the best day's cricket of the summer.
Because it's been like, you know, tantrum in aisle 3 most mornings from you and all your mates from Melbourne. It's a game that's subject to the sort of natural conditions of the earth, Gerard. Sometimes it rains, sometimes the sun comes out. I'm really looking forward to today. Yeah. It's really set up beautifully in all seriousness. 14 wickets. I'm quite confident that the Australians can get them.
Yep.
That ball reversing, like say you've got the reverse swing from one end, and by virtue of the fact that you're a seamer short, you're compelled to have the spinner from the other end, and I don't mind that. I don't mind that. If it's reversing from both ends, you get twice as much chance to get accustomed to it, don't you? And I think Nathan Lyon bowled very well into the footmarks out there last night. They're not looking as prominent after the rolling this morning, but they'll come up again pretty quickly once they scuff their feet into those spots. Big day for Ashton Agar.
Yes.
Recalled to the test team for the first time in a long time. And it's basically a dress rehearsal for India, for Ashton Agar. So it's going to be some fun.
Bharat's not only been interviewing, he's been net whispering. My favourite days when Bharat's been net whispering. Hello.
Hello, morning, Peter.
What have you seen so far this Sunday?
A final net session of the summer as well. So I did get myself in there. The 3 guys, there were only 3 guys in the nets. They came one after the other. Alex Carey was in there, big day for him. I've told him, it feels like today's the day, Alex. And he knew exactly what I was talking about. Like, you do? I said, yeah. First stumping of your career coming up today. It's like, I like the sound of that.
It's a good point, isn't it? Because I really want to see how Alex keeps to the 2 spinners today. Yeah, Absolutely. It's a big test of his.
Yeah, yes. And the 2 spinners then followed. Nathan Lyon was in there first, and there's a good vibe about them. Nathan Lyon was just doing his usual warm-ups, just getting the ball to, and I was eavesdropping on his conversations with Andre Adams, and there was talk of how, because the South Africans don't use their feet, a lot of them against spin, that makes them stationary targets, which on a pitch like this, which is deteriorating, and they're very confident that it is deteriorating. There have been a few balls where there's been that poof of dust, as Jeff Boycott used to call them.
Just call it a poof of dust.
Yeah, that's what he used to call them. And they're backing this pitch to break up further and to use the technical deficiencies of the South African batters a lot more. They were quite happy that they were happy to go to the back foot and try and pull Nathan Lyon. And then Ashton Agar came in, and he also, even though he would be a little nervous making his test recall, he's in a good place in his life. He's played a lot of international cricket now in other formats. He was loose, and he bowled this one beautiful ball, Gerard and Peter, lovely loop, lovely dip, pitched and just spun away from off stump. Both him and Andre Adams were really happy with it, but they said, don't bowl it here, keep it for India. Here what we want you to do is bowl slightly flatter. And they were getting, Andre Adams was getting Ashton Agar to just target the stumps and just target off stump. He put one stump in and he said, keep hitting that stump. And then he put leg stump in and he said, keep hitting that stump. So that's what, and that's it. Well, they weren't long sessions, there weren't too many discussions. And I also caught the entire coaching drilled around the laptop. And just now I saw Pat Cummins and Ricky Ponting, captain to captain, having a chat. Ricky Ponting had a few ideas of where to set the field and which end maybe Ashton Agar should bowl from. But it's all happening. And Ashton Agar also is looking forward to bowl one ball. He's told Andre Adams, like a perfect delivery, which is flat and just pitches on middle and hits off stump. But he wants to bowl flat, and that's going to be his focus as the day goes on.
The evolution of Nathan Lyon is fascinating, isn't it? Because Nathan Lyon was that guy, probably for the first, when did he start bowling? About 8 years of his career, who had to run down and consult the wicketkeeper at the end of every single over for some sort of reassurance and affirmation and am I doing it right? These days, he has his feet on the earth, doesn't he? He owns the place. He's full of confidence. He knows what he has to do. It took a bloody long time to come for him to believe that he was as good as the numbers now tell us he is.
It's a big day for Nathan Lyon, though. 2 back-to-back tests in Sydney. He's failed to bowl Australia to victory. He did it in Lahore. He's done it since. But India in 2021 and England last year, it is his home ground. And we would want to correct that. I mean, it's a tall order. I mean, we're only talking about 14 wickets falling in a day because it's this South African team. And even for South Africa, Gerard, I was thinking about it. The concentration that Simon Harmer's shown so far, the commitment to the cause, you'd want to see Kaiser Rabada and Keshav Maharaj do that as well. You're the two senior-most players alongside your captain, and they can bat. The way they've batted has been shocking so far. They've just come and thrown their wickets, never put a price on their wicket. So they need to show some gumption as well for South Africa's sake.
If Australia is able to take the 14 wickets, and we would celebrate that, would that confirm this South African batting lineup as the worst in living memory?
Absolutely. I would stick my neck out and say it's the worst to come to these shows, because generally, even with struggling teams, you'd find one bright light. Even with the West Indies, Craig Brathwaite made that 100. Tej Narayan Chanderpaul faced over 70-80 deliveries in 3 out of 4 innings. There's something to take home. You're talking about a batting lineup where there's absolutely zero highlight. They won 0 sessions in this series. I can't think of any other test team which has gone through an entire 3-match series without winning 1 session, or even coming close to winning a session.
Yeah, they've been very, very poor. And look, this is set up beautifully for the Australians. It's the 59th over. That ball is reversing at the moment. They'll get a new ball in the first session too against the tail. So they've got, they've got all methods of attack against the tail. So they really have to have but they really have to have this innings knocked over well before lunch.
So if they end up with the new ball in this innings, it will probably cost them the new ball in the second innings. So I've got a 77 over. I've got a 77 over split. So and which would give them a new ball in neither innings at 77. So that's the sliding scale.
You've got a good brain,
really
Whateley, haven't you?
Yeah, because you lose 2 on the turnover.
Yes,
it's just so interesting, that part of it.
Yeah,
is I sort of feel like if they're going to win, they'll have to bowl South Africa out within the 80 overs the first time through.
Yeah.
So that they've got more options right at the end of the day.
Yeah. You're a smart bloke. Yeah. You're a very smart bloke. Should be a cricket captain.
And you're right. I mean, the first 40 minutes, if they can knock South Africa over, then I'm not even... I won't even be surprised if Australia win with an hour to spare. And that might sound a little out there, but just the way South Africa have been throughout this tour, a lot of them, I'm sure, I've already started thinking about the South African T20 League, which starts in 2 days' time.
Yeah.
A lot of them will go straight into it, maybe miss the first match for their respective franchises. So this is a South African team ripe for the taking. If that lower order shows some heart in the first innings or whatever's left of the first innings, maybe you can give them that hope. But if they're blown away and this ball is reversing like it hasn't reversed a lot, but it's done enough, and that's often like what you need against the tail.
And we've been talking about the spin bowlers, but the seamers bowl brilliantly, haven't they? I mean, Hazelwood was up against it, really. You know, people are arguing whether he deserves his place ahead of Boland, and he's certainly the equal of Boland, hasn't he been in his performance? And that's set up by Cummins of Zondo, wasn't it? Where, you know, the old two-card trick, get him on the back foot, get him anticipating that bouncer, and then bang, to actually have the skill too to come around the wicket and get an LBW like that. I mean, he didn't believe that he'd done it. He didn't believe that he was capable of getting that LBW from bowling from that position, but he did. In fact, he probably should have got two of them.
Yeah, but he nearly got the second one. He didn't go to the DRS, but there was just not quite enough of the ball pitching in line with the leg stump. But he got it to pitch in line with leg stump.
Yeah, so he's bowling beautifully, and Hazelwood's bowling beautifully. So maybe it won't even need too much from the spinners. Maybe the spinners will be a cameo.
Absolutely. And the ball to Mark Jansen, which almost got him out, actually accentuated how good the ball to Zondo was, because he could only land it on that one spot to get an LBW from that angle. And he landed it on that spot. And I put it in my piece. Last year when Mitchell Starc blew away England that late evening at the MCG, I said that was fast bowling soft core pawn. Yesterday, what Pat Cummins produced with that, seeing that 6-over spell was just art. It was just
a bit more Kama Sutra than pawn.
You'll put what Pat Cummins did on the mantelpiece. What Mitchell Starc did, you'll watch on a laptop.
we ended up in unusual areas early on day 5.
Right, it's the last day of school, Jim.
It is.
Last day of school. Kids are going to muck up
really fast and loose from here. Pete, Bharat, we'll see you during the course of the day. Part of our broadcast team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. 6 for 149. Let's clear the way for the first ball of the day. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
These holidays, more Victoria Police are out on our roads, catching those doing the wrong thing. Catching you before you hit a pedestrian.
Excuse me, driver. I saw you driving while using your mobile phone.
Catching you before you drift into oncoming traffic.
Have you been drinking tonight?
Catching you before you lose control of your vehicle.
So, do you know the speed limit along this road?
It's the lucky ones who get caught. Please, drive safe these holidays. TAC.
If you've been thinking about buying a luxury SUV, you'll definitely want to consider the Volkswagen Touareg, which comes with an impressive 3-litre V6 turbo diesel engine and 4Motion all-wheel drive. The Touareg 170 TDI is now available from $94,990 drive away with a free 5-year care plan. The only downside is you'll be kicking yourself for not getting one sooner. Isn't it time you SUVW? Conditions and exclusions apply. Visit Volkswagen.com.au.
Where do you go for really good advice on renting trucks?
I'd start with the biggest. They've got to know a bit.
And who are the biggest?
Budget. Budget are the biggest. They're the specialists.
And the prices?
Jump on the website. You'll be pleasantly surprised.
So, a fair price plus good advice.
That's a poem, that is. Fair price, good advice. Nice.
Head to budgettrucks.com.au or just drop into your local budget for a chat.
There's one over there.
We know.
Big screen video LED solutions help elevate game day for sports fans across Australia. And now your club could score a $10,000 grant towards a digital scoreboard. There's 10 to be won. Visit iCanWin.com.au/BSB to win. T&Cs apply.
Make your day a cream on top kind of day with a McCafe Deluxe iced coffee. A shot of barista-made espresso with the decadent taste of hazelnut or vanilla or caramel. It's real coffee, real deluxe. McCafe Deluxe iced coffee. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Just a hose with holes in it. No way, Jose. This is Pope Drip Ease. Deceptively clever irrigation that drips drops precisely, so there's less water wasted. And it's made right here in Australia.
Hidden Gems of Melbourne. Prince Wine Store in Bank Street, South Melbourne. Wine Enthusiast magazine has voted Prince Wine Store in the top 10 iconic wine stores in the world. The only store in the Southern Hemisphere to be chosen. Up to 4,000 wine lines, all wine regions of the world, from $10 to $10,000. You'll find the perfect wine at Prince Wine Store, bringing Melburnians the greatest wine in the world. Delivering Australia-wide, princewinestore.com.au.
This is Ben Reid. Have you tried to sell your home or you're planning to sell in the new year? We receive so many calls from people who say they heard our ads but didn't ring. Now their properties have been on the market for months, wasting time and money for no result. If only they'd contacted us first and read our free booklet, Fatal Real Estate Traps Exposed. They could have avoided all their mistakes. For the best way to sell your home, visit ianreid.com.au or call 9430 0000.
Ian Reid Vendor Advocates.
Sell your home a better way.
Go on, ring us.
Are you ready to make your dreams a reality? Visit Streaker Marine in their undercover showroom packed full of Quintrex and yellowfin boats. We love boats and want to make sure you're going to love your new Quintrex or yellowfin package just as much as we do. Stock available now and ready for immediate delivery. Stop dreaming and start boating. Streaker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. And online at streakermarine.com.au.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Visit MEGT.com.au today.
Brilliant blue skies in Sydney. The weather is for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. It is 20 degrees, heading for a top of 25. South Africa is about to resume 6 for 149. The session is for MEGT. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. A couple of minutes away. The players just starting to trickle out from the pavilion, and they will head out into the middle in a few moments' time. It is the Pink Test. It is dedicated to the McGrath Foundation. Gold coin entry goes directly there today. pinktest.com.au. More than $4.5 million has been raised so far. The virtual seat count on the scoreboard is at 237,444. Help the McGrath Foundation make this NRMA Insurance Pink Test one to remember. Buy your virtual pink seats at pinktest.com.au. Our experts for the start of play, Damian, Fleming and Phil Jacques. Flem, welcome back.
Gerard, Jacques.
Phil, so Hazelwood bowled the last over last night. Do you think Cummins and Hazelwood start, or do you think Lyon and either Cummins or Hazelwood start?
Wow, that's a good call. No, I think spin and pace. So Gaz to start. And it doesn't really bother me, Hazelwood or Cummins. Yeah, they're both as potent as either. And that's a big day for Ashton Agar too, isn't it? That, you know, he can cement his spot as the second spinner for Australia, Indian Test coming up. So talking about, you know, opportunities for players from South Africa's perspective, well, for Australia, you know, this is a significant day for Ashton Agar.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, I think they'll start with Cummins and Lyon. I think Lyon will come from the Randwick end, try and exploit that rough early in the morning, and we'll see some seam. Hopefully the ball reverses with a bit of drying out of the ball overnight. It seemed to stop for a little while yesterday, so I think they'll be working hard on that today. trying to keep that ball up as much as they can so it doesn't get that moisture into the ball.
So 59 overs bowled in the first innings here. The split is 77. 77 first, 77 second. Anything quicker in the first innings gives you a new ball that's at late in the piece.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
anything longer, obviously, then it starts to get a little bit trickier. But use 77 as the split. So wickets inside the first 16 overs here are worth, 18 overs here are worth
Gold.
plenty.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how quickly they can get some reverse swing. There's no doubt that, it obviously got moist. Something happened to the ball late yesterday and it stopped reverse swinging. But sun's out, dry pitch. Marnus will be shining up that ball as much as possible. Let's hope it goes big and it goes early. But in the meanwhile, there's enough for Nathan Lyon yesterday, wasn't there? Yeah, there's a couple of sharp spinning off spinners. So there's a plan to bowl them through the gate or get him LBW, but we see it a lot here, Jakesy. The one that Nath bowls straight outside off stump often gets that outside edge as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And just talking to Nathan this morning, when I went and looked at the wicket, he was sort of saying that some of the square seam balls that he bowls, which are the ones that grip or slide on, they were a little bit slow and they were sitting in the wicket a little bit, which probably explains why he got pulled a few times yesterday. So he'll be hoping to get a little bit fuller today, I think, with that rough where it is and trying to attack that front foot defence.
The hunt for wickets begins on the final day of the Test summer. Lyon to Janssen, who turns the ball to bat pad. Silly mid-off, that's heads. Bat pad is Labuschagne. Slip is Smith. Leg slip is Warner.
Yeah, Nathan felt that the rough was probably half a metre wide than where he wanted it to be, so he's going to have to be courageous and get it outside off stump.
Lyon over the wicket, bowls, and Janssen plays the ball out to point. Hazelwood fields no run.
Yeah, I just think with that quicker one, there was a combination of it being a bit slow, but also him just dropping short. I felt it needs to be at least a metre fuller than his stock off spinner.
Lyon off his trademark half a dozen steps, bowls, and Janssen inside edge out to the leg side, but away from Labuschagne.
That's absolutely perfect. That's where he needs to be. Good pace as well. He didn't have the time to be able to actually sit back and play that off the back foot. He had to go forward to that, and that's exactly where Nathan wants him.
There's a deep backward square. Renshaw and mid-on is pushed back 2/3 of the way. Janssen is clipping in that direction, but Khawaja is suitably placed to be able to prevent the single.
Looks like a bit of puff of dust too when the ball's landing.
There was a lot of rough. It was really loose looking at it in the surface, which is a good sign for Nathan.
Lyon working away against Janssen, who is on 10, and he's playing back and defending.
That's only going to get worse, I think, as this day goes on. Bit of sunshine on it, some good wind. Historically, the soil here at the SCG doesn't hold that moisture when it is windy and when the sun is out like that. So the more it can actually take that moisture out, the more it'll crumble.
And the quicks bowling over and around the wicket.
Last ball of the first over, Lyon bowls, and Janssen edges into the turf to Smith at first slip. A maiden to start for Nathan Lyon, 6 for 149. Mate scoreboard make the switch to mate 5G. Now, is it to be Cummins or is it to be Hazelwood? It's going to be the captain.
Yep, the skipper. They're still pressing down on that area that had to get relaid turf because of the wetness from the covers.
Melder didn't come out as much as I thought it was going to yesterday, though.
Yeah.
There was only a couple. I lost my bet. I saw it on that one. But it was funny, actually, looking at some of the vision from the host broadcaster here. They were actually, there wasn't a lot of traffic on it. It was either side of it, which is quite interesting when you actually spend the game for 2 hours and then you're landing actually either side of it most of the time.
A floating slip, a leg slip, and a bat pad. There's a gully as well. Cummins, a ferocious 6-over spell at the climax of play, hitting 2 wickets last night. He has 3 for 29 as he begins his work from the Paddington end. He's bowling to Simon Harmer, who's just leaning forward and defending the first ball that he sees.
I suppose that's a fast bowler. If you saw a square where you wanted to jump that had just been replaced, you're probably going to avoid it too, aren't you? You're going to try and get either side of it as much as you can and run around it, jump over it.
Yeah, I was wondering if they've done that or they naturally just missed it. And that would be...
It would be a talking point.
A talking point, isn't it, that we could have started, that they weren't going to hit it anyway.
Cummins in and past his white disc marker on the turf. He bowls now to Harmer right in at the stumps. He's coming forward in his defence, playing the ball to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, just checking if there's any reverse swing. I mean, that might have straightened a little bit. Often Paddy might try a bouncer in his first over. You know, yes, it may get a weapon, but it just gets you through the crease early in the day.
He picked up the 3 yesterday. Klassen down the leg side caught Carey. And he set up Zondo and knocked him over with an LBW. And he drew the edge from Verena when he cleverly moved back from around to over the wickets. He bowls now to Harmer down the leg side. Carey dives away, didn't take the bats. He just brushed the thigh pad on the way past.
Yeah, I'd like to have a 3 and 4 wickets to get. You're thinking a bag. Get your name up on that honour board.
Absolutely. The way he bowled yesterday was superb, wasn't it? It was it was an absolute clinic of fast bowling. And let's just hope he starts the way he finished yesterday, because you know, the captain really led from the front yesterday to break that game open.
8 times 5 wickets in an innings, 3 thus far. Cummins is in, bowls to Harmer, who plays from his pads straight to mid-on. He looks very sound in his defence, Simon Harmer.
Very good. Yeah, they just got that catcher at mid-wicket. Remember that lovely shot he played through the leg side for 4? So that, if he plays that again, he'd want to keep it along the ground the whole way. But he looks comfortable, but Cummins just cramping him for room. Attacking the stumps continually.
11 wickets in the series at 14 is what Cummins has so far. He's bowling to Harmer, who leaves a ball that doesn't carry to Carey. Outside the off stump.
That was pretty short too, wasn't it? That might have been an attempted bouncer.
He didn't quite get up, that one. Yeah, hasn't been a lot of shifting in the air yet. So I think, you know, Paddy will be looking at trying to play a little bit of a holding role while it isn't shifting, still being aggressive, but trying to hit that rough side as much as he can and get this ball shifting, because that's going to be critical to make this game move forward.
Yeah.
Harmer faces up to the Australian captain. It's full at the pads. It's defended soundly. And it's fielded by Hazelwood. A maiden from Cummins. 2 maidens to start the day's play. 6 for 149. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate 5G.
In Dandenong North, the lights are flashing on Stud Road at Brady Road and on the Monash Freeway due to a power fault. There's an incident in Thomastown. Marnie's Road westbound lanes are closed at Hughes Parade. Best to avoid the area. Detours are in place. And in Parkville, Barry Street is closed between Pelham Street and Grattan Street. Don't be tempted by your phone while driving. Police are out there, so chances are you will be caught. Wherever you are right now, please drive safely. For everyone, TAC. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. 2 maiden overs. Nathan Lyon is bowling from the Randwick end. Marco Janssen is on 10. Lyon sweeps. Janssen does. Didn't get it at all. Maybe a little under edge.
Not far away if he didn't get an edge on that either. It was there was a lot of stunted appealing by Nathan. I think must have been a little bottom edge, I reckon.
Yeah, it was.
Into the back leg. That could have ended up anywhere, including in the stumps. The replay for Robot Building Supplies. A real sense of expectation from the fielders around the bats, where they'll be all day. Lyon bowls, Janssen plonks forward and defends to the leg side.
Awesome, Gaza.
He's lucky to be there, Janssen, I reckon. I know there's a lot of conjecture around the catch, but the more contentious decision, I think, was he didn't play to line a ball that hit the outside of the off stump. Paul Rifle gave it not out, and so it stays not out on the umpire's call. That's precisely how Avea went out. Janssen clips the ball to Kawaja at mid or no run. He didn't play, and it took the outside of the off stump. It was a beautiful piece of bowling and a terrible piece of play, and equally for Janssen, an awful piece of misjudgment, a ball that would have hit the outside of the off stump. And he didn't offer. Janssen's forward and defending. You lose all your moral rights when you don't use the bat.
Well, I think pre-DRS, that's the way you were told to play, particularly tail enders. Just get the pad out there and you'll, half look like you're playing a shot, though. He didn't at all. And you'd get given not out.
Line over the wicket bowls. Janssen tucks from his pads to Labuschagne.
But DRS, that's one thing, not with that decision, but it's virtually eradicated that type of play, because if it's hitting the stumps, you're out.
Yeah. So it did leave me thinking last night, is there's provisions if you don't play. I think the additional provision would be if it hits the stumps, there is no umpire's call. That's just out if you're not prepared to use your bat. Janssen plays back and defends to leg. So 18 balls, all dots, 6 for 149. The mate scoreboard make the switch to mate 5G.
Harris Scarf's 2-day Friends exclusive sale ends today with 50% off cookware, glassware, dinnerware, quilts and sheets, 40% off bras, sleepwear, men's clothing, plus more.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Prepare to be moved with the all-new Nissan X-Trail. Get out of town and into adventures that move the whole family without compromise on style, space or safety. Contact your local Nissan dealer to book a test drive today.
SEN Test Cricket, this first session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. What is it, Sunday, January 8th. There's a fair chance there's many a soul on the road today who started their journey on the first ball, and we'll hope to hear 14 wickets on their way home from summer holidays. Cummins bowls, Harmer defends to leg with a little ripple of excitement. So, yes, as the Christmas period sort of comes to its close, I can imagine plenty of families who've hit the road today, and we'll keep you company all the way through.
Yeah, definitely, and keep in touch with us.
0433 98 11 16 to do that.
We'll be talking a lot of spin and reverse swing. I think Pat just feels like it's going a little bit. Last ball, the previous over, he went wide, so probably thinking the in-swing Yorker, but it actually shaped towards the slips.
Harmer readies himself for what's coming next. Cummins bowls to him. He flicks it away for the first runs of the day. It rolls past the square leg umpire. They'll come back for a second as Lyon, who's fielding down at fine leg, arrives. 150 up, 6 for 151 on the mate score would make the switch to mate 5G. Phil.
Yeah, often when it is first starting to look like it's going to reverse swing, the fuller ball is the one that you sort of see that little bit of shift, and it did obviously swing yesterday, but then it stopped for a while, and that fuller ball that he bowled at the end of last over, it just came in a touch, I reckon, and I think there's early signs that'll start shifting, and we'll see a bit of reverse swing. And Pat Cummins is now going round the wicket, so he's going to try the 2-card trick again, the bouncer and then the one at the toe potentially, or it could be just aim for the armpit and hope one of those catches can take a grab around the corner.
Yeah, it's crampy. It's a difficult field to bat against, and also just the follow through, isn't it, for Nathan Lyon.
First look at Harmer. This is premeditated. Around the wicket, top edge on the hook, all the way to the square leg boundary. And that is brilliantly struck by Simon Harmer. It was dug in all right by Cummins. But a lovely bat flourish. First boundary of the day for Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move.
Am I delusional, or does Harmer just look, if not with Verena, their best player, his best batsman?
He shaped up beautifully. That was a nice shot. That was a nice shot. In saying that, Paddy Cummins just said, righto, we're going to put the guy back now. We're going to bring another one over, and let's see if he can take it on with the guy back there, ready to catch it.
He's not going to get a lot of half volleys, that sort of stuff here.
He's just locked in for half an hour of bounces.
Renshaw at deep square, Lyon at fine leg. Cummins around the wicket. Simon Harmer faces up. It's short. He drags it into the grounds very safely and soundly down to Lyon and takes a single. Harmer moves to 13 at 6 for 156.
He adjusted well there. That didn't actually get up as much as he thought. And he just rode the bounce and let it go around the corner.
One thing I noted there, Jace, he got well and truly inside the line. And once you're inside the line, you've got a lot of options, haven't you? And one is to play it along the ground.
Yeah, and it takes away that fear factor that it's going to hit you in the body if you do miss it as well. And, you know, on a wicket that isn't bouncing as truly as you'd like, you know, that risk of getting one in the stomach or in the ribs is definitely there. And as a tail ender, he's a bit better than a tail ender. Let's give him some credit.
Yeah,
but
he looks better equipped to take on the short ball than Jansen, who's on strike now. I'm really interested to see how he plays this.
Cummins stays around the wicket to him. Jansen had a nasty habit of taking his eye off it yesterday. It's a bounce at a start. He sees it all the way, rides the bounce and defends to his toes.
That's exactly right, Gerard. Like, it's really hard to play a short ball if you're not watching it. And he took his eye off the ball several times yesterday. And that's just, like, as a person watching the game, you're actually fearful for him because he's not watching the ball and he's no chance of actually being able to adjust. You know, the art of playing a short ball is to be able to adjust last minute if it doesn't do what you think it's going to do. And if you're not watching the ball, you're just standing there getting hit.
Well, Harmer got inside the line, gave himself options. Jansen's actually closing himself off and he's on his heels.
Cummins bowls, bouncer, Jansen back defending from under the eye line.
That's better.
7 from the over, 6 for 156. All of your correspondence for Tyre Power Big Holiday Sale.
Are you ready to become something new? Box Hill Institute and Jobs Victoria are offering free qualifications and support to get a job in a growing industry. Become a dental assistant, a hairdresser, or maybe even a refrigeration expert. And they're just some of your choices. You'll get career counselling, mentoring, and we'll connect you to a job so you can earn while you learn. Set yourself up for an amazing future. Places are filling fast. Find out if you're eligible. Book a one-on-one now at boxhill.edu.au and become RTO 4687.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. 6 for 156. Nathan Lyon, 27 overs already in this innings. 10 maidens, 1 for 65. All the numbers for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Harmer is 13. He has the strike. 4 around the bat, plus the keeper. Lyon over the wicket, and Harmer defends to leg, where Agar is close in at mid-wicket.
As I said last over, Flem, Pat Cummins in that last over went round the wicket. He was getting him really close to the stumps, trying to create that rough for Nathan Lyon.
Lyon bowls and Harmer back, stroking the ball to Agar this time at mid-wicket.
Because I think Nathan, as I said earlier, he was saying that he felt like the rough was quite wide, so they'll be looking to create that over the course of the next half an hour so this game can move forward. Nathan needs to be courageous, get it out wide.
He's whirring away, and Harmer is coming right forward to bluff whatever spin there is.
Come on, Gary. Come on, lad.
Hazelwood's now at deep backward square. Renshaw is on the other side of the ground at backward point because he's the second on the leg side for Cummins. It's Lyon bowling, and Harmer clips in the air past Labuschagne in close, and it rolls out to Hazelwood. Single taken, 6 for 157.
First one of the morning that's really jumped and bounced. That's a good sign. That's actually stopped a little bit in the wicket, and Marnus has got pretty close to that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the problem with Harmer, he committed to playing that shot early, and then he was surprised how it stuck in the wicket and then went through the top a little bit.
He actually adjusted quite well in the end and
found a gap.
Yeah, he actually hit the ball, which is vital on this sort of wicket. If he sort of just patted that back, that would have gone to one of those catches around the bat.
Replay for Robot Building Supplies. You could visibly see it grip. 2 on the leg side, close in now for Jansen, who's smothering the spin. So they have gone with Smith at first slip, then both under the helmets. Head behind the popping crease and Labuschagne in front of the popping crease, and that means Warner's just pushed out for the top edge on the sweep. He's on the 45 at backward square. Jansen with 10 to his name. Lyon bowls to him, edge short of Smith. past Carey's gloves and short of Smith. Lyon creates 2 moments in that over as a portender of things to come. 6 for 157 on the mate scoreboard. Make the switch to mate 5G.
Good day, it's me again, Aussie Mike from the Melbourne Aces. Ready for more baseball? The Aces are back at home one more time before the end of the regular season from Thursday, January 12th through Sunday the 15th. Join us at Melbourne Ballpark and fly high with our Aces as they take on their division rival, the Adelaide Giants. The Thursday, Friday, and Saturday games are at 7 p.m. and Sunday's series finale starts at 1 p.m. Head over to melbourneaces.com.au to secure your seat and bring your family and friends. See you at Melbourne Ballpark soon. Cheers, mates.
SEN Test Cricket, this opening session of play for MEGT. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. A study of the replay on the previous ball for Robot Building Supplies. Inside edge from Janssen onto back pad. Out near Carey, who threw a boot at it to try to kick it up for Smith at first slip. Cummins to Harmer, who just shied inside the short ball that didn't get up at all and lands in front of Carey.
You've got to watch the ball, haven't you? Because it's too unpredictable, this pitch. It could get hit. It could lead to a dismissal with the bat just hanging. It's been gritty batting, though, from these two. Good resilience.
Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Rachael Haynes in to join Damian Fleming. Rach, hello.
Hello.
Rach, how are you?
Yeah.
Cummins around the wicket bowls. Harmer fends the ball down that rises at the off stump. Gets it into the gully, no run.
Yes, hello. It's been an interesting start, hasn't it? Lyon certainly looks likely at the moment. Bit of turn, a couple of half chances here and there. And now we see Cummins with this plan, back to this plan around the wicket, which was so successful for him yesterday evening. So, yeah, you feel like it's not far away for the Australians.
More than 4,000 in at the start of the day's play. I can imagine that swirls as the action builds as the day goes on. Cummins bowls. Yorker kept out by Harmer. Played it wide of Hazelwood at mid-on and is able to take a run. 6 for 158.
I swear there was 10,000 people lining up to get in early.
Yep.
They're like cattle, just waiting for that to open up. But, yeah, there's enough happening here with the... It's not excessive reverse swing, but it's just going enough. I'd like to see the odd slower ball cutter as well, because generally if it's spinning, your cutters are going to grip. As far as I know, Cummins hasn't bowled one yet.
Janssen has the strike. Cummins bowls to him. He digs it in, keeps it out from under the armpit safely enough.
And particularly with Janssen looking to go back and that fear of the short ball, to have that quicker over-spinning off-cutter, one, he can just chip it up to a fielder on the leg side. He could catch a bat pad. I think it's set up for that type of delivery.
Hazelwood's warming up at mid-on as well.
And Josh, don't forget about your knuckleball either.
Yes. Marco Janssen is on 10. He's faced 50 balls. Cummins is in and at him. Defends from the stumps.
He just looks so unsure on that angle, doesn't he? Really uncomfortable at the crease there, Janssen.
He's got a weird, got a closed grip too, doesn't he? Like his hands go away and his bat's almost pointing to leg slip.
Even when he's defending, there's like a gap between bat and pad. It's not convincing. As we see, Pat Cummins change back to over the wicket here.
This move worked with Verena yesterday. He had that really promising hostile spell going around the wicket. He moved over the wicket.
Geez, look how close they've come in.
Yeah, and they all crowd in on the offside. So he drew the edge of Verena, which was caught by Smith. But Hazelwood's come up adjacent to the popping crease. And Agar has come in 3 pitches away at mid-wicket. Cummins bowls. Janssen defends. It's a Hazelwood. And that is the end of an over that conceded 1 run. 6 for 158. The mate scoreboard. Make the switch to mate 5G.
I'm a professional Victorian firefighter and I proudly protect you and your family. But it's reached a point where our safety is being put at risk. This means your safety is at risk too. The Andrews government has kept outdated fire trucks on the road and our training facilities are well over capacity. And now we're having to fight for a fairer workplace agreement. We willingly fight fires and save lives. But we shouldn't have to fight the Andrews government for the equipment to protect you.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. 2 moments of real promise from Nathan Lyon in his previous over. He continues on. Harmer has the strike. He is on 15. He's playing back and he's leaving at the last.
I feel like he's starting to want bat on ball, Harmer. He's been really good up until now. That was a late decision to withdraw his bat.
Yes. Highest test score of 38 from his 8 previous test matches. Lyon bowls to him. The right-hand spinner defends to Labuschagne on the bump and parries it into Carey.
It's a bit of a challenging time as a batter when your natural inclination is to want to score runs and get bat on ball, whereas in this situation, you know, you've got to protect your wicket a lot more. So definitely a mental challenge here for Harmer.
Lyon in, bowls, Harmer drives. He'll get runs out through cover. Cummins has to set off from mid-off. He'll get there on the slide. A bit of an ungainly slide too, which causes a few laughs.
Unnecessary.
Around the stumps.
Can you say unnecessary?
I would say so. 2 taken. Harmer goes to 17.
Yeah, you want to be still having some fun out there.
Oh, look at that replay for Robot Building Supplies.
Yeah, dust is puffing up, isn't it, when it's landing?
Explosion of soil as it lands. Harmer forward, bat and pad tight together, blocks.
Such a big wicket this, isn't it? They are hanging in big time. Jansen's faced 52 balls, Harmer 39. I'm not sure what I've seen from the South African tail. They can withstand this pressure.
Bat pad, silly mid-on, leg slip. A leg side attack. Lyon bowls. Harmer covers his stumps. He knocks it away to Agar at short mid-wicket. No run.
Give yourself a couple, Larry, I reckon. Where were you? I think we give yourself a couple.
So Labuschagne and head of the 2 crowded in.
Gaza.
Lyon to finish his over. Harmer defence.
Like that.
2 from it. 6 for 160. The intrigue of the whole day. This is the mode in which it'll be played. Mate scoreboard and make the switch to Mate 5G.
Be crowned last man standing thanks to McDonald's on SEN, and you and a friend will see every ball of the Australia v India Test match live in New Delhi. Flights, 5-star accommodation and corporate hospitality is just the beginning. Put your cricket trivia to the test and play last man standing. You could be flying to New Delhi to watch Australia v India. Thanks to Macca's. I'm loving it. Last man standing starts this Monday on SEN. T&Cs apply. See SEN's website for details.
First change in bowling. Hazelwood's going to replace Cummins at the Paddington end. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au.
Yeah, Josh was brilliant yesterday, wasn't he? First over, really set up a great start to the Australian bowling innings. He just looked like there was a lot of pent-of frustration and inability to play much test match cricket in the last 12 months. Maybe a little bit of pecking order too, saying, hang on, you know, I've got 216 wickets at 26. If I'm not number 1, I must be number 2. He bowled beautifully.
17 overs for Cummins, 6 maidens, 3 for 37 now. And Hazelwood, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 29. Ian Smith made that observation as, while Stark is explosive with the new ball, that these two in tandem with the new ball were just so relentless.
Unrelenting.
Jansen faces up to Hazelwood, who's on the money straight away. It's turned to leg, past heads at the bat pads. No run.
There we see it again, just straight on the money there from Hazelwood. Just doesn't give you anything. No freebies whatsoever. Even yesterday, as you've already alluded to, he just bowled beautifully, put the South Africans under pressure, and I'd expect no less in this morning session.
Yeah, just his run-up looked fantastic from the start, just building up nicely. Good momentum through the crease. Top of off, bouncy.
Hazelwood over the wicket, bowls. Jansen drives. Labuschagne traps it at mid-off, throws it back at the keeper's ends. Great piece of fielding from Marcus. There's a ripple in the crowd. Whenever the ball goes in his direction, do you dare take him on?
Even that was brilliant, wasn't it? Jansen might have felt that he'd stop that and then just throw it back to the bowler. But he has to go at the stumps, and Jansen has to rush back.
He's just got amazing energy in the field. Almost like if he can't score runs, he's going to get wickets for his team with his fielding.
Hazlewood in past umpire Gaffney. Bowls down the leg side. Jansen had a little tickle at it. Got himself inside the line. Caused a moment of excitement out in the middle. Through to Carey untouched.
That's nice bounce from Hazlewood. It wasn't a bouncer. It was just a shorter ball. Oh, that just reared up a bit.
So there's up and down. Spinners are getting the ball to burst through the surface. We're studying replays. They'll be looking at replays in the South African dressing room as well for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Jansen's on 10. Hazlewood bowls to him. He's forward and defending to the offside.
Well, they might not be looking at those replays. There comes a point where, as a batter...
Better not to know.
Yeah, better not to know what's going on.
Just go and have a nap and we'll wake up when you need to be out there. It's horrible waiting for bat, isn't it? Particularly in these scenarios, you can just get so focused on the future and what's happening or what might happen.
It's a tail that has not contributed much, Maharaj Rabada and at Norkia. But got to get through this. Jansen stands up tall and plays the ball to mid-off. No run.
No real reverse swing for Hazlewood in this over.
This will be the last ball of the 67th over, and the over count plays a big role. Australia will spend the whole day on the clock.
They'll be able to get a few more in, isn't it, if they get spin from both ends.
So it's a minimum 98. They carve off the last 15 for the final hour. So Australia could get more than 85, 83 in along the way. They're searching for wickets. Hazlewood to Jansen, who leaves very close to the off stump. The first half hour negotiated successfully by South Africa. 6 for 160. The Mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate 5G. Dwayne's coming in.
Looking for innovative appliances designed with the environment in mind? Then look no further. For over 110 years, Whirlpool has been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. Forgot to wash the kids' cricket whites in time for the weekend? With a Whirlpool washer and dryer, they're perfectly washed and dried, no worries. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. South Africa 6 for 160. And it's Nathan Lyon again to continue. 2 men close in on the leg side as Lyon bowls to Harmer, who's been doing all the scoring. Jansen's yet to score today. He's faced 58 deliveries for 10, and he started the day with 10. There's been a lot of scoring. Hasn't been a lot of problems either for Harmer, but Jansen always looks like he's in a spot of bother. But Harmer's been fairly settled, and he faces here and pushes off the outside half of the bat to point. Rachael Haynes and Damian Fleming still with us.
Yeah, and that's the length that Lions spoke about wanting to hit before the start of the match, wanting to get the batters on the front foot defending. They've got those 2 fielders close in, or 3, sorry, on the leg side, just waiting for an opportunity to pop up.
Yeah, Warner's in that leg slip as well as the 2 short legs. This one's whipped past those 2 short legs, but they're able to get it past Agar, who fields at that shortish mid-wicket.
Nice, boys.
Plenty of encouragement out there. Bright sunshine, blue sky, more blue sky than we've seen for the 4 days combined before this day 5. As this one's whipped off his pads by Harmer towards the square leg boundary for a single. And that'll bring Jansen down to the striker's end for a couple of deliveries at the end of this line over. And still Jansen, as I mentioned, yet to get off the 10 that he started the day on. Doing a little bit of repair work on the pitch. Buying himself some time to get his head in the game.
How good does it look with the blue skies?
Oh, yeah. It's always like this in
Magnificent
Sydney,
Cricket
they tell me.
Stadium.
Yeah.
Always day 5.
Yeah, right. Okay. Pity we didn't have a rest day then. This will be day 4. Line in as forward defence by Jansen, which is what he's been producing the most of the morning so far.
Yeah, I missed those. Those would have been good fun. Sunday rest day. Hey?
Yeah, what a been bizarre though if the rest day was bright sunshine and it rained for the other 5. That was
it would have happened over the years.
No doubt, especially here in Sydney. Line in, Jansen defensive again and full face of the bat, keeps line out and he has his hands on his knees, not happy that he hasn't been able to get through. GWM Youth scoreboard, GWM go with more. South Africa 6 for 161.
We're live at the coalface at Chatswood. 2 players have been outstanding all tournament as the umpire calls play. It's been match point back and forth for a while now. Steel Blue serves into Bisley's right corner, who returns confidently. Steel Blue with the backhand return. Bisley shows off that stunning underhand. This is a volley for the ages.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. Shop 1, 66 Lower Gibb Street, Chatswood.
Harmer's done all the scoring today so far. 18 off 45. Jansen still on 10. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. An industry super fun for all Australians. Ball back in the hands of Josh Hazlewood. Didn't get it to do a lot in his opening over of the day. Let's see what he has on offer here as he bowls to Harmer, as compact and solid as ever.
And Rachel, we're talking about waiting to bat. Did you have routines that kept you alert, or you wanted to try and tune out a little bit?
Well, I was fortunate because I opened the batting a lot across my career. But in T20 cricket, I batted more so in the middle order. Sometimes I struggled watching, so I needed a bit of a distraction. I know I played alongside Beth Mooney a lot, and she was one, if it was a rain delay or something, she would sleep.
Yeah, Mark Wall. Yep.
She used to stress me out.
Yeah.
She'd stress you by sleeping. Hazlewood into Harmer. Nice.
Yeah, because I thought she's got to switch on. Like, you know, when she getting... I remember there was one game over in New Zealand during the World Cup last year, and there was a big rain delay, so she went off into the change rooms and had a nap, and I saw the groundies come out and start taking the covers off, and I thought this is going to be a really quick turnaround here, so I bolted back in the change room and just, you know, tapped her on the shoulder and said, mate, you know, you better wake up. I think we're going to get back out there. Anyway, I went back out in the change rooms and the groundies were putting the covers back on, and I thought, oh no, she's going to walk out.
Hazlewood bowling to Harmer, who's watchful and again presents the full face of the bat defensively.
Yeah, Mark Wall was a sleeper, and then he tried to change it up and he got himself a squash ball.
Against
so
the wall?
Yeah, just throwing that against, catching it and throwing it and hitting it and stuff like that.
Did the noise annoy you?
Not really. It was
sort of like Steve McQueen in The Great Escape, just in the cooler up against the wall.
Yeah, all right. There's different ways to go about it, but yeah, being an opening bat, you know, you're out there, aren't you?
You remember Steve McQueen when he got caught again and they'd hand him the baseball glove and his baseball and back in his little hole for another week or two. Hazlewood is in. Harmer again defensive, pushing. No addition to that 6 for 161.
Have they done a remake of that? They remake everything else.
You can't remake a classic like that. I can see a KO Mini for some movies.
Okay.
You know, the KO Mini condenses a full match down to a bite size. I could see a couple of KO Mini movies. I'd be more than happy. The Godfather. I'd like to see the KO Mini
in half an hour
because it takes too long. You
so
can't rewatch
just action.
Well, you can't rewatch The Godfather with your kids because they're expecting more action. Movies don't plot along like that anymore.
Okay, all right.
Hazlewood bowling to Harmer, who pulls this and it rolls its way. Didn't time it.
It could have
that shortish.
The Godfather could have 3 formats like cricket. You could have the Test version,
yes,
maybe a one-day version, and then just the T20
I
version.
like it. Just the killing.
Yeah,
in the T20.
Yep, all the killings.
Yeah. You might start something here.
Yeah.
Yep. The KO movie repertoire on a separate channel, pay TV, curated by Damian Fleming.
Yep.
Got it? One that you'd like?
I'll do the T20 versions of classic movies, long epics, they're called.
See, Katich, you couldn't cut that down.
No.
Hazlewood bowling to Harmer, and Harmer whips this off his pads for a single, and that'll allow him to retain the strike. End of the over. South Africa 6 for 163 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
7-Eleven is open 24/7, so you can summer 24/7. For a limited time, grab a no-sugar Slurpee with flavours inspired by classic Zappo candy chews.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price, completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Nathan Lyon to continue. Harmer retains the strike on 19. Rachael Haynes still with Damian, Fleming and I. Rachel, you got a movie you'd like to see cut down version, or you're a movie buff?
I feel like I do watch a lot of TV and TV shows at times. I'm more of a mini-series.
Like a White Lotus kind of person.
Yep.
We're getting trained that way, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. But when it's as good as White Lotus, you can't ignore it. Lyon in, and Harmer pushes back down the pitch.
Crime shows as well, a bit of True Detective.
Okay. The first series of True Detectives was good. The second...
I think there's a new one coming out, isn't there?
Nice.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Lyon sees Harmer shaping up. He's handled him pretty well. Too short on the leg side and a leg slip waiting, and he edges it, and it's a dive just out of the reach for the diving forward head.
That is exactly what Lyon's trying to do here to both these batters, but get them lunging in defence. Those two catches in close there on the leg side, just waiting for that opportunity to balloon.
And not far away. They creep in a little more. Suddenly there's some action. Harmer waits for Lyon, who's in, and he plays defensively, but the U's and R's are back.
Yeah. Jodie Foster.
Was she in True Detective?
No, she's in the next.
The new one.
The new one.
Is she?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, that's a good get. Yeah.
I like it. Got me excited about it now, Flem. Woody Harrelson back. Lyon in. And it's a little push with the outside of the bat. Squirts its way through where third slip would have been, and they race through for a single. But Nathan Lyon starting to ask some questions, which is what the crowd that have come in here for a gold coin donation have been hoping for. South Africa not losing a wicket so far today. 6 for 163.
I still think there's wickets, as much as it's turning just outside off stump. I still think outside edges to Stephen Smith are well and truly in play.
And Jansen is on strike now, and he pushes forward that pad. Kind of played at it, but kind of didn't. And he, you sense, is giving Nathan Lyon a little spring in his step for this last delivery of this over. Slip in. Two men closely on the leg side. Head just backward of the square. Labuschagne forward of the square in that short catching position for the bat pad. Inside edge. Lines in. Last delivery of the over. And Jansen jams down on it late. Almost jammed it into his own toe, but he got away with it. End of the over. GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Rachael Haynes and I joined by Jonty Rhodes with South Africa 6 for 163. Jonty.
Dwayne, Jonty.
I like it.
Rachael. Viewers. I love the fact you're talking movies. It means there's nothing happening on the pitch. Usually it's clumps of wickets whenever I join you guys. So, hello, everybody.
You're going to have to contribute then. What about
No. Cricket. We're all about the cricket.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a movie buff, I'm afraid.
You're a touring, bike riding, kind of surfing.
I'm an outdoor
dude.
kind of...
I'll bring you into the wave discussion as your best wave in Australia at some stage later on today then, because I know that's going to tickle your fancy. Hazelwood's got the ball in hand, and a wicket here would tickle the fans' fancy, but it certainly wouldn't for Jonty Rhodes, who's probably enjoyed the first hour so far. Hazelwood is in, and it's pulled nicely by Harmer. Just timed it high on the bat. down to dig backward square for a single, and he keeps it ticking over, even though Jansen's stuck on the 10 that he started the day on.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a big concern. Yes, South Africa want to occupy the crease and bat time. They'll be certainly watching the overs and how many more do they need to survive. But if you get into that sort of frame of mind and you dig yourself a big hole, you just don't go anywhere. And I think the Australian attack have shown that once they get a breakthrough, if South Africa's been under pressure without scoring runs and keeping their scoreboard ticking, usually that one is followed by 2 or 3 wickets. So Jansen, he's done a great job. Happy for him to hold up an end.
Well, Hazelwood's into him now, Jansen, and he's stepping back, gets it high on the bat, but the full face of it defensively keeps it out, and that's been his modus operandi. 63 balls faced, 10 runs.
You must be happy, though, with the level of resolve they're showing. Application, there's been a couple of oohs and ahs.
No, I'm not happy because they're batting at 6 and 8. 7 and 8. If I'd been happy if it was 3 and 4, yes, but very much so. And I think that's, Simon Harmer, he's no mug with the bat. He's got a first-class average of about 25, I think, and some of the batters above him don't have much greater first-class averages, so he certainly can stick around.
Jansen sticking around, although he has looked vulnerable, and he's bounced by Hazelwood, and he takes it off his sternum into the deck, and it bounces then to Travis Head, who creeps in a little further, wondering what would have been if he was 2 metres closer.
Yeah, Jansen has certainly struggled with that back length delivery. I mean, he's such a tall guy, so it's difficult for him to duck under the delivery. I had no issue with that. It could just become like a tortoise and sort of withdraw into the shell and let the ball fly through to the keeper. But he has looked awkward. Simon Harmer on the other end, every time the ball has been short, he's taken it on. So he's quite aggressive, and that sort of positive mind frame or mindset comes through in his approach.
Hazelwood to Jansen again, and he tries to whip this off his pads, and he does get some success. He gets a single, first run of the day for Jansen to backward square. He moves to 11. Harmer's 21. So no wickets for Australia today. 6 for 1, 6-5 South Africa.
Yeah, quite surprising that Ashton Agar hasn't had a bowl. I mean, the new ball will be due, and but it's a case of, is there a reverse swing? There hasn't been. We saw some yesterday. So with Australia only having 2 seamers, or the out-and-out quicks, you'd think they would save them both for the new ball, get Ashton Agar in.
Yeah, well, they've both had a turn at trying to get that reverse swing or some movement on the pitch. Cummins had his turn earlier. Hazelwood on now. Lyon's been on at the other end the whole time, and Hazelwood's in, and Harmer read that nicely off the pitch. Caught it on the outside half of the bat, but it was still a nice defensive stroke. Compact, kept it out.
Because what was interesting when Hazelwood bowled that first over to Elgar yesterday, I mean, he was right on the money, and it looked like there was a little bit something in the wicket, in the surface, and you thought, well, it's been covered for a whole day. It's only a day 2 surface. But now it is looking like a day 5. There is no pace in the wicket. There's no bounce for the seamers, and it is turning. And we've seen quite a few balls that have actually brought up that puff of dust.
71st over, and Hazelwood is bowling it at 2. Harmer, who didn't time that attempt at the pull shot. End of the over for GWMU. GWM, go with more.
Every road trip has rules, right? Like calling shotgun and stopping at a Macca's. To share your rules and score instant prizes and $1,000, visit maccasroadtriprules.com.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Anaconda's massive stock take sale is on now. Up to 50% off all tents by Austral, Spinifex and Tune 4-wheel drive. And 50% off all sleeping bags by Mountain Design, Spinifex and Denali. Play more and pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. 6 for 1, 6-5 South Africa. And a little chat between Nathan Lyon and Pat Cummins, and the chat here, Jonty Rhodes and Rachael Haynes.
I'm quiet.
Yeah.
I'm very quiet.
It's a bit of a hush out there. And the fact they've even quietened Marnus Labuschagne, that's how quiet it's become. Lyon in, and attempted a sweep from Jansen. Half-hearted appeal from Carey behind the stumps. Lyon wasn't that interested.
And there's been a change in the field here as well. Warner's come out of more of, a catcher in that leg slip line to more of a backward square.
Yeah, for that top edge, if he does want to go for that shot. So Jansen on strike again, and he does go for that shot, and he does roll it along the carpet to Warner. So he was in the right spot. It just didn't get to him on the full, but Jansen would be happy that he found the bat with it.
I don't think the Australians would mind seeing that shot being played.
No. That's my concern. Jansen, almost feels like he's done his job and he's done his bit. He batted well at the MCG and then kind of gave it away.
So line into Jansen, and he thought about it, but then chopped it down toward mid-off. No opportunity of a run.
Because that's the one thing playing the sweep does do. Then it gets the bowler to adjust his length, either slightly fuller, which then could possibly be driven, or back of a good length, which we've just seen there Jansen handle quite comfortably.
Line in, and this time forward in defence, and some encouragement again coming from the close infielders. South Africa trail by 310, by the way, for the record. Jansen 11, Harmer 21, 6 for 165.
The other thing with Jansen as well is he's such a tall man, so your length will have to change slightly bowling between these two different batters.
Move that in off the deck there, Nathan Lyon, into Jansen. That's why there was a couple of oohs. Jansen had to jam down on that quickly as well.
Yeah, I think Australia will be quite happy if he continues to sweep, just because he's a very tall guy, and to play the sweep shot you also have to get low, get your head over the ball still. I know you're playing a cross-bat shot, but he's just doesn't seem to get his head over the ball when he's playing the sweep shot.
Line in again, Jansen with Labuschagne and Head looming. Their shadows just almost touching the outside of the pitch, but they negotiate that over again. 6 for 165 for GWM Ute. GWM go with more.
Wow, he's hit another 6. That's 5 in a row.
This batsman is seeing the ball clearer than ever.
Ever since he's been at New Vision Clinics and ditched those glasses, he just can't miss.
Talk about 20/20 vision.
Hit your glasses for 6 and get clarity of vision with the team at New Vision Clinics. Using Dr. Noel Alpin's innovative laser vision correction techniques, your glasses and contact lenses correcting astigmatism can become a thing of the past. To book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
So a change in the bowling. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Rachael Haynes and Jonty Rhodes. And we kind of expected this change.
Yeah, I think this has been probably on the cards for a couple of overs now. We saw both Pat Cummins and Hazlewood try from this end, see if there's any reverse swing. Hasn't really come about so far in this first session. So Pat Cummins has now turned to Agar to see if he can extract something from the pitch and get this initial breakthrough.
It'll be interesting to see what sort of line that Agar bowls to the two right-handers. Will he start on off stump, or will he come a bit closer? Because he spoke earlier this morning, and sort of plans for today was that you don't need every ball to turn drastically. You know, it's often the one that, as we saw, the one that goes straight on gets you into trouble too. So he just wants to be making sure that, I think, like you said, Rachael, there's almost bowling to two different batters. You know, Simon Harmer and Marco Jansen with his reach.
So Harmer's on 21. Agar, given the ball for the first time today, is in, and it's driven back to Agar.
That's interesting. There's already some drift.
I think that's something that Agar got a lot of yesterday. It was a nice little shape into the right-handed batter.
One slip, and Marnus Labuschagne in close to the bat on the leg side. Agar into Harmer again, and again he pushes along the deck. 2 cover, no addition to the score.
So we've got 2 cover. There's 2 cover catches. So just gives an indication that Agar is not going to be scared to get the ball up there. Let it hold in the turf.
And Warner's gone back to the point boundary as well. Agar in, Harmer from the back foot. And you had to get down onto that because that was taking the top of off.
Yeah, that's risky business, just shuffling across his crease there right in front of the stumps.
Agar's been pretty quick to find his spot here. And he's in. Harmer, and he sweeps or drives in the end off the outside half of the bat to the offside. From outside off, it was a cross-bat shot. I'm not sure he intended it to go there, but he picks up a single and moves to 22.
No, that was interesting because it didn't drift in. It actually stayed quite wide, and Harmer was reaching for it. Never got there. There was some disruption of the surface. The ball held. Fortunately for Harmer, it just trickled out to the man on the boundary.
Oh, Larry.
So, Jansen on 11. Only scored 1 so far today. Gets a look at Agar, or Agar, more importantly, gets a look at him. And the commentary's coming from the middle at the moment. Hope you're enjoying it. 6 for 166, a dot ball.
I think Agar has to bowl slower to Jansen because he's been defending the quicker deliveries quite comfortably. I think his eyes light up when the slower delivery comes.
Been a good over, a teasing over from Agar. Jansen waits and he jams down on this. Gave it a bit more flight. End of the over for GWMU. GWMU scoreboard. Go with more. 6 for 166.
The Australian 11 is one of the hardest teams to get into. At SEN, we've secured you a spot on the Tour of India. Play last fan standing thanks to McDonald's. Put your cricket trivia to the test. If you're the last fan standing, you could be on the plane to New Delhi. Flights for 2 people, 5-star accommodation and corporate hospitality is just the beginning. Australia v India in New Delhi. See every ball thanks to Macca's. I'm loving it. Last fan standing starts this Monday on SEN. T's apply. See SEN's website for details.
SEN Test Cricket for host plus. That's a plus. And another change in the bowling. If you want to change, you can start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. And Travis Head, guys.
Yeah, interesting. I'm surprised we haven't seen Marnus. He had been in the captain's ear all 4 days, probably. Listen, Skip, you've only got 2 seamers. We've seen pictures of him in the nets, bowling seam up.
You think the squeaky wheel normally gets the oil, or can you talk too much? Can you actually be on?
Way too much. I think Paddy Cummins has just blocked both ears with all he's got.
I spoke to Alex Carey pre-today's play, and he listed the order that he'd bring the bowlers on as part-timers, and he had himself coming on before Marnus.
Before Marnus.
Yeah. Which won't happen, obviously. But here we go. Travis Head bowling to Harmer, and he pushes this on the offside through cover. And a few ohs early on for the first delivery from Travis Head. Harmer adds another to his tally.
I think the danger here from a batting perspective is you think you've done the hard work, and this is now a part-time bowler, and you don't treat him with the same respect. Not as much turn, but because you're now thinking you can not get after him, but score easily, you're probably playing shots to deliveries that you shouldn't be.
Yeah, you're looking for the loose one. You've got your eye on that. And
Head would be an unknown for Jansen as he pushes defensively, jams down late. It rolls off the bottom half of the bat along the deck to Smith, who fields from slip.
It's almost like they've got through the initial spell of probably Australia's 3 go-to bowlers, and now you're thinking this is a scoring opportunity. You can get the scoreboard.
Head to Jansen, big step forward, inside half of the bat this time, and it rolls to the man short in Agar, that shortish mid-wicket catching position.
Yeah, can get the scoreboard moving for you and pick up a few runs as a batter as well.
Head to Jansen again, who's looked vulnerable, throws the pad out. It's too far out off stump, outside off stump for him to worry about bat.
Yeah, I know he's aiming for those foot marks. I'm surprised Steve Smith hasn't had a look, and I must confess, as a leg spinner, wrist spinner on the surface.
Head to Jansen, who pushes along the deck. That shortish mid-off. No addition to the score of 6 for 167.
Particularly as well, he's going to be a bit slower through the air too. Perhaps get the ball above the batter's eye lines, but perhaps not Jansen.
Have to be just short of a beamer.
Head in, and Jansen, has he been caught? Bowled him.
Oh, no. Sorry, I beg
He has been caught.
Good call. Dwayne.
You surprised me, Jonty.
No, I thought it was
great
like
take, Alex Carey.
Is.
Unbelievably good take, Alex Carey. It was so close to the top edge of off stump, and you've kind of vindicated my call for the stumps to be banged in looser than ever, Jonty, so we can actually get some stumps flying through the air when they get clipped. But a nice catch by Alex Carey, and Head, the part-timer, has brought the breakthrough. South Africa 7 for 167.
Now at Target, as the temperature rises, get 25% off selected summer apparel for the whole family. But get them while it's hot. Limited time only.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
At Chadstone Toyota, they're keeping you safe and on the road with some brilliant deals, like a small car passenger service plus 30-point safety inspection for just $240. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
GWM Youth Scoreboard, GWM Go with more 7 for 167. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Jonty Rhodes and Rachael Haynes.
Yeah, it's there. You kind of the GOAT has been toiling away, bowling almost unplayable deliveries, and we spoke about it. I mean, it's a great bowling change, let's face it, give the captain some credit, but Travis Head not asking the same sort of questions, asking a totally different set of questions to the batter, and Marco Jansen, his vigil has come to an end.
It's almost harder as well when you're facing a part-time bowler. When you're facing a frontline bowler, you almost know what to expect. You know what's in their arsenal, and you know, always looking for that. They're more consistent quite often. And we saw with that delivery, it didn't quite turn as much. Went on a little bit more. And Carey up to the stumps, an excellent catch from him as the keeper.
So 7 for 167. Jansen gone for 11 off 78 deliveries. Caught Carey bowled Head. Just the one run today. Started the day, Marco Jansen on 10. And Maharaj, the new batter. And he's at the non-striker's end because that was the end of the over. Agar is bowling to Harmer, who's looked the most solid of any of the South Africans. And he pushes defensively. Dot ball to start it. Agar none for 20. This is over number 9 for him.
Always a concern with the South African batting so far. When they lose one, they lose a clump. 2 or 3.
Agar in. Harmer plays off the back foot, turns it on the onside for a single. So Rachael was talking about the preparation for when she was opening earlier. Would you be not going for a sleep if you're an opener for South Africa now? Is that what you're suggesting, Jonty? This innings might wrap quickly.
No, you've got to watch, because you're right. Could very well be you padded up, ready to go.
7 for 168.
Sleeping?
You went asleep?
No, can you imagine me? I struggle just to sit still for a while.
Were you a ball against the wall guy? What?
Nah. Hot stepping, tiptoeing, stretching, moving, swinging, bats. Yeah.
Agar to Maharaj, the new batter, and he keeps it out defensively and gets himself off the mark with a single to the onside. 7 for 169. Maharaj 1, Harmer 24. 75th over of the South African innings. 7 for 169. And it's edge of the seat stuff at the moment. One slip in. Harmer back on strike. Labuschagne at short leg, and Agar puts this in the spot. Had to keep that out. That was headed for middle.
Come on, Larry. Come on, Larry. It was quite interesting just watching the body language of Marco Jansen this morning. When he got out, he could not believe. There's an image. Please look it up. Marabou stork. The marabou stork.
Agar in. It's tucked on the onside.
It's a scavenger bird in South Africa. But that looked just like Marco Jansen. He was hunched, shoulders had dropped, long neck. Just summed up the South Africa's batting performance, I think.
I'm going to have to Google that myself now that you've raised that.
Yep, marabou
stork. Agar is stalking them at the moment. And he puts this in to Harmer, who keeps it out on 24. Maharaj is 1. End of the over. Gerard Whateley about to rejoin you. The score for GWMU. GWM go with more. South Africa 7 for 169.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
La Cabra is the home of the GOAT Mexican food, a world where Mexican flavours and culture come together like never before. Enjoy a 5-course bottomless brunch every Saturday and Sunday for $69 per person. Visit lacabramexican.com.au to your nearest restaurant.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Industry Super Fun for all Australians. Travis Head has taken the first wicket. I was at the back of the box, Jonty, with Bharat and with Phil, and they both said when Head came on, he's the guy he'll get Jansen, and 2 balls later, got him. He has a way of intervening, Head. He did it in Perth against the West Indies. He's bowling first ball of the fresh over. Padding up is Maharaj. So while Lyon was taking his 6, Head chipped in and took 2. And in the first test against Sri Lanka last year at Galle, he took his career best 4-fer to bowl Australia to victory. Head lets fly. Maharaj drives to mid-off, no run.
Okay, but has he done his job? Do you take him off and bring on Nathan Lyon? I mean, he's done the job. He's broken the partnership. I would get to my best, the GOAT, Nathan Lyon, back on there. He asked so many difficult questions.
Head to Maharaj, back and across and keeping it out. Ian Smith, you like that call?
Oh, Absolutely. He's
Smithy.
done what he wanted to do. Jonty,
How are you?
Spot on.
Thank you. Not often a South African batter hits it straight in the middle of the bat. Thanks for that.
7 for 169. Head to Maharaj, back and cutting out to the sweeper in the deep and helping himself to a run.
Who would Maharaj prefer to be facing right now?
100% agreed with you. Yeah, I think he did the job. Broke the partnership. Brilliant. Because you're not sure, you're playing deliveries that you probably shouldn't be thinking it is a Nathan Lyon kind of delivery. But I'll get him back on, Nathan Lyon.
A slip and a bat pad in place. Header over the wicket, bowls. Oh, almost nicks off Harmer on the drive. Big puff of dust off the popping crease into the gloves of Carey untouched. Last ball of Head's third over. He bowls and Harmer plays to the offside and takes a single out near cover. 7 for 171. The Mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate 5G.
Now at Target, as the temperature rises, get 25% off selected summer apparel for the whole family. But get them while it's hot. Limited time only.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer from Aitken Partners. I know personally how tough separation and divorce can be. It's daunting, so we keep it simple to help you live your best life. Call us at Aitken Partners, 8600 6000.
Our experts on SEN Test cricket for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Jonty Rhodes and Ian Smith, 7 for 171. The new ball, the countdown is on, so we've got spin at both ends. Agar's continuing from the Paddington end, 4 overs away from the new ball. Smithy, how have you seen the first hour and a bit?
I think the resistance has been very good. It wasn't a big mistake either to get out. He pushed forward a delivery, got an outside edge. I don't think he relaxed because it was Travis Head.
Agar to Harmer, who nibbles at a ball outside the off stump that it looked like he was going to leave. He can't get a run at backward point.
I think South Africa played pretty good cricket this morning, to be honest. They're going to have to play a whole lot more of it to get out of this, but I'd like to see, and you could raise your eyebrows at this, Gerard, you probably will.
Agar around the wicket, bowls. Harmer defends to the silly mid-off.
And the way the game of Test cricket is evolving, I would like to see South Africa bowled out, Australia bat for a very short period of time and set them a total to win this afternoon.
Okay.
Good call.
Renshaw's in under the helmet now. Harmer defends a fast ball coming at the stumps. So what is it at the moment? What sort of target?
So what are we now? 200 and what? What's the margin now?
304 still.
304.
Agar bowls. Harmer is back and cutting. Warner's at deep point. It races across the turf. Big dive. Wholehearted dive to his left to save the boundary. And Warner under the double hats keeps it to 2. 7 for 173.
So right now, if they were to fall over now in a hurry, I bat for 5 minutes.
Yep.
I don't think you're allowed to forfeit, are you? Is that frowned upon?
Frowned upon.
And set them 300 to get this afternoon. If that was to happen right now.
Harmer plays to leg past the bat pad down to deep backward square where Hazelwood comes in, 1 taken.
I've got a feeling the tail will bat more aggressively because they're better to do that than they are to defend.
Yep.
So they might get a quick 20 or 30 now. That brings it down to 270, 280. Still bat for 5 minutes. And so you're going to get 140 a session this afternoon. You've only scored over 200 once in the last 10 goes.
Yep.
You're going to have to bat the best you have for about 3 or 4 months. Good luck.
Agar bowls, Maharaj defends. Oh, I really like that scenario, Smithy. 7 for 174. Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate 5G.
The legendary reliability of Toro mowers has made them best on ground at Real Madrid and St Andrews. Then there's the legendary toughness of Toro irrigation that makes them best underground too. And now you can rely on Toro for your home ground. Check out Toro Walk Power mowers, lithium-powered garden tools and garden irrigation systems now available at Bunnings Warehouse and your local Toro dealer. For the home ground advantage, you can count on Toro.
SEN Test Cricket, this session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Head begins the fresh over. Harmer is keeping him out as he plays the ball to backward point. And the benefit for Australia in that scenario, Smith, is?
Well, I'll be playing shots, not just resolute defence. I don't see too many negatives in it, to be perfectly honest. The series is done and dusted.
Head bowls and Harmer plays with soft hands to backward point, no run.
I think the game of cricket is heading in that direction. I think if all the teams are prepared to take it on that way, Test cricket's got a lot longer lifespan. And the other thing is, I think the crowd that have been faithful through the rainy periods deserve it.
Head to Harmer, who blocks.
As do listeners and viewers. I just think I don't see a downside to it. And the odds are still heavily in Australia's favour.
It's over the wickets. Harmer is playing the ball past the bat pads. No run.
What does that do to Australia's World Test Championship table?
So far ahead. So far ahead.
They are.
Jonty.
Okay. With 4 tests to go in India.
Yeah.
Head bowls. Harmer covers his stumps, turns in the air into Labuschagne. It just didn't get tied up. So he's on the turn. It's all reaction time there. It hit him, and then how did it bobble around? Turned full face of the bat into one hand, bobbled up under the armpit. Labuschagne's trying to find it in behind him. He couldn't quite. Harmer survives. Oh, and now past the outside edge. Has Carey dropped it?
Yeah, I think he has.
Oh, dear.
I think he has.
So Heads had catches dropped in consecutive balls. One a clearer chance than the other. 7 for 174. The GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Every time I enter a house fire to save life and property, toxins leach into my skin. Over my career, they've given me cancer. It's impacted my whole family. Fortunately, special laws allowed firefighters like me to receive medical help. But the Andrews government has trashed these laws, putting me and my family at risk. I'm asking Premier Andrews to reverse these changes to protect sick firefighters.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
7 for 174, 2 overs away from the new ball. Agar around the wicket bowls. This is defended by Maharaj. So quick bits of analysis there. 2 snaffles missed.
Well, I'll take the second one. I think there was a registration on the radar to say it was a fairly fine one. Actually, from one angle we saw it looked like there was a big gap between bat and ball, but on the radar it said there was a nick.
Maharaj drives into Renshaw, no run.
And I'm just looking at the body language too of the wicketkeeper, been in that, had that T-shirt many times. One goes down, you don't feel too good, and I could see how we zeroed in there on Alex Carey. That's my perspective anyway, Jonty.
Agar bowls, Maharaj back, keeps out of the off stump.
So do you still think you need an incentive for the South African tail enders to give their wicket away? You don't think they've got... You think they have it within them to withstand this?
I do. I really do.
Oh, okay.
I just like the idea for some reason.
They go down the leg side.
And we just saw a very expansive shot there from Maharaj. That's his, I think it's his modus operandi is positive rather than staunch defence.
Maharaj is on to Agar to him, plays back, punches the ball to cover, no run.
And the other thing is, for me, if Agar is worth his salt here, he's got to get a wicket or 2 right now, to be honest. This is what they picked him for, last day bowling.
Yes, if Head's getting them at the other end, Agar needs to pay his way. He bowls and Maharaj out of the stumps, plays the ball to backward point. Head fields, no run. 7 for 174. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au.
I'm a professional Victorian firefighter and I proudly protect you and your family. But it's reached a point where our safety is being put at risk. This means your safety is at risk too. The Andrews government has kept outdated fire trucks on the road and our training facilities are well over capacity. And now we're having to fight for a fairer workplace agreement. We willingly fight fires and save lives, but we shouldn't have to fight the Andrews government for the equipment to protect you.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
Travis Head is the wicket taker, and he's unlucky not to have another. He will bowl the last over with this kookaburra. Harmer is leaning forward and defending.
Very good, Heady.
So Labuschagne just couldn't quite grasp a ball at bat pad, and then the very next ball, the faintest of edges that Carey fumbled. Head bowls, and Harmer is forward defending wide of Cummins at mid-off, and he will be able to take a run as Hazlewood covers up. 7 for 175.
Take it straight away, Jonty. Take the new ball straight away.
Well, Hazlewood is stretching on the cover boundary, so either he's warming down from his spell or he's getting ready for the new ball.
Head in. Maharaj plays back. That spat. That bounced right up near the splice of the bats.
But yes, to answer your question, I would take it straight away.
Yeah, so on the clock, this is right in the middle of the opening session, which goes 2.5 hours. Head to Maharaj. Drives. Head's dropped the return catch. Oh, this can't be. Australia's dropped 3 catches in 15 balls.
It can't be.
Well, this was the problem against India in 2021. Australia created chances but couldn't grasp them. It's a firmly struck drive. It's a return catch to the right hands. Maharaj defends Head. So Labuschagne first, the most difficult of them. Carey, a regulation keeper's catch, and then a caught and bowled straight back to Head. They still take catching.
That they do.
But Australia's missed all 3. Maharaj drives, and he'll probably get a boundary. He placed it wide of mid-off for Cummins. It'll pull up just a fraction inside the rope as Renshaw gets around to do the fielding. So the boundary denied for Retroflex by Blunston. And that is the end of 80 overs. 7 for 177. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. And drinks are coming onto the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Imagine a place where every time the sun goes up, your power bill goes down, where you'll hardly need to lift a finger again, unless it's at the complimentary gym, where transport costs are driven down with free electric cars and bikes, and the only rates you'll pay are to your mates. A place where living expenses disappear as quickly as cocktails by the pool. Downsize and live it up for less at Lifestyle Communities. Homes start at just $410,000. Visit lifestylecommunities.com.au today.
At Werribee Isuzu Ute, the service doesn't stop when you drive off the lot. With next day service bookings, Werribee Isuzu Ute are all about keeping you going. If you're heading on a summer road trip, then see your one-stop Isuzu Ute shop before you go. With servicing and repairs, new tyres, you'll love every minute of getting away this year. Don't settle for less. Werribee Isuzu Ute, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing. Or visit werribeeisuzuute.com.au.
LMCT 114.
Anaconda's massive stock take sale is on now. Save $50 off Austral Getaway chairs, just $39.99. Plus save $60 off Spinifex blow mold 5-foot tables, only $49.99. Play more and pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply.
Anaconda! It's a hot summer's day. You've got the longest game of cricket in history playing in the background. Your aircon's blasting and your mate's just falling asleep on the couch. Day for it.
Enjoy an ice-cold better beer this summer.
First look at Harmer. This is premeditated. Around the wicket, top edge on the hook, all the way to the square leg boundary. And that is brilliantly struck by Simon Harmer.
Head in, and it Jansen. Has he been caught? Bowled him.
Oh, no. Sorry,
he has been caught.
Good call. Dwayne.
You surprised me, Jonty.
Oh, and now past the outside edge. Has Carey dropped it?
Yeah, I think he has.
Oh, dear.
I think he has.
Into Maharaj. Drives. Heads dropped the return catch. Oh, this can't be. Australia's dropped 3 catches in 15 balls. The action on the way to the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. The new ball is now due. South Africa have lost 1 wicket on their way to it, having seen 21 overs bowled. 7 for 177. Maharaj is 4. Harmer's been really good on 29. Jonty Rhodes and Ian Smith on that first phase of play for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. So some good resistance, Jonty, for a period of time, and then some shot making, which was sort of come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I don't think Maharaj is going to just stand around, to Smithy's point earlier on. So, and also he's probably thinking the new ball is due. Let me get some cash in while I can. But yeah, compared to Marco Jansen, who took all morning to barely rotate the strike at all, new ball is taken. It's going to be interesting to see what the South African batters now do. You can't just defend, I don't think.
I wonder if they had a chat, Australia, as a committee type thing, and decided, you know, during that drinks break, should we just run with one or two? Travis Head seems to be making things happen, or shall we go for the jugular right now? And they've decided it's a Hazelwood Cummings type scenario, and then of course back to line with a newer ball, more bounce. So now that it's a real challenge, South Africa having done very, very well, losing just the one wicket in half the session, extended session, probably have to be even more vigilant right now.
Yes, you feel like Australia has to bowl South Africa out before lunch to actually. This is a high bar to meet. So in 2018, Australia needed 8 wickets. In 2021, Australia needed 8 wickets on the final day against India and only managed 3, and that was a full day's play. Last year, they needed 10 English wickets. They took 9, and it wasn't quite a full day's play, 91 overs. I suspect had it been 98, the weather intervened at various stages, they probably would have. But they know what it is to be unfulfilled at this ground on the final day. Hazelwood with the new ball, bowls, and it's defended well by Harmer to the leg side.
Well, I suppose Indian batters would be way more comfortable on turning day 5 surface at the SCG compared to, I know we've lost today's play, but with the new ball, that harder new ball as well, there will be turn for hopefully Agar as well as Nathan Lyon to keep it exciting and interesting. So I don't think it's definitely not done and dusted yet. There's still a long way to go.
That pitch in 21 was doing nothing. It was an awful pitch. And last year was a little bit the same, as it didn't have the characteristics that this pitch is showing, regardless of how much time it's been under cover. Harmer leaves the ball swinging away outside the off stump.
So 2 slips, a gully, a point, mid-off. So not overly attacking here. I would have thought perhaps with that evidence of that ball swinging away from the right-hander, you might look at a 3rd slip. But they have opted for a short mid-wicket, a basic square leg, a mid-on and a fine leg. So relatively orthodox, but it's not out-and-out assault here from Pat Cummins in terms of his field setting.
It's Renshaw that's at the catching mid-wicket rather than his place in the gully. Hazelwood bowls. That's left alone again by Harmer. So Warner at first, Smith at second, Khawaja's in the gully, and Renshaw's in that curious catching position 3 pitches away.
The only reason why you would kind of think maybe there's no 3rd slip, will it carry to 3rd slip? That the surface is certainly, we've seen a few stay low, not uneven bounds, but not much pace, not much carry. So possibly thinking that rather if Harmer is going to be driving, that mid-wicket catching position is more in business. But there is definitely a way shape, something for Hazelwood to work with.
Harmer has faced 86 balls thus far. Hazelwood bowls to him, and he's leaving with good discipline.
Good cricketer, Harmer.
Yeah, smart.
Very, very solid cricketer. Fields well in the slips. Better than handy off-spin bowler, and resolute, sensible batsman. A lot to like about him.
Yeah, I think if you make your career out of first-class cricket, you have to contribute in as many areas as possible. And he certainly had a good first-class career in the UK. Toiling away, bowling, not just bowling maidens, but taking wickets as well. 5 fizz as an off-spinner.
More than 800 of them in his first-class career. Hazelwood bowls, and Harmer's defending the ball from the off-stump out to Agar at point.
I also like the way he took on Paddy Cummins. Paddy Cummins came around the wicket, bowled it short. He knew he was going to get some short pitch deliveries because the field was set for that. We've seen Cummins with the double bluff, bowl 1 or 2 short and then fire it up with the Yorker. That was the undoing of Zondo early on, or later on yesterday afternoon. And Simon Harmer has been really composed. But it's been a South African trend, 29, 35, 36, done all the hard work. I'm not saying anything. I was thinking aloud. Did I say that aloud? Sorry, everyone.
Hazelwood in, bowls to Harmer. Oh, that leapt at him. He keeps it down off the shoulder of the bat. Jonty nearly did him in.
Can I leave?
Leaves the tail on the tail. Hazelwood a long stare in the aftermath. 7 for 177. Our apparel partner is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer.
Crispy, 100% Aussie chicken and creamy Cajun sauce. It's tangy, sweet, a bit spicy. But why try to describe Macca's Cajun Chicken Deluxe when you can just eat it? Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Anaconda's massive stock take sale is on now with 30% off all clothing by The North Face, Helly Hansen and Columbia. Plus, save 30% off all footwear by Skechers, Asics and Adidas. Play more and pay less with Anaconda's 10% price pay guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
Pat Cummins, 3 for 37. He was yesterday's player of the day thanks to Bing Lee. Still the chance to take a fiver. And it might be critical for Australia that the captain does, and does it soon. He's in from the Randwick end with the new ball. 2 slips, he's got the bat pad. He bowls to Maharaj, who tucks the ball into his own pads, and it lands down at his feet.
Here's a battle. Here's a battle weighing heavily in Australia's favour. Outstanding spell last night. It was riveting to watch. If he can find anything like that now towards South Africa's tail, which has begun, they're a chance, Al. This is big.
It'll be interesting to see, because that last ball of the previous delivery rose off a length from Hazelwood to Simon Harmer, who played it with the chainsaw hand off the bottom of the bottom glove coming off the bat.
Cummins looking to uproot Maharaj, who drives quite superbly. It goes flying off the edge, up over backward point, and it'll touch the rope for 4. A boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. He might go down, but he'll go down swinging.
I wonder if they'll go cross seam, because if there is a little bit of inconsistent bounce or looseness on the surface, if you go, I know he's looking for swing, he's orthodox away swing, and there is a little bit of disturbance of the surface there. Yeah. Took Agar by surprise at backward point. I don't think he was expecting Maharaj to throw his bat at everything.
He lashed out in such a way. The replays for Robot Building Supplies. Cummins tries again. He bowls and Maharaj stands up and blunts the ball away to Agar at point. No run.
Yeah, that's definitely Maharaj's style of play.
And it should be too, if he's comfortable doing that. It's a quick 30, over 200, margin under 70 for the follow-on. All sorts of connotations come into the game then. If he's uncomfortable defending, prefers to attack, so be it.
All bar fine leg in the infields. Cummins bowls, Maharaj defends out of the middle stump. He rolls it down to line at mid-on.
You kind of cast your mind back to Heinrich Claessens, who's now been asked to bat number 3 in this innings. He just looked like he didn't know what to do. He's way more comfortable being a middle order batter who strikes the ball really well. And you're asking him to do something that he's a bit like tennis to brain at a stage. You know, it's a really specialist position. Don't change the way that you play. Sure, you might be a bit more at risk, but back yourself, back your skills. This is why you've been selected. Your game, your way.
Cummins bowls. Maharaj playing straight back down the pitch, and he's going to steal a run as Lyon had to get around behind the stumps to do the fielding. 7 for 1-8.
Yeah, I also like to see that. That's game awareness. You know, I think too often South Africa have got themselves into situations where you've just thought, what on earth was that? They've drifted along, turned down opportunity to score and keep that board ticking over, and not just get bowled at 6 deliveries in a row. So, well spotted there by Maharaj.
Harmer just re-establishes his guard down below us at the Paddington end. Stares up in the full sunshine to see Pat Cummins bowling at him, and he leaves close to the off stump. 7 for 182 at the end of the over. GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Imagine a place where every time the sun goes up, your power bill goes down, where you'll hardly need to lift a finger again, unless it's at the complimentary gym, where transport costs are driven down with free electric cars and bikes, and the only rates you'll pay are to your mates. A place where living expenses disappear as quickly as cocktails by the pool. Downsize and live it up for less at Lifestyle Communities. Homes start at just $410,000. Visit lifestylecommunities.com.au today.
South Africa 7 for 182. Australia dropped 3 catches, all in quick succession, each from the bowling of Travis Heads, and both of the batters at the crease. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. So Maharaj is 9, Harmer is 29. Josh Hazlewood with the new ball in hand is bowling from the Paddington end. Maharaj is on strike. Hazlewood bowls and Maharaj defends the ball out through cover, and he'll take a run as Labuschagne gets around to do the fielding. Ian Smith and Phil Jakes for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Phil, welcome back.
G'day Smitty, g'day Gerard. Hey listeners.
The move to Head could have been the masterstroke. He should have had 3.
We've been calling for Travis Head for the day 5 specialist Travis Head. He's created more opportunities than anyone this morning. He's looked really, really dangerous out of that rough. I think the pacey bowls is really suited for it, and I think we're going to see a lot more of him later on. It's interesting to see that new ball just starting to get a little bit of variable bounce, with Josh getting a bit of bounce that last over.
2 in the deep on the leg side. Harmer faces up to Hazlewood, and he just knocks the ball to the short mid-wicket where Renshaw fields. No run.
Often see that at the SCG, just the harder ball create just a few more opportunities off the cracks and off the surface. Then the softer ball, as the ball gets a bit softer, it tends to react a bit more true and a little bit less likely to go up especially. You sometimes see it go down with an older ball, but not so much up. And while this wicket's still playing quite well, there is just the odd crack now just starting to take shape. If Josh and Pat can attack those stumps and attack those good areas.
2 slips and a gully in place. Hazlewood bowls and Harmer edges through the vacant 4th slip and down to 3rd man for 4. A boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Soft hands from Harmer. He's into the 30s. It's 7 for 187.
Great length by Josh. Really challenging length. In between that, that awkward length where you're not sure whether to go forward, not sure whether to go back. He just came across that one a little bit, Harmer, but as you said, played it with soft hands, so it went to ground rather than to the slips. The 2 slip fielders in the gully that are just sitting there waiting for him to just go a little bit harder at that ball and potentially get a catch.
His highest test score is 38 not out for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. He's on 33, Harmer, and he's driving the ball past mid-off, and he'll go back-to-back with boundaries. That's a lovely stroke. Harmer to 37. The boundaries flow for Rotoflex by Blunston. The counter-attack is on.
He's looked really assured, Harmer, hasn't he? He's been one of their best batters so far. He's shown what a cricketer he is. He bowled quite well with little reward, I thought, when he bowled. But his batting's looked as assured and looked as confident as anybody. Beautiful shot that. Nice weight transfer. Full face of the bat. Got 4 runs down the ground.
Classical check drive. So Hazlewood with a bit of pressure to deal with. He bowls very close to the off stump. Harmer read the line well.
I wonder how long it'll be before Nathan Lyon comes back in with this hard ball. I think he'll be really excited about wanting to bowl with something just a little bit harder, just get a bit more bounce, a bit more variable bounce as well out of that rough potentially with a hard ball, a little bit more seam to grab onto. I think he'll be in the ear of Pat Cummins, just saying, hey, mate, give me the ball while it's nice and hard.
32 overs, 11 maidens, 1 for 70 so far. He got Arvea yesterday, who didn't play a shot and had his off stump disturbed. Hazlewood is bowling to Harmer, who stays out of the bouncer. Sways down underneath. End of the over, 7 for 191. GWM Ute scoreboard, GWM Go with more. Dwayne's coming in.
There's an incident in Thomastown. Marnie's Road westbound lanes are closed at Hughes Parade. Detours are in place. There's works in Sunbury. Lancefield Road is closed at Sunbury Road, so use Sunningdale Avenue and Francis Boulevard instead. And in Truganina, Palmer's Road is down to 1 lane for northbound after Doherty's Road. Harris Scarf's 2-day Friends exclusive sale ends today with 50% off cookware, glassware, dinnerware, quilts and sheets, 40% off bras, sleepwear, men's clothing plus more. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. 7 for 191. South Africa, the one man out today was Jansen for 11. And it's Maharaj on strike as Cummins is into him. First delivery of this over. For Jake still with me. Phil, bright sunshine, good conditions.
What a day for cricket. Crowd starting to slowly build up over time. I think it's going to be a fantastic afternoon. Of course, only that gold coin entry today. It's why wouldn't you come and enjoy the sun at the SCG after the rain we've had over the last few days? If you're a cricket fan, get down here because we're going to see a really exciting afternoon of cricket.
Yeah, and if you're a South African fan, you might see a well-fought-out draw. Harmer's on 37. Maharaj is with him on strike at the moment. And he tries to pull this, Maharaj, and he does find the middle of the bat. It was uppish, but it found the boundary for 4. So another boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Maharaj moves to 14, and his intent is pretty much given from the way he's faced his first few deliveries. He's planning to score some runs.
Yeah, and they need to as well. 85 still to get the follow-on. That's their biggest chance of saving this game is to pass that follow-on score. So this new ball period is going to be important for them to keep the scoreboard moving.
They're threatening 200 against South Africa, which has been a rarity. 195 now as Maharaj keeps this Cummins delivery out. Got to him on off stump, and he really had to concentrate to find the face of the bat there. Maharaj, 14 from 25. Harmer's 37 from 95. His highest test score is 38 not out. So there's a few little milestones that can be ticked off. The 200, the highest score, and continue to show the grit and determination that's been shown by all those out in the middle for South Africa so far today. Cummins in. Maharaj on strike. Short leg still in. And he does pull again. And he does pull the boundary again. Another 4 added. Another 4 for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. And 199 on the board now, and Maharaj 18.
Second boundary of the over. Another short one, not quite high enough again by Pat Cummins. Sort of in that hitting zone for Maharaj and just rocked back and enjoyed that. Piled into it to the short boundary. 2 boundaries in the over. Paddy's going to need to get it up a little bit higher. He's just put a deep guy out of backward square leg now, so a mistake could cause his wicket.
Cummins in, Maharaj, and he has to back and face this at the throat with the defensive stroke that caught him on the splice, but he kept it out, and Cummins wouldn't be all that happy with a couple of 4s being hit off him to start Maharaj's innings with a flurry.
Straight away, that deep guy back out at deep backward square leg has forced him to change the way he's played. He had to play that with a straighter bat. Earlier in the over, you saw he can go back to one of those that stayed a little bit low, and that's what Cummins will be looking for here.
Maharaj waits. Last delivery of the Cummins over, and he turns it off his pads down to backward square for a single, and he'll retain the strike. GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. The 200 up. South Africa 7 for 200 in the 84th.
Ever dreamt of owning a horse? My Racehorse and the Same Racer app could make it a reality. Every week, there are 10 microshares to be won in My Racehorse's exciting new 2-year-old colt by first season sire Grunt, trained by Anthony and Sam Friedman. To enter, download the Same Racer app and submit 2 multis to go in the running to be crowned Punter of the Week. And it's all thanks to My Racehorse and the Same Racer app. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus for Jacques with me. It's still the quicks operating from both ends. Hazelwood has the ball back in his hand. 200 up for South Africa, 7 for 200. So they've done it again. Niced up the 200, and they have some confidence, these two, at the moment.
Yeah, they're batting nicely. Nice little partnership starting to build.
Maharaj has retained the strike. 2 slips, gully, point. Labuschagne at cover. Hazelwood's into him, and it's into the leg stump. Caught a little bit of inside edge onto the pad, perhaps. But he survived it, even though that was unconvincing from Maharaj.
Just a little bit of movement back into Maharaj there from Josh Hazelwood. Wobble seam sort of delivery.
Yeah.
Just nipped back and caught the thigh pad. Certainly didn't react how Maharaj thought it was going to, and that'll give Josh a little bit of encouragement that he's on the right track there. I think he's just got to keep smacking away at that good length. Keep using his bouncer. We know he hooks up in the air, Maharaj, so good mixture of good length and good bounces.
Hazelwood in. Will be encouraged by that last delivery. Maharaj waits for him, and Maharaj had to play at that. Turns it on the onside from off stump. Picks himself up a single and brings Harmer back on strike. 7 for 201.
Yeah, the inside edge drive. It's been a popular choice for Maharaj.
Harmer's looked confident. 2 slips gully, point in for Harmer as well. Renshaw, that shortish mid-wicket catching position. About 10 metres from the bat. Labuschagne waiting at cover as well. Edges in to a catching cover, and Hazelwood's in. And it bounces him and it catches him on the sternum. I don't know if you lost sight of it. Right in the chest.
That would have hurt. That hit him right in the sternum. Sort of jumped a little bit off the length. It was pretty short. It just actually came back in on him a little bit. That was probably what caused him the trouble. I think he was expecting it to go over his shoulder on the outside of his body, but it just moved back a little bit, and he just thought, oh, I'll have to wear that one. Happy Gilmore style, wasn't it? 365 days next hockey season.
7 for 201. Starting to get it to move a bit, Hazelwood. Not through the air, but off the pitch, and there hasn't been a lot of that so far in this test. He's in. Harmer waits, and he pulls it away toward the boundary at square leg. It's cut off just inside. And he gets himself down to the non-strikers, and Harmer brings up his equal highest ever test score of 38. 7 for 201. Maharaj is 27 for 202, I should say.
More importantly, he's faced 97 balls now, Harmer. He's really digging in. He's enjoying being back in the test side. And he's looked really comfortable. Untroubled by the pace there. Had a lot of time and just swiveled beautifully on the pull shot in full control.
Maharaj back on strike with the 2 slips and gully waiting, and he had to play at that as well. Nicely delivered by Hazelwood just at 4th stump. Just outside off. Threw the bat at it. Got the outside half of it. Rolled its way to point. No addition to 7 for 202.
It's been a bit of a pattern of South Africa's play over the course of this series, is that they have had these little partnerships along the way, and then let the door open, and Australia have ran through that open door and got a few in a hurry. And I think that's what Australia will be holding on to. They'll be looking to build the pressure, and then hoping that they can get 2 or 3 wickets quickly.
Maharaj 20 from 31. Hazelwood into him, and he has to play from the crease defensively, and Hazelwood zeroing in on those stumps again, but he kept it out. Harmer 38. And that's the end of the over. For GWM Ute, GWM, go with more.
Victoria Police are on our roads protecting us before someone gets hurt. Wherever you are right now, please drive safely. For everyone, a message from the TAC.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
So a bowling change. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Change in the bowling. Start your Mildura journey by planning it through. Visit mildura.com.au. And as Phil Jacques was talking earlier on, time to give Nathan Lyon the new ball.
Yeah, Nathan's calls for the new ball have been loud enough for the captain to hear, and I think it's a great move by Paddy Cummins. Nathan's going to enjoy having that harder ball to work with, a little bit more bounce, a bit more variable.
3 men around the bat and a slip as Lyon is into Harmer, who turns it on the onside past Warner's outstretched hand, and he had to scamper to pick it up and get another single. Harmer highest test score. Maharaj and Harmer looking solid. Harmer up to 39. Lyon barking some instructions as to where exactly he wants a couple of his fielders. Cummins having a chat to him, just rearranging it slightly. Labuschagne still in close at the square on the leg side. Silly mid-on as well. And then that shortish mid-on. So two men almost in a line at mid-on for that mistimed drive and the bat pad for Maharaj. The newest of the two batters. Line into Maharaj, who allows it to pass outside off to Carey.
Nice line by line, just chucking it wide of outside off stump. And the thing you see with the new ball, it's not only that variable bounce and that little bit more bounce because of the extra hardness of the ball, but also...
Line in, Maharaj waits and catches on the pad. There's an appeal for leg before. The three around the batter up. Line, hands on his face. He's not quite sure. Cummins comes in to have a chat. Carey with him. Mid-pitch. Dio's timer ticking down. They've got 4 more seconds to make a decision and they decide not to go.
Just sliding down leg for mine, I think.
Well, Labuschagne wasn't screaming. He didn't dance down the pitch and attack Line, and Cummins with an opinion.
Maybe a bit high too.
Okay. Line is in. Maharaj and plays off the back foot, and you're watching the replay for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it, which backs up your call that it might have been doing both.
Yep, going down leg and too high. Yeah, so with the new ball, you often see some balls turn, some balls not as well, just because of the shininess of the ball. So Line will be looking to exploit that.
Renshaw and Labuschagne crouching close in on the leg, and it's turned on the leg side, but to Warner, who's at that 45 on the leg side, not leg slip, not third man, just backward a square, waiting for that top edge for the hook or that little roll that he just got to cut off any opportunity of a single. Keeps Maharaj on strike and the pressure on him. Line in, plays off the back foot, and he cuts it off stump, gets himself a single to cover, and that looked a little dangerous.
Dangerous cutting on this wicket.
7 for 204 at the end of the over for GWM Ute. GWM go with more.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Streaker Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Streaker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. streakermarine.com.au.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Bright sunshine here at the SCG for day 5. One man out today. Marco Jansen out for 11 off 78 deliveries. Caught Carey bowled Head. Head was the man who looked most likely this morning. In fact, he was on a dropped catch hat-trick. He had 2 go down in successive balls, and then an over later dropped one off his own bowling. So 3 catches have gone down. Hazelwood's got the ball in his hand. Maharaj on 21. Harmer on his highest test score of 39. And playing from the crease, Maharaj pushes to cover. And a no. And sent back. And he'll continue to face as we're joined by Bharat Sundaresan for Jacques and I. Welcome to you, Bharat.
Morning, Dwayne. Morning, Phil. And just on that, just how threatening Travis Head looked in that brief spell. And I know it seemed very obvious that once a new ball was available, you would take it. Maybe they could have bowled 2-3 more overs with that old ball. It was doing a bit.
Yeah, it was. Definitely looked the most likely this morning, Travis said. He was hitting that rough very often, wasn't he?
Hazelwood to Maharaj. 2 slips in a gully in, and he plays it, and he jams it down almost into his own toe and into his own stumps. Got away with that. That got to him quicker than he thought it was.
He's staying leg side of the ball here, Maharaj, as well. He gave up his stumps there, and that is so close to a chop on. It's not even funny.
He turned around as if he thought it was behind him, and it nearly bounced up and hit him in the chin.
Yeah, you could see off and middle stump there. It was far from convincing. Nearly donked him on the head as well on the second bounce.
Yeah, well, it could have donked him on the head and then bounced back onto the bails.
That would have been something.
Hazelwood in. Caused some trouble last delivery. Turned on the onside, but for no addition this time. Maharaj on 21.
Yeah, I was just going to say the gap between bat and pad, it looked like all those tunnels you have here in Sydney. We obviously, Dwayne, have none of them in Adelaide. It's a huge gap.
Great to have Bharat with us. colourful as always. I thought he was running with a bit of Monet the other day, and
had it on yesterday. Yeah.
A Renoir, I thought, with the dress as well, which is nice to see the colourful daily dress that he walks in with. Hazelwood bounces Maharaj and he sways out of the back and saw it whiz past his chin, but that was quick as well. Although it looked quicker from here. It wasn't quite 130.
It was on the way down, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Lobbed into Alex Carey's hands.
Quick past his nose and then just died in pace and caught it somewhere around his knees.
Just on that second new ball, these are things that matter so much when you play cricket in the subcontinent, right? Often you have to kind of prolong and stick with that old ball just for 5-6 overs extra. You never know. That's when the damage could happen, because once you change the ball, it takes this second new ball or the new ball a while to get back into a shape where you can use the reverse swing.
72 more runs to avoid the follow-on for South Africa. Hazelwood's in, and this one's pulled high over mid-wicket. It won't race all the way to the boundary, but they'll come back for a couple, and Maharaj's intentions were solid from the outset. He wants to score. Harmer's on 39. He adds another couple, does Maharaj. He's to 23, and South Africa 7 for 208.
That's an interesting point you make about the new ball, because it can often be the best time to bat on these kind of wickets, can't it? Because there isn't that responsive seam movement, that you might get at the Gabba or the Wacker or somewhere like that where there's grass cover. When there's no grass cover on it, you're relying on swing and you're relying on variable bounce, and they're the only two things you've got to work with on a flat wicket as a new ball, and can often be the best time to bat.
Hazelwood to Maharaj again. Just a one slip in now, and he plays this defensively. Pushes back down the pitch. End of that over. GWM mute scoreboard. GWM go with more. Maharaj 23. Harmer 39. South Africa 7 for 206.
Hey Dad, looking for something to do with the kids these school holidays? Throw the kids in the back of the golf cart and visit X-Golf. X-Golf simulators use state-of-the-art technology in a relaxed and welcoming indoor environment. Combined with finger-licking good food and the 19th hole that's just for Dad, it's the ultimate family golfing entertainment experience. X-Golf is teeing off all around Australia, including their all-new Northland store. Find your closest X-Golf these school holidays at xgolf.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. An industry super fun for all Australians. One man out today. Marco Jansen for 11. 7 for 206. 70 more runs to avoid the follow-on. Nathan Lyon with the ball in his hand again. And Harmer on strike. And he's looked solid. Turns this defensively on the onside, but no chance of a catch for Labashona Fields.
Yeah, just going back to that, the second new ball, often you'll see subcontinental captains when they play on pitches like this delayed. I mean, MS Dhoni used to delay it. I remember covering a test match in Durban where the ball was 170 overs old.
Lyon to Harmer. Two men close in on the leg side, waiting, and he squeezes this on the inside half of the bat along the deck, though, and fielded by Labashane.
You'd be playing with the cork and the string, wouldn't you? There much leather left on that.
Yeah, it looked like a ball that even a dog won't chew.
My dog would chew a lot of things.
Yeah. Normally not the things you want him to chew.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Line in. And off the back foot this time. Chopped down by Harmer defensively. No addition. This is 39 or the 7 for 206.
Because the timing of the second new ball can be so important. Like you said, in the way Maharaj in particular has batted against the second new ball. The balls come on. He's someone who likes to throw his bat around. He's timed the ball a lot better against the hard ball.
Line to Harmer. He whips this on the onside, but shortish mid-wicket, fields it with ease. No chance of a run gathered by Agar.
So obviously bowling the spinner now with Nathan Lyon, it will make that new ball lose that and speed up the reverse swing process, which is important. He's now actually going around the wicket, Nathan Lyon, so hoping for a little bit of will it spin, will it not, potentially with a new ball. Not a bad option. But yeah, that use of the spin early is really important in subcontinent conditions and on these sort of wickets. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the fast bowlers going to cross seam or going to some more wobble seam deliveries and try and scuff up one side to get that reversing quickly.
Harmer takes guard again. Line with the change of angle, and Harmer drives, pushes down to mid-off for no addition.
Because while the ball's hard, that's the best time for it to reverse. If you can get it reversing fast, that's the best time to get wickets. If we've got a reverse swinging ball when it's hard.
Harmer waits. Renshaw's moved into a leg slip now, and he pokes it into the pitch. Does Harmer. And that's the end of that line over. And they have handled the new ball well. GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. 7 for 206.
Why haven't you heard of a grand utility vehicle until now? Introducing the 8-seat Kia Carnival. With a bold and modern SUV-inspired design, class-leading tech and advanced safety features. Don't compromise on space, comfort and style. We didn't just make an 8-seat family car. We made a grand utility vehicle. Book a test drive and experience the thrill of the Kia Carnival GUV.
Kia, movement that inspires.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Change in the bowling. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan a visit at visitmildura.com.au. Pat Cummins says, give me the ball, boys. I'll sort this out. South Africa threatening to win this session. Only one wicket gone.
That's such a great point. Reverse swing with the hard ball, both in Karachi and Lahore, especially Lahore, where Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc turned that test match around, Phil, with reverse swing. I remember it was between overs 21 and almost over 44. That's when it counted.
So Cummins in, just the one slip in the gully in, and he bowls to Maharaj, who rocks back on the back foot and pokes it defensively back down the pitch.
Both when Pakistan were bowling and when Australia were bowling, it was the ball would start reversing early, like I said, almost by the 19th over, and by most of the wickets came between overs 21 and 44. If any batter survived that period, life was easy for at least 50, 60 overs after that, and then you had to wait for that second new ball to reach that stage. So reverse swing with the hard ball makes life so much more difficult in the subcontinent.
South Africa still trailing by 269 at 7 for 206, and this one is a bouncer from Cummins, but it's wayward down the leg side. Maharaj let that go through to Carey. He was the only one that was troubled by it, Alex Carey.
So the things that Australia will be doing now at the moment, they'll be looking at dry shining this ball as much as they can, not putting too much moisture onto the ball, whether it's sweat or saliva. I don't think you can use saliva anymore, but sweat. They'll be trying to keep it as dry as they can and that shiny side as smooth as they can around the outside of the seam, and try and land the ball in the rough patches as much as they can.
Cummins to Maharaj, and he bounces him down the leg side again, and Carey can't glove it. It rolls its way down to fine leg for one, and that will be a bye. Alex Carey put one down today, but he's not the only one who's put one down. Labuschagne saw one come at him quickly at short leg and just didn't land in the cups of his hand. It almost hit him on the leg. Travis Head putting one down off his own bowling. 7 for 207 it remains.
And often you want the batters to play some shots, right? You want the ball to travel over those rough side wickets as well.
Harmer back on strike. Short leg still waiting in close. And Cummins half bounces him, and he takes it off his belly button, turns it back with a square. Nicely pulled for a single. And he's looked so comfortable. It won't happen and might sound crazy, but if they lost a couple of quick wickets here and Harmer ended up being not out 45, having handled the new ball as well as he's done, you could open with him. That's how well he's going. He's in a confident mind frame, and he seems to be seeing it well in these conditions.
It's been as good as anyone.
Yeah. He's flying as much as anybody has at the moment. Maharaj on 23, stands and waits, and Sanchu Crusher from Cummins is kept out. Maharaj has looked okay. He's 23 from 47. Harmer's 40 from 105.
That management of the ball is so important in this game. Like we saw it yesterday, that there was some good reverse swing, started to create some opportunities. I think 5 out of the first 6 wickets were by pace, and a lot of those were due to the ball, the movement that they were creating through the air, and then all of a sudden it stopped.
Yes.
And you know, there'll be a lot of people going, well, why did it stop? What happened?
Last ball of the Cummins over to Maharaj, who waits, flies the bat at it, and it just misses the outside edge through to Carey. And that's what he wants to do. He wants to play, but that time he played and missed. 7 for 208. The GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Streaker Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Streaker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. streakermarine.com.au.
Just a hose with holes in it. No way, Jose. This is Pope Drip Ease. Deceptively clever irrigation that drips drops precisely, so there's less water wasted. And it's made right here in Australia.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Bharat, Sundaresan and Phil Jacques still with us. And the ball in the hand of Nathan Lyon, about to bowl to Harmer. Still two men close on the leg side in catching position. Labuschagne and Renshaw, and he keeps it out on the offside.
You're seeing Nathan Lyon bowl there, Phil. I was just thinking a lot of left-arm spinners, especially in the subcontinent, love to bowl with the new ball, because if they can bowl that arm ball and some can get it to swing as well in the air.
Yeah, and attack those pads a bit more, potentially. Some spin, some don't. Could be worth an early look by Agar, maybe.
Yeah.
Hasn't had a look at the other end yet either.
Yeah.
I know that the rough is sort of more conducive to Nathan Lyon's shape, but you know, if he's worried about the ball swinging back down the line, that line outside off stump might be in play.
Renshaw changes spots. He's now silling it off, and it's almost hit into his toe here, Renshaw. Harmer defensive, so leg slip is Warner. Labuschagne short leg. Slim it off is Renshaw, and Lyon is in to Harmer. One slip in Smith. Carey Crouts, and it's pushed into the deck with the outside half of the bat, and the Usanars are back. Little slip by Steve Smith. Still a little slippery out there.
A bit of a chuckle.
Yeah.
A laugh.
Dirtied his whites. Lyon to Harmer, who waits, pushes forward defensively, compact, and he keeps another one out. He's got all the answers at the moment. 40 from 108.
And not only did Steve Smith slip there, Travis Head also chucked the piece of dirt he dug out of the surface at him.
Kiki Molly's down.
Lyon to Harmer. And little star of fielders around the bat waiting for an errant shot, but he hasn't played one. Hasn't been edgy. Haven't been able to cause all that much confusion in his mind either. He's looked as if he's confident and has them covered, but that could change in the blink of an eye. Lyon in, and he pushes defensively into the deck. End of that line over, and it was a maiden. 1 for 72 for Nathan Lyon. South Africa 7 for 208. GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. Gerard Whateley about to rejoin you.
Be crowned last man standing thanks to McDonald's on SEN, and you and a friend will see every ball of the Australia v India Test match live in New Delhi. Flights, 5-star accommodation and corporate hospitality is just the beginning. Put your cricket trivia to the test and play last man standing. You could be flying to New Delhi to watch Australia v India. Thanks to Macca's. I'm loving it. Last man standing starts this Monday on SEN. T's and C's apply. See SEN's website for details.
Half an hour away from the lunch break for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. 7 for 208, 90 overs now bowled in this innings. There's been batting that's been stoic and batting that's been enterprising. Maharaj is on 23. Cummins bowls to him. He runs the ball out near cover. Agar closes that gap, no run. Phil and Bharat, hello.
Hey, Gerard. I wonder how much Australia are ruining those 3 chances just before the second new ball.
Yeah.
Costly misses, weren't they? They were some set batsmen there. We could have had a new batsman in while the ball's still new, trying to keep out Nathan Lyon with a slightly more bouncy ball. These guys are really lining him up nicely at the moment. Australia really need a breakthrough. It might be time for Travis Head again.
Cummins is over the wicket. He bowls. Maharaj ducks the bouncer.
I think it's time for Ashton Agar. I mean, he's been picked to play a similar role, not just for this test, for potentially for the next 4 test matches, where he'll have to bowl with the new ball. That's what happens in India. Spinners, Ashwin has taken a lot of wicket with the second new ball. So, yeah, a wicket doesn't fall from this Cummins over. I would just throw the ball to Ashton Agar.
Time to find out.
Yeah.
Yep, keep moving, keep trying. 7 for 208 into the pads of Maharaj. A little bit of a mix-up. Carey picks up shies. Maharaj took his ground and the throw missed.
Still a lot of questions, isn't there, around Ashton Agar, and is he good enough? How's he going to go on these spinning wickets? Still a lot of questions to be answered. I've shown some decent signs without being overly threatening. I'd love to see him have a couple of overs at the other end and just to see what happens. And if it's nothing happening, then bring Nathan back on again.
Cummins is trying to make it happen. Maharaj forward and defending, out into cover. It beats the initial effort of Agar sliding in as Labuschagne. They take one. His throw is low into the pitch. Maharaj is 24 at 7 for 209.
So there's definitely more rough at that round weekend, isn't there? Which is why Lions operated at that end majority of the game, and the breeze out on the ground is operating opposite to the flags, so the wind is in the face down there. It is perfect for the spinners at that bottom end, but we haven't had a look at Agar there yet. Might be time to just try something.
Cummins strides in. He bowls to Harmer, who plays the rising delivery well.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, taking 14 wickets on the last day, like we said, Gerard, before the start of play, it's only because of the way South Africa batted that we were hopeful that it would happen. But it's also a chance, and Pat Cummins has said this, where you start strategic captaincy, he said, for the subcontinent, and it's a great chance to try. Like, give him a go.
Yeah, you need to chop and change, don't you? Like, that's the critical thing on these sort of wickets. You need to keep creating, keep changing the rhythm of the batter.
Last ball of Cummins over. He bowls into the pads of Harmer. He clips him away to mid-wicket. Warner Fields, no run. One from it, 7 for 209. Bharat, Sundaresan and Phil Jacques are in place for Anaconda. Hit Summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee.
It is all about thinking on your feet. Yeah, 2 over spells, 3 over spells. At times, you just have to have that gut feel and give someone a go. And as much as Australia will want to win today and finish the clean sweep and guarantee their place in the World Test Championship final, it's a great chance for them to simulate certain scenarios for that big tour coming up.
Absolutely. And taking those chances are so important, aren't they? How important are they when it's such a tough place to come in and start on when the ball is reversing or spinning. Obviously, at the moment, we're in a little bit of a holding pattern after this new ball, but, those open ends are so important, and they're taking those opportunities when they come.
Line continues on. Maharaj is on strike. He's back and defending. That was the tail in the second test in Pakistan, wasn't it, on day 5, Bharat, where Australia did create chances but just couldn't grasp them.
That Usman Khawaja catch, I'll never forgive him for wearing a helmeted short extra cover. It takes him a second to just take it off and keep it there.
Lions over the wickets. Maharaj back, cuts, does it well, places it out through cover. Cummins has got a run on his hands out of mid-off. He slides in and keeps it to 2. Maharaj is 26 at 7 for 211. All the stats for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
They won't disappoint Nathan Lyon, him going back and cutting that ball, though. Out of the rough, tough shot. And that's why he's got a gap there, a cover in behind the short fielder. He wants him, he's inviting him to hit through that gap, open up the offside, hoping for a little bit of variable bounce out of the rough.
Silly mid-off, punches down, bat pad in place. Lyon bowls, Maharaj drives. He's done that so well. Got it on the half volley, punched it away through mid-off and picks up the boundary. Rotaflex by Blunston. Maharaj goes to 30.
And this is what we called for before the start of play, Gerard. Some fight from the senior players. And Keshav Maharaj has batted like a novice so far in this series. And this is something he can do. Even here, he's taking a few risks. He's a good striker of the ball. He's got test 50s before. And he has put a price on his wicket, sort of. He's been lucky at times.
4 test half centuries. He's on 30 right now. And he's leaning forward, defending. It's touched the pad. Lyon is asking. Carey offers his advice. Lyon just hunched down, having a prolonged look. But now wanders away.
just outside the line, wasn't it? Only half a shot, but enough.
Line bowls to him again. Maharaj back cuts. He's taken multiple boundaries from the over. He's placed that through points under the ladies' pavilion. It touches the rope right at the end. Just enough puff to get it there. Another boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Maharaj is 34.
You saw Nathan Lyon there just gesture. He wants it to go faster, you know, and that was what he was talking to me about this morning when we were out looking at the wicket. Saying it was when he bowled his square seam ball into the rough, he just wasn't getting the pace out of the rough that he really wanted. And he just wants to get a bit more zip on it, just to hurry through or, you know, create a little bit more doubt. And at the moment, it's just sitting up, and like for him to be able to cut it out of the rough, it's a good shot.
50-run partnership between this pair. Maharaj gets the full toss. He clouts it into the fielders in close. It ricocheted up momentarily, but no chance of creating a catch. Renshaw wore it. End of the over. GWM Ute scoreboard at GWM Go With More. 7 for 219.
These holidays, more Victoria Police are out on our roads, catching those doing the wrong thing. Catching you before you hit a pedestrian.
Excuse me, driver. I saw you driving while using your mobile phone.
Catching you before you drift into oncoming traffic.
Have you been drinking tonight?
Catching you before you lose control of your vehicle.
So, do you know the speed limit along this road?
It's the lucky ones who get caught. Please, drive safe these holidays. TAC.
South Africa 7 for 219, a 52-run stands between Harmer and Maharaj for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Bharat's reading the game well. Ashton Agar has been tossed the ball. He will relieve Pat Cummins at the Paddington end. So Agar 11 overs, 2 maidens, none for 25 so far.
You asked for him, Bharat. He's your boy.
Pat Cummins and I have a great relationship. Generally delivers what I ask for.
Agar around the wicket, bowls to Harmer, who clips him away to the leg side. Lyon does the fielding on the edge of the square. No run.
It's time for him to impart himself on this game now, isn't it? This is why he's selected. This is why he's in the team. Crack the game open.
Slips the limit off, bat pad in place. Agar bowls and Harmer goes back to a short ball. Didn't do a lot with it though. It flops to Cummins at cover.
And especially in modern day Test cricket in the subcontinent, the left arm spinner is often the one who runs through the tail because he bowls that straight ball.
Agar again. Harmer on the drive to a ball that was flighted straight to Quadra at mid-off, a dot.
Yeah, someone like a Ravindra Jadeja or Akshar Patel, that's what they do. Back in the day, it was always a leg spinner.
Agar tries again. Harmer plays back, just keeps it out.
What do you think about the pace he's bowling? Do you think the pace is suited for this wicket and for the subcontinent, Bharat, or do you think he's a little bit slower through the air? That was a better ball, wasn't it? It was a slightly more round arm as well, a bit more square seam.
He's in the mid-90s as he bowls. Oh, that's left alone by Harmer. It made a little dive at the off-bail.
It's exactly what Andre Adams and he were talking about in the nets this morning, Phil, about the pace. They want him to bowl slightly quicker and slightly flatter. Not darting it in, but slightly maintain that trajectory.
Last ball of Agar's over. Harmer lets that pass. It is close to the off-bail, but it's not disturbing. A maiden over. 7 for 219. GWM Mute scoreboard. GWM Go With More.
The Australian 11 is one of the hardest teams to get into. At SEN, we've secured you a spot on the Tour of India. Play last fan standing thanks to McDonald's. Put your cricket trivia to the test. If you're the last fan standing, you could be on the plane to New Delhi. Flights for 2 people, 5-star accommodation and corporate hospitality is just the beginning. Australia v India in New Delhi. See every ball thanks to Macca's. I'm loving it. Last fan standing starts this Monday on SEN. T's apply. See SEN's website for details.
Back to Travis Heads now at the Randwick end. The 3 missed chances, then the late flurry with the old ball from Travis Head. They loom so large. Both batters dropped. Get your snaffle strap on at snaffle.com.au. Labuschagne in close. That's all reflex. Ball turned full face of the bat into the hands. It bobbled everywhere. He was searching for it desperately. Couldn't quite catch up with it behind him. That was Harmer on 28. Score was 174. Then the next ball, the finest of edges, dropped by Carey. And then the next over, Maharaj, when the score was 175, dropped by Head on a straightforward court and bowl. They're never easy, but it was straight back into the arc of the follow-through. Head wasn't able to cling on. So 7 for 219 is the GWM Ute scoreboard. At GWM Go With More. Head twirls the ball from hand to hand. Maharaj is on 34 as he faces up, but he reaches on the drive, plays it away to mid-off. Cummins Fields, no run. Rachael Haynes joins Bharat Sundaresan. Rach, welcome back.
Thank you.
Australia being made to work and work at length. Maharaj from the crease goes back. That leapt at him. Got tight on the cut shot. Couldn't do what he was doing to Lyon.
Already looks more threatening, doesn't he, Rach?
Yeah, it seems like it's tricky to face for the batters. Everyone who's faced him has been a bit unsure about how much he'll turn it.
Maharaj goes back. This time he gets it out of the off stump and he plays it away to backward point. Lyon slides in, keeps it to 1. 7 for 220.
I think the other thing as well, and I know we've been chatting about the pace of the spin bowlers and wanting to be a little bit quicker through the air and those sorts of things, but Travis Head is actually a lot slower than Agar and Lyon, quite substantially too, like nearly 10 kilometres an hour.
Head bowls Harmer back around the corner. Renshaw is there at backward square, no run.
So that's also an adjustment the batter has to make, is that different flight in delivery too. Yeah, so lots of little things to consider for the batter.
Harmer is forward, blunting any thought of spin. Out to Lyon at point, no run.
And he bowls spin like a part-time spinner as a batter, and he puts so much revs on the ball. He knows he's not going to get too many overs.
Every ball counts for him. Harmer is beaten. Oh, it's hit the helmets. It got through Carey's legs, straight onto the helmet. So the umpires are going to come together and award 5 runs. Tap on the shoulder, Bharat.
Great signalling.
Umpire Paul Rifle.
Absolutely, great signalling. That means runs to the batting team. I've seen a lot of umpires be a little lazy about that. They just hold their left shoulder. That generally means teams runs go to the fielding team. Well done, Paul Rifle.
The other thing as well with that delivery, it didn't really bounce.
Yeah. Not at all. And that's how it got through Carey's legs. So the total advances to 7 for 220 as a result.
And this partnership has been so important. Marco Jansen spent some time in the middle, but the innings went nowhere. And this is what South Africa needed, runs on the board so that they get closer and closer to that follow-on score and almost shut the door on Australia.
7 for 225, in fact, with the 5 now registered. Agar begins the fresh over. Maharaj back inside edge. Doesn't carry to bat pads. That was nearly onto the stumps too.
Jeez, he looks so vulnerable there against pace and spin, staying leg side of the ball. We've seen him chop down a couple of times and catch the inside edge of his bat. Very lucky to get away with that one and it not go back onto the stumps as well.
Agar to Maharaj, drives out near mid-off. Khawaja gets around to his left and keeps it to 1. 7 for 226. GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM Go With More.
But if Ashton Agar is to take wickets here and in the sub-corner, and that's the ball he's going to take a lot of wickets with. That ball that just goes straight through.
Agar now to Harmer, who stays at home, lets it pass.
So many batters go to that part of the world and start playing spin in their head. I remember England a couple of years ago, there were so many wickets to Akshar Patel and Jadeja when they took straight balls. Straight balls, either bowled or LBW. In their head, the ball's doing all sorts, but it's actually not.
Short, fine leg put in place. Backward point, deep cover. Mid-off, wide mid-on. Deep backward square. Silly mid-off, bat pad and slip. Agar bowls and Harmer's padding up. Agar asks about it. So does Carey. Not out. Umpire Gaffney.
Yeah, they're talking about this, but it looks as though that's just going on with the arm right past outside off to the right-handed bat.
Yeah, just not turning back. Agar bowls and Harmer uses the bat this time. He places out near Khawaja, who dives well. Time the dive to land right on the ball. It's not quite as athletic as a few, but it does the trick nonetheless. A single taken, 7 for 227. And to avoid the follow-on now, that's coming down all the time. Keep in mind, Australia made 475. And if the follow-on is achieved, Australia would have to make an enterprising declaration, or we are bound for a draw. Maharaj to see the last ball of Agar's over. And it's down the leg side and allowed to pass. 7 for 227. Replays for Robot Building Supplies. Travis Head's coming back from the far end. Bharat and Rachael.
I've been mulling over a fact which kind of sums up this Test summer, Gerard. I don't know whether you like it. Just seeing how well Simon Harmer has batted. We've had 2 visiting teams in the Test summer. For the first team, their best bowler was their reserve wicketkeeper bowling 5th change, Devon Thomas. And for the second visiting team, their best batter is the reserve spinner batting number 8.
Yes.
That just puts everything into perspective this Test summer.
It does. We're searching for the leading run scorer for Victoria Police made for more in the opposition setups. So Travis Head, the most threatening of the bowlers so far today. He starts the new over and Harmer drags the ball from outside off to Labuschagne at bat pad.
Again, just perhaps a little bit slower through the air, threw it wider.
Coming forward and defending Harmer, who was thinking about taking off. The ball rolls away to point where Lyon picks it up. Head tries again. Harmer outside portion of the bat, squirts away to point.
I think as well, because with Travis Head, he bowls with more of a squarer seam, the delivery doesn't always turn. So we're seeing today there is turn in this wicket naturally just because of wear and tear.
Head bowls. Harmer clips in the air. It lands safely at mid-wicket and rolls out to Warner in the deep for a single. He's 42.
He's not like Nathan Lyon, who gets a little bit more over the ball. He gets that sort of more traditional off-spin shape. It's just a little bit trickier for the batter when you're not quite sure if the delivery is going to turn as much as perhaps Lyon is a little bit more predictable in that department.
Maharaj faces up to Head. He's back, clubbing the ball out through deep mid-wickets. Great carry. Terrific off the blade. All the way for 6. Maharaj into the 40s. 7 for 234. The boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston.
South Africa might win a session during the series, Gerard.
Unless 2 wickets fall in the next over or 2, they're clearly winning this session. Head over the wicket, back at him. Maharaj gets a full toss, which he knocks away to deep cover and takes a single. 8 from the over. 7 for 235. All of your correspondence on 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power Big Holiday Sale. Correspondent, every commentator seems worried about the follow-on, but won't the Aussies declare their second innings potentially at 0 for 0? So all that matters is 476 and 20 wickets. Yes, Ian Smith, about an hour ago, made that precise observation. He was thinking bold declaration from Australia. The deficit at that stage was still 304, so it's much lower now. So maybe they haven't been talking about it elsewhere, but Ian Smith brought that to us a long time ago. It's how aggressive is Pat Cummins prepared to be to give South Africa a sight of victory, light up the back 2 sessions of the Test match, really enhance the chance of victory for either side, which is the only thing that serves the World Test Championship quest. 7 for 235. Agar around the wicket. Maharaj drives off the foot in close. It lifted up momentarily, but falls safely before it reaches Cummins in the covers. So Renshaw's worn a few around the shins and the boots while he's been at silly mid-off. Agar to Maharaj, who cuts the ball out to Warner, who's the sweeper at deep point.
I don't think the pitch has deteriorated the way the Australians expected it to. Of course, the rain, the fact that it hasn't had enough sun on it. There was this feeling even this morning, speaking to a couple of the coaching staff, that by this time, because it's been such a hot day today with the sun out, it might start playing a few more tricks, but hasn't really, has it, Rachel?
No, not really. We did see towards the back end of yesterday in that last session probably the most activity in the course of the match. But time is the enemy here, and we haven't quite had enough time on this wicket to deteriorate it as much as perhaps the Australians definitely would have liked to get these wickets.
The conversation between Cummins and Agar, slight manipulation of the field, but no substantial change as Harmer is forward and driving the ball to Cummins at cover, no run.
Kaya Zondo, Gerard, you like this is dismissed. I had this elaborate question to him in the press conference about his dismissal.
Agar in around the wickets. Harmer forward, stroking the ball down to mid-on. He'll get a couple of runs as Lyon trundles back towards the sight screen to field. 2 more for Harmer, who's 44.
Different kind of release there from Ashton Agar, but yeah, this also, facing Pat Cummins, the reverse swinging ball. He was really testing you guys. What was it like facing him, and just that led to your dismissal? He just looked at me and said, nah. It was just dark.
7 for 238. Agar bowls. Coming forward and defending is Harmer. 1 to go on the over.
What could he? I had no response.
Was he trying to make the case that he got an edge to that?
He did as well.
Yeah.
He said, yeah, it was a snake.
I think the mind can do funny things. Agar around the wicket. Harmer defends the last ball of the over. So the deficit is 237. The score is 7 for 238. The partnership is worth 71 runs, all for Laurenex Cleaning. Googled Laurenex Cleaning today. What are we? 4.5 minutes out from lunch.
So interesting, the 4th ball of that over. Ashton Agar, you would have noticed it tried to go a little more round arm. And he said that in his interview to us, asked him about Ravindra Jadeja and Akshar Patel. He said, I'm more like Akshar Patel. I'm taller than Jadeja and I'm slightly higher arm release. And he said, that's what I am working on, is different angles of release. And that's what all those subcontinental left arm spinners do well. Right? They're subtle in just shifting it around. Rangana Herath, of course, was a master at it.
Nathan Lyon's been brought back at the Randwick end.
Yeah, I actually think he's got more variations than Nathan Lyon. Like, he's got the ability to make those adjustments a bit more than Nathan Lyon, who's very traditional.
The deep square, as Travis said, he's just been moved around. Maharaj faces up to Lyon. He smacks the first ball out near mid-on. Khawaja does well, getting around to his right, tumbles in and does the fielding. He's camped somewhere between mid-on and long-on, and he keeps it to 1 as a result.
Maharaj not looking just to shut things down before the lunch break. Still looking to be on the offensive and take the bowling on.
He's on 45. He's gone past Harmer, so he's the player of the day thanks to Bingley right now. Harmer faces up to Lyon, inside edge, past Labuschagne at bat, pads. Agar fields out of mid-wicket, 1 run.
He's really dominated this partnership, Keshav Maharaj. Keshav, by the way, means God of with beautiful long locks. That's what it stands for.
Head's been moved around to deep mid-wicket and Khawaja's been pushed back, so much closer to the rope than he has been. And Renshaw's gone back somewhere near mid-pitch at silly mid-off. Maharaj is forward defending right at the popping crease.
Yeah, I think full credit to South Africa. They've done a really good job in this session. Being nice and solid, had good partnership batting.
Line in, bowls Maharaj, bat, just keeps it out of the off stump. A combination of bat and pad.
And the other thing they're doing is they're making the Australians bowl lots of overs. And, particularly with Australia only having 2 seamers, We know it is turning a lot more and those sorts of things, but that makes it tough.
Lyon brought that right back to 81 clicks as he varies his speed, but Maharaj defies him again.
And that's the question they'll ask, right? Should we have just played another bowler? Was Renshaw at 6 or a bit of an excess?
There's no question they should have. Maharaj on the drive. Lyon can't quite haul it in. It goes straight under the sight screen for 4. So he nearly returned a catch to head, or he certainly returned a catch to head that he couldn't hang on to, and he nearly returned a catch to Lyon there. 7 for 244. He gave it a welt. She would have taken some catching.
And Nathan Lyon looked like Fabian Barthez from the 2006 World Cup final.
I like this here. I think we're seeing Steve Smith get an over in. Try and take one with them to the lunch break here.
He finished things off at the MCG, trying to join the wicket takers for Valvoline, which oil has always pushed boundaries. You know, Valvoline, the original engine oil. Steve Smith, popular to the crease. 19 test wickets to his name. Doesn't bowl terribly often. Always good fun when he does. He was bowling the last over in this test match last year, trying to get Jimmy Anderson at the end. He took a wicket to open up that possibility. He's got 2 in the deep on the leg side. Just takes a little bit of extra time to make sure Renshaw is in the landing zone at deep mid-wickets. Hazelwood set backwards square. Harmer has the strike. Smith is over the wicket to him. He's bat and pad together with great respect as he plays to cover no run.
Yeah, the one thing is guaranteed. Every over Steve Smith is bowled in test cricket, there'll be the perfect ripping leg break.
Smith to Harmer, forward on the fuller ball, plays it away to mid-off. Cummins fields no run. No cause for DRS in this session for BizCover. Business insurance made easy, just the dropped chances in what was missed. Smith bowls, Harmer is forward, defending.
Jeez, he's getting a little bit of drift as well, back into the right-hander. Applying good pressure heading into the break here.
This will end up looking like a bowling card from Pakistan. Bharat.
Yeah.
Lyon, Agar, Head, and now Smith. A silly mid-off in place. Harmer from the crease, drives. Cummins cuts it off.
This one man at Silly Point will be very disappointed that he hasn't appeared yet.
Manas.
And also he's now been moved around by Steve Smith.
That's right. He's back on the leg side at bat pad. Smith bowls full. Harmer drives. Cummins is there to avert any run. He's tried a couple of different lengths.
Manas's fault. He was trying to warm up with the fast bowlers I saw yesterday.
Last ball before lunch. It'll be Smith to Harmer. A half-tracker defended to Labuschagne at Silly Point. South Africa win the session. A rarity. A rarity. In fact, unique. 40 overs were sent down in that session. 7 for 244. So the only wicket lost was that of Janssen. Caught Carey, bowled Head for 11. The fall of wicket then was 167. By the end of it, 95 runs had been added. South Africa 7 for 244. Our lunch break is for Whirlpool Innovative Appliances for your family and the environment. Rachael, how did you see that 2.5 hours of cricket?
Well, I thought the South Africans did an exceptional job. Australians tried quite a few things with the ball. They were looking for reverse early. It didn't quite happen in the first spells of Hazelwood and Cummins. But we saw a bit of resolve with the bat from South Africa, and they really knuckled down, had 2 good partnerships. They had Harmer bat through the session as well, which we haven't seen a lot of, throughout this series. So, yeah, I think they'd walk off this ground really happy heading into the lunch break. The Australians will obviously be a little bit disappointed that they were only able to capitalise on one opportunity there, created a few others which they weren't quite able to hold on to. So, yeah, absolutely South Africa's session, that one.
The fall of wickets for Valvoline, which oil is the ideal all-rounder. You know Valvoline, the original engine oil. 22, 37, 37, 85, 130 and 137. Today, 167, but no further blemish at 244, Bharat.
Yeah, I mean, Dean Elgar spoke about playing for pride after they lost in Melbourne. We didn't see much of it in the first 2 days here with the ball. But finally, it's taken them to find someone to come in at number 8, Simon Harmer. Has shown a lot of grit. He's shown that feistiness. He's not given it back to the Australians, but he's held his own last evening when the ball was reversing, and today as well. The only thing is, maybe in hindsight, Australia might think if they could have hung on to that, the first ball, the old ball, for a few more overs, because Travis had created quite a few opportunities, taken the wicket. He could have had 2-3 more. That's the only thing I think Australia can look back on, and maybe start expecting a lot more from Ashton Agar. There is pressure on him. He's come back into Test cricket, and that India tour looming as well. He'll want a couple of wickets at least.
Bowling figures: Pat Cummins 3 for 53, Hazlewood 2 for 45, Lyon 1 for 88, Head 1 for 21, Agar 14 overs, 3 maidens, none for 30. Steve Smith, none for none. He sent down a maiden at the end there. So 32 runs to avoid the follow-on. If South Africa does that, it's a draw, unless Pat Cummins gets really funky in how to try to approach things. But there's not a lot happening in the middle that would encourage you to do so. You could accidentally set up defeat. You'd have to get a lot of encouragement straight after lunch, and the pitch just doesn't look to be doing that.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon and Ashton Agar just stood there looking ruefully at the pitch before they walked off, and then Josh Hazlewood came and did the same. So the Australia definitely expected more from this surface. It hasn't come their way, and just the way what Maharaj has also done is he's put runs on the board, Rachael, and he's taken them closer to that follow-on score, which also means that the game then more or less is guaranteed as a draw. You think Australia will have to take a huge chance if they want to give us South Africa just 180 or 200 to chase on any pitch.
Yeah, that would have been their number one priority coming to the ground today, South Africa, was to get to that follow-on score and make sure they secured that. But yeah, you're right. It hasn't. I think Australia maybe missed a bit of a trick there, taking that new ball when they did. We saw lots happening towards the back end there, leading into the opportunity to take the new ball with Travis Head, a couple of opportunities. So, yeah, whether if they could have that moment again in time, if they would do something different. And certainly when Australia took the new ball, we saw as well just more runs being scored by South Africa. And, yeah, Maharaj, I think credit to him. He came out to the middle, had really good positive intent. And, yeah, he's got the game moving in South Africa's favour again.
Pinktest.com.au, almost $5 million has been raised at this test to this moment. Help the McGrath Foundation make this NRMA insurance. Pink Test move, one to remember. Buy your virtual pink seats at pinktest.com.au. At lunch, it's 7 for 244. Have you cooked up a quiz, Bharat?
I think we have, yep.
Oh, nice. Yes. All right, so we'll let Dwayne and Phil Jacques get to work, and then you can play the 7-Eleven quiz during the lunch break.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Ever dreamt of owning a horse? My Racehorse and the Same Racer app could make it a reality. Every week there are 10 micro shares to be won in My Racehorse's exciting new 2-year-old colt by first season sire Grunt, trained by Anthony and Sam Freeman. To enter, download the Same Racer app and submit 2 multis to go into the running to be crowned punter of the week. And it's all thanks to My Racehorse and the Same Racer app. T's and C's apply.
This week on sen.com.au, check out the podcasts from
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damian.
Real Adventures with Patrick Dangerfield.
On the Whateley podcast today.
If you love listening to SEN podcasts on the road, make sure you switch your phone to Do Not Disturb mode and turn off the temptation to get distracted when driving. Personalise your Do Not Disturb message and set it up so that calls can still come through in case there's an emergency. A message from the TAC. Drive safely for everyone.
SEN's coverage of the Australian Open is served up by Kia. All the big matches, winners and excitement, SEN and Kia will be there. The all-electric Kia EV6 GT landing soon. The Australian Open on SEN. Partnered by Kia. Movement that inspires.
We cover trucks for landscapers, trucks for cabinet makers, even trucks for people fixing circuit breakers.
You mean electricians?
Yeah, but it didn't rhyme. Specialist insurance for trucks that keep small business moving. Truck Assist. It's what we do. Terms and conditions apply. Seek independent advice before making a decision.
Wow, he's hit another six. That's 5 in a row.
This batsman is seeing the ball clearer than ever.
Ever since he's been at New Vision Clinics and ditched those glasses, he just can't miss.
Talk about 20/20 vision.
Hit your glasses for 6 and get clarity of vision with the team at New Vision Clinics. Using Dr. Noel Alpin's innovative laser vision correction techniques, your glasses and contact lenses correcting astigmatism can become a thing of the past. To book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
Calling all spirited travellers, your next adventure awaits at sea. It's time to enjoy the breathtaking scenery, soak up some fresh air and set sail aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Once on deck, sit back, relax and quench your thirst with a Tasmanian wine, beer or cider while the kids explore all the ship has to offer. Share the experience of sailing with your loved ones because the greatest joys can be found in the most unexpected of moments. Visit spiritoftasmania.com.au. Be a spirited traveller.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
This is Ben Reid. With auction activity coming to an end, now's the perfect time to speak to an Ian Reid vendor advocate and prepare for the most effective sales campaign early in the new year. Take advantage of a market where supply is low and buyer demand is high. For all the guidance you need to get the best result when selling your home, download our free booklet, Fatal Real Estate Traps Exposed. Visit ianreid.com.au or call 9430 0000.
Ian Reid Vendor Advocates.
Sell your home a better way.
Go on, ring us.
For Henley Completed Homes. Now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Bench on the hook all the way to the square leg boundary, and that is brilliantly struck by Simon Harmer.
Head in, and Jansen, has he been caught? Bowled him.
Oh, no. Sorry, I think
he has been caught.
Oh, good call. Dwayne.
You surprised me, Jonty.
Oh, and now past the outside edge. Has Carey dropped it?
Yeah, I think he has.
Oh, dear.
I think he has.
To Maharaj. Drives, hits, drop the return catch. Oh, this can't be. Australia's dropped 3 catches in 15 balls. Cummins looking to uproot Maharaj, who drives quite superbly. It goes flying off the edge, up over backward point, and it'll touch the rope for 4. He's on 33, Harmer, and he's driving the ball past mid-off, and he'll go back-to-back with boundaries. That's a lovely stroke.
Cummins in, Maharaj on strike, short leg still in, and he does pull again, and he does pull the boundary again. Another 4 added.
Maharaj faces up to head. He's back, clubbing the ball out through deep mid-wickets. Great carry, terrific off the blade, all the way for 6. Maharaj on the drive, line can't quite haul it in. It goes straight under the sight screen for 4. So he nearly returned a catch to head, or he certainly returned a catch to head that he couldn't hang on to, and he nearly returned a catch to line there. 7 for 244.
The lunch break for Whirlpool. Innovative appliances for your family and the environment.
Great to have your company on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Lunch break for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. Phil Jacques, part of the core team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. And boy, have we had a few Bundaberg Ginger Beers over the course of the last 5 days. And it is day 5 lunch, if you're unaware, joining us for the first time in your car, heading home from your summer of holidays, stuck in traffic, or maybe if you're lucky enough to be still at the beach. Great to have you listening to SEN Test Cricket. The way it stands right now at lunch on day 5, with Harmer 45 not out, Maharaj 49 not out, South Africa 7 for 244. The whole test match essentially coming down to the next 32 runs. South Africa's 32 runs away from avoiding the follow-on at 7 for 244. And if they do avoid the follow-on, then it's difficult to see Australia not batting and just batting it into a draw, as opposed to, well, maybe. Would they set a target? I'll get Phil Jacques and you on the text to answer that question. So 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power, the text machine for Tyre Power. Big holiday sale on now at Tyre Power. Do you think Pat Cummins should set South Africa a target this afternoon? Or if they do avoid the follow-on, simply bat it into a draw and be content with that, given that Australia is playing for a clean sweep of the Test summer, and maybe a contest to finish it might open up the chance of victory. Australia playing to have a clean sweep against New Zealand, and South Africa wins in every test. Phil Jacques is with me. Phil, welcome to you. Great to have you on.
G'day, Dwayne. G'day, listeners.
What's going to happen here? Do you think Australia's going to take 3 for 31? Or do you think it's more likely that they'll avoid the follow-on now, given Harmer's look good on 45 and Maharaj on 49?
Yeah, after the morning that South Africa's had, it's definitely put the odds of a draw very much on the cards and on the table. I think it's going to be very, very tricky for Australia here unless they can make something happen in that first half an hour window after the break. Obviously 30 odd runs behind the follow-on, that is crucial. I think setting a total now puts all the odds in South Africa's favour.
Yeah.
The shorter the time that you've got to bowl a side out, the odds are in favour of the batting side. In saying that, it could open up some opportunities if they did do that. It would be cavalier. It would be great attacking cricket, but it could also be handing the South Africans an unlikely win. And I'd be surprised if Australia did that. But in saying that, they might be able to go out and smack a few quick runs and then say, hey, let's have 45 overs at them and just see what happens. But I think there's an opportunity now, straight after the break, where we might see one of the pace bowlers operating again, hoping that it reverse swings and the ball's in a good enough condition, if the condition of the ball is how they like it. And then attack with line at the other end or head. Head's looked as likely as anybody from that round weekend. And, it'd be interesting to see how this next couple of windows open up.
Send through your texts for Tyre Power, 0433 98 11 16. Tyre Power, big holiday sale on now. Should Pat Cummins, if South Africa get the next 32 runs without losing their 3 wickets in hand and avoid the follow-on, should Pat Cummins bat a little and set a target? Now, if Australia do take 3 wickets before South Africa avoid the follow-on, then it's game on again for Australia to be able to win this thing.
Yeah, absolutely, game on. If Australia can get those quick wickets, still 13 wickets to get. Australia bowled 40 overs there in that first session of 98 scheduled overs. You can obviously bowl more than that, in the time that's allowed. But, they're running out of time fast, Australia, and they really do need to get this game moving. The SCG can produce that. It can produce games in fast forward. Once you get 1 wicket, open up an end if the ball is reversing or spinning. So, but they've got to take their chances. They dropped 3 chances in the space of 15 balls there off Travis Head, who was bowling beautifully and creating opportunities. And then we took the new ball and not much happened in the state of things. So, I think there'll be another period like that in the second innings also, where the new ball is going to do a lot less than what the older ball has done, and Australia got to find ways of still trying to take wickets through that period, whether it's bowling spin earlier or even straight away opening with line, and try and get that ball reversing as fast as possible.
So 1 wicket fall today. Marco Jansen out for 11. He started the day on 10. He ended up making 11 off 78. Cork Carey bowled head. It was 7 for 167 at that stage, and Harmer and Maharaj have taken it to 7 for 244. Who has had the free-thinking play of the day so far for Liberty? Liberty Loans for free thinkers on and off the field.
For me, it's the two guys batting at the moment, Maharaj and Harmer. The fight that they've shown to keep Australia's bowlers at bay have been outstanding. While there was a short little window where Travis Head was imparting himself on the game, those opportunities weren't taken, so I'm giving it to Harmer and Maharaj.
For Liberty, Loans for free thinkers. We love free thinkers on and off the field, liberty.com.au. GWMU up for the challenge as well. Who needs to be up for the challenge for the rest of today's play?
Australia's bowlers. I think, as I said, the crucial period is this half an hour after the break. I think Australia need to start well, and they need to take a wicket quickly. They need to continue to keep opening up an end, getting new batsmen out to the crease, and they can't afford another partnership.
GWMU up for the challenge, 1 tonne payload and 3 tonne towing, backed by a 7-year warranty. Ashton Agar was given the challenge. He hasn't really done much damage, hasn't done any damage wickets-wise, but hasn't really troubled the batters either, last night or today.
No, he's looked unthreatening. I hate to say it. He's had 1 or 2 that have bounced and gone past the edge, but it's really been containing sort of stuff. Not a lot happening. He's bowling the right pace. He's just probably not getting the assistance that he requires to get it going. I think he'd be more dangerous to the left-handers from over the wicket, operating from this Paddington end. But Australia still haven't given him an opportunity at the other end either. I would have liked to have seen that at some stage. I think Australia may have also missed the trick of not using the wrist spin of Smith or Labuschagne a little bit sooner from this Paddington end, and I was really happy to see that over from Smith right at the end, just to see what happens. He probably didn't quite hit his lengths. He was a little bit full, but the wrist spin, should offer a little bit more than the finger spin, I think, from this particular end.
And everybody, or a few on the text saying should have played Scott Boland. What if you had your time again? If you were Pat Cummins, what would your team be? Would you have selected Agar? Would there be a different rein pulled?
Would have loved to have kept Mitchell Stark's finger intact. Would have loved to have seen him out there. I think he would have been, the type of bowler that Australia needed. That one for the footmarks for Nathan Lyon, just that little bit closer to the stumps, and also his pace and skill with reverse swing and operating over the tail. I think Australia have missed somebody that they can knock a tail over with, in my opinion. Whether that's Scotty Boland or Morris. I think that ball speed and someone that can blast the tail out. I think that's what they've missed. They've obviously had a partnership here with number 8 and number 9, and in the past that just wouldn't have happened. I think Mitchell Stark would have had a couple of wickets by now and opened up the lower order of South Africa.
It's all good in hindsight. Obviously, there's a lot of Boland fans out there that believe he should have been in the team. And in hindsight, if it ends up a draw, then the decision to declare by Pat Cummins with Usman Khawaja stuck on 195 will be debated a little bit as well. It could have given Usman Khawaja a chance to bring up his first ever double century. Usman actually spoke to Mark Howard on Fox Cricket before today's play about Australia's decision to declare when he was on. 195 not out.
Look, I would have loved to go to 200, 100%, but I could see where it was heading. Yep. And I didn't want Pat to have that awkward conversation. And I actually didn't want him to think about it. So I just took the onus on myself, to be honest. I knew where he was going, and I just went up to him like, Paddy, don't worry about me, man. We're here to win the test match. I'm going to take the emotion out of it for you. Because at some level, he's obviously human too, right? He doesn't want to declare on me in 195. I'm like, take the element out of it. We're here to win test matches. If I'm here to get a 200 rather than win a test match, and I'm not here for the right reasons, so just do what you want. So he was like, nah, thanks, appreciate that, was you. And then he made a decision based on what he thought was best for the team. And I think that's just it's a great way to sort of think about it. I think when I was younger, I was probably a bit more, let's get to 200, blah, blah, blah. But I think at some point in my career, probably halfway when I was about 25, 26, I realised how important it was to always put the team first. And when that happens, you actually get better out of yourself. There's no point scoring a 200 in a game where you don't win. I'd rather get 195 in a game where you potentially could win. It's a totally different feeling. So I think it's just a really good lesson for everyone, even kids out there, that the number one most important thing in this game is to try and win and try to do well for your team, because it is a team game. And if you're not doing that, you're probably not playing the game the right way.
A little bit of a chat with Mark Howard, Usman Khawaja on Fox Cricket. Today's local club legend for Traveller, like beer, drink Traveller, is Peter Fry from the Sandgate Gators. Peter, passionate coach, goes above and beyond for the team, having been their coach since under-10s, genuinely cares about the boys and helping them be better cricketers, and always gives everyone a fair and equal go. So good on you, Peter. For Traveller, low carbs, mid-strength, great taste. It's the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool, designed for the environment. And up next, it's the quiz. So 1300 736 736. If you'd like to join us, I think you might be going up against either Phil Jacques or maybe even Gerard Whateley. We'll work out who you're going up against. But dial that number, 1300 736 736, the lunch break quiz for 7-11. Bharat, Sundaresan also going to join us. And today's theme is the 2022-2023 summer of Test cricket. So get on the line now. You might be a chance to win that $100 7-11 voucher. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Lunch on day 5. 7 for 244 South Africa, 32 runs away from avoiding the follow-on, and in essence they're 32 runs away from forcing a draw here, you would think. Harmer's 45 not out, and Maharaj 49 not out. Great to have your company. The quiz is next.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Spain's best football is back.
Joao Felix! Lewandowski!
Optus Sport brings you La Liga action live, or watch later with mini matches, extended highlights and more.
Would you believe it?
The biggest clubs.
Barcelona lethal.
And the world's best players are all in one place.
Karim Benzema!
Optus Sport.
Astonishing!
Don't miss the action. Search Optus Sport today.
Are you ready to become something new? Box Hill Institute and Jobs Victoria are offering free qualifications and support to get a job in a growing industry. Become a dental assistant, a hairdresser, or maybe even a refrigeration expert. And they're just some of your choices. You'll get career counselling, mentoring, and we'll connect you to a job so you can earn while you learn. Set yourself up for an amazing future. Places are filling fast. Find out if you're eligible. Book a one-on-one now at boxhill.edu.au and become RTO 4687.
Golf 24 Australia is the leading indoor golf simulator centre using TrackMan technology, designed to give golfers access to the most cutting-edge indoor technology 7 days a week, 24 hours a day for members. Practice, play and compete with more than 200 world-famous courses available and real prize money up for grabs. Work with one of Golf 24's PGA professionals to better your game and drive your handicap down. The brand new Golf 24 facility is now open at Princes Highway, Oakley East.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aitken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aitken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8600 6000.
Be crowned last man standing thanks to McDonald's on SEN, and you and a friend will see every ball of the Australia v India Test match live in New Delhi. Flights, 5-star accommodation and corporate hospitality is just the beginning. Put your cricket trivia to the test and play last man standing. You could be flying to New Delhi to watch Australia v India. Thanks to Macca's. I'm loving it. Last man standing starts this Monday on SEN. T's and C's apply. See SEN's website for details.
Hidden Gems of Melbourne. Prince Wine Store in Bank Street, South Melbourne. Wine Enthusiast magazine has voted Prince Wine Store in the top 10 iconic wine stores in the world. The only store in the Southern Hemisphere to be chosen. Up to 4,000 wine lines, all wine regions of the world, from $10 to $10,000. You'll find the perfect wine at Prince Wine Store, bringing Melburnians the greatest wine in the world. Delivering Australia-wide, princewinestore.com.au.
The 7-seat Kia Sorrento. Kia's most awarded large SUV ever. Unlike any other SUV in Australia, the unrivaled Kia Sorento is available in diesel, petrol, hybrid and plug-in hybrid technologies. The Kia Sorento, awarded and unmatched like no other 7-seat SUV. To find out more, visit kia.com.au or visit your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Hello, bank.
Hello, I wanted to...
Number.
Sorry?
Customer identification number.
I do have a name.
Well, you're a number to us.
Oh, you guys sure love a number.
Numbers? Oh, yeah. New customer target numbers. What? Extra fee numbers. And don't get me started on the bottom line. Have you seen our last quarter profit numbers?
No.
Amazing. All those zeros.
At Athena, the only numbers we care about are the number of years and dollars you can slash off your home loan. Visit athena.com.au to pay off your loan faster. Athena, love us and leave us. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
For 7-Eleven. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven. Call now on 1300 736 736.
Lunch break for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances, and it's quiz time for 7-Eleven. One contestant head-to-head with Phil Jacques. If you've just tuned in, by the way, to SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Lunch on day 5, and South Africa 7 for 244, 32 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. Harmer is 45, his highest ever Test score. Maharaj 49. They trail in total by 231, South Africa. And Bharat Sundaresan has joined Phil Jacques and I. Welcome back to you, Bharat.
Welcome, Dwayne. Yeah, South Africa have done well. I'm not sure whether Phil Jacques can match them, show some fight. He was destroyed in his first attempt at this, so hopefully he can redeem himself.
So, caller is Jay from Erskine Park. Hello, Jay. Welcome to you.
How you going, guys?
Yeah, good. Your buzzer is your name, so do you want to test it?
Sorry, something again just broke up. We went through the car.
That's all right. Your buzzer is your name, so could you please test your buzzer?
Jay.
Nice. And Phil?
Phil.
Nice work. Brad, are you reading the questions?
Let's do it.
Right, here we go. We've got a $100 voucher to give away. 5 questions. Lunch break quiz for 7-Eleven. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven.
All right, guys. Here we go. Which opposition player had the highest individual score against Australia in an innings over the 5 tests we've seen so far?
Oh.
We need a buzzer. Come on, Jay. Go for it.
Well, okay, I'll go Jay.
Yep.
We'll have a guess. I'm clutching at straws at the moment. We'll go with, is it Bahuma?
Wrong country. I mean, none of the South Africans have...
Oh, I thought it was from South Africa. Sorry, my bad.
Oh. Craig Brathwaite, 110, second innings, first test against Perth. Question 2.
All right. So how many wickets fell on day 1 of the Brisbane test? It lasted only 2 days, but how many wickets fell on day 1?
Jay. Was it 17?
I'll say 14.
Oh, it's 0-all.
15, South Africa all out for 152. Australia 5 for 145. At stumps, question 3, it's still 0-0.
Yeah, this is becoming an interesting penalty shootout. All right, so Mitchell Starc famously brought up his 300th test wicket during this summer. What was the method of dismissal that got him there?
Phil.
Jay.
Phil in first.
Say bold.
Oh, nice work.
Perfect in-swinger from Mitchell Starc. So, come on, Jay, 1-0 down, but 2 more questions to go. So, what was special about Scott Boland's 3rd over in the West Indies' 2nd innings in Adelaide? The lights were on, the ball was pink, but what was special about that over?
Jay. Did you get is it a double wicket maiden?
Well... You're close, really close. You got 3 wickets. 3 wickets. Only Scott Boland can do these things, as you know. And
Super Scotty.
So it's, Jay needs this last one.
I know, he does. He does. I mean, Jay, you'll win the voucher anyway, but still, this is for pride.
Very kind.
Alex Carey became the first wicket-keeper to score a century in a test in Australia. The MCG, since who? Who was the last wicket-keeper before Alex Carey to make a test century at the MCG?
Jay. Was it Adam Gilchrist?
Phil. Rod Marsh.
Nice work, Phil Jakes. Well, he takes the chocolates, but he doesn't take the 7-Eleven voucher. So, Jay, hold the line. We'll let you know how we can get that 7-Eleven voucher to you. Thanks to 7-Eleven, $100 voucher after being part of our quiz at lunch. Next session not far away from starting here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. It's bright sunshine, blue sky, barely a cloud in the sky, and it's looking awesome. And if you're a South African fan, it's looking like a draw. 32 runs more to avoid the follow-on. South Africa 7 for 244, trailing by 231. This is the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool, designed for the environment. And Gerard Whateley to join you straight after this break. Stick around to SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
The Victoria's Basement massive half-yearly clearance is on now with huge markdowns on cookware, kitchenware, dinnerware, glassware and cutlery. Shop online now at Victoria's Basement.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
At Chadstone Toyota, they're keeping you safe and on the road with some brilliant deals. Like an SUV service plus 30-point safety inspection for just $320. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Prime Video's documentary series The Test returns for a second innings. Witness the journey of the Australian men's cricket team after the exits of captain Tim Payne and coach Justin Langer.
Tim Payne has stood down.
We pull back the curtain to see the inner workings of the team as they navigate their way through scandal, discontent and an uncertain world.
Do we want to be number one in the world?
Watch it all play out. The Test Season 2 is coming to Prime Video on January 13. Start your 30-day free trial today.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. From sports to art and music, Mildura has what you're looking for when it comes to events. Enjoy a night under the stars, a show at the theatre, or check out the local venues offering live music and entertainment. There's always plenty for the kids to enjoy, coupled with natural landscapes, great food and amazing weather. So what are you waiting for? Find out more online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
Golf 24 Australia is the leading indoor golf simulator centre using TrackMan technology, designed to give golfers access to the most cutting-edge indoor technology 7 days a week, 24 hours a day for members. Practice, play and compete with more than 200 world-famous courses available and real prize money up for grabs. Work with one of Golf 24's PGA professionals to better your game and drive your handicap down. The brand new Golf 24 facility is now open at Princes Highway, Oakley East.
Are you ready to become something new? Box Hill Institute and Jobs Victoria are offering free qualifications and support to get a job in a growing industry. Become a tradie, an aged care or mental health worker, or maybe even work in IT. And they're just some of your choices. You'll get career counselling, mentoring, and we'll connect you to a job so you can earn while you learn. Set yourself up for an amazing future. Places are filling fast. Find out if you're eligible. Book a one-on-one now at boxhill.edu.au and become RTO 4687.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential supplies on a deadline? They know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe? They know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going? They know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
When do you get your strut on? Is it kicking the winning goal for your team?
Hitting the winning runs? Or snaffling new stuff on Snaffle? With Snaffle, you can get what you want when you want and pay over 1, 2 or 3 years. Get your Snaffle strut on. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Lawn Hub. Real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub fertiliser.
Brilliant sunshine on a Sunday afternoon in Sydney. The scoreboard reads 7 for 244, so 32 more runs for South Africa to avoid the follow-on, and then it would take something wildly imaginative to force anything other than a draw. So we're open to it, but it's hard to conjure exactly how Pat Cummins would play that and open up the chance of victory without really exposing too great a chance of defeats. And that really is on the bats of Maharaj and Harmer, who've done such a good job. Maharaj 49, Harmer 45. This second session is for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. Real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub Fertiliser. The Pink Tests, pinktest.com.au. Almost $5 million has been raised by your virtual seats at pinktest.com.au. They keep a running count on the scoreboard, and it is up to 244,724 virtual seats sold to this moment. The weather for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. It's mid-20s, or that was the high, so we must be approaching that now. At Moore Park, it's 23 degrees with a couple more to come. Jonty Rhodes and Ian Smith are going to be in place at the start of the session. Jonty, we've seen the resistance. I think the competitiveness that's been missing for too long, we've seen it at the last.
Well, maybe it got washed away, the crumbling performance in that day of rain, the lack of resistance, and flourishing now in the sunshine. So good to see. Was really concerned, I must say, or hoping to see this, but was really concerned that it wouldn't materialise. So, you know, I think it's so important because any South African, Smithy, I'm not too sure what it's like when New Zealand plays across the Tasman, but when South Africans come to Australia and play Test cricket, all of the batters or all of the players themselves are going, well, this is going to be a true reflection. My career against Australia is something that I can either be proud of or not so proud of. And up until now, none of these players have really been able to hold, even the bowling, this much vaunted bowling attack of ours, not many of them have come away with their heads held high.
I think that's a good point, Jonty. I think this is the yardstick. Australia is the yardstick these days. There were a few countries you could perhaps judge yourself against away from home and reflect on it in time. But I think in the last 10 years, 15 years in particular, maybe even a tad longer, you judge yourself by how well you have competed over here.
Yep.
And if you can walk out of here and hop to the airport tomorrow morning on your way back to South Africa and say, yeah, I gave it my best shot. I think I played at the top of my game. And look in the mirror and say, yeah. But not many, unfortunately, as you've said, perhaps can do that from South Africa's point of view at this stage. I've seen some terrific fight this morning, 2.5 hours. Great resistance. And then at the end of it, some of the most positive batting we've seen from a touring side in this country for quite a while. I mean, and I go back to the Ashes last year. Well, they were on the front foot for the last hour. Maharaj leading it with a wonderful innings. But I'm also in admiration, too, of Simon Harmer's piece in this. Without him, I think you'd be batting again.
Yep.
And it could be in all sorts.
So the deficit is 231. When the deficit was 304, you introduced the idea of Australia batting for an over and setting an enterprising target and livening up the afternoon. Where's your imaginative mind right now, Smithy?
Well, my imaginative mind is saying perhaps to Dean Elgar, you get one run past the follow-on and pull out. And then you throw it straight back in Pat Cummins' face and say, how brave are you? And we'd like to leave this country on a positive note, having a crack. And if we lose, so be it. We probably thought we were going to lose at one point anyway. But let's see what we can do to entertain all these people that have been patient and faithful while the rain's been falling. and have some fun ourselves and play a brand of cricket which I think Test cricket is going to be synonymous for going forward.
I think especially in Dean Elgar's case, because if he goes back, even with a draw, not much has been salvaged, especially from his own personal leadership and sort of performance with the bat. There's not a lot that he can do here to salvage much of that sort of perception of the kind of player and leader that he's been. So, yeah, Smithy, I think that is a great call. That's not just imaginative. I think it would be a great idea.
Having said that, I can tell you, Jonty, I'm the only bloke that's ever lost to the combined universities as a captain. Way back, they gave me the honour of captaining New Zealand against the combined universities at Fenners, of all places, in a 3-day game, and I set them a target and they mopped it up easily. I was the guest of honour at dinner. No one's ever declared. It's usually just used for batting practice.
I love it. Love it. Pat Cummins is going to open up from the Randwick end after the lunch break. He's going to put 2 back in the deep. 99 overs have been bowled in this innings. So 40 overs were sent down in that opening session. Australia managed the 1 wicket. It's a good steering partnership between these two at the crease. Maharaj is on 49. Cummins bowls to him and he runs the ball down for his half century. He plays it with soft hands down to third man. Smith will overhaul it right at the end. Maharaj will get 3. It'll be his 5th half century. And his has been enterprising batting on this day 5.
It certainly has. And I think what has impressed me the most, I mean, we know that he's a kind of player that likes to get after the bowling. He's sort of got one tempo, but he took on Pat Cummins' short pitch deliveries, not with disdain, but with no fear. And I think that's, you know, too often you see batters lower down the order having a swing at anything because they're worried about getting hit or they're rather prepared to get out. He's certainly matched some watchfulness with real attacking aggression. So a well-deserved 50 for Maharaj.
52 from 74. Harmer is 45 from 140 balls, and he faces up to Cummins, and he's leaving outside the off stump.
Yeah, I can just echo those thoughts, Jonty. I think it's been wonderful rearguard action from Maharaj. He's just played his own game. He's played his natural game. He hasn't been inhibited by the match situation. He just said, look, if I can bat for an hour, I can bat for an hour and a half and be positive, I can put Pat Cummins in 2 minds, which he is now. I mean, there was a time when he came out, it was just a case of, you know, do I enforce the follow on? And now it's he's taking it at the moment away from those hands.
Floating slip and a gully in place. Cummins is over the wicket. He bowls into the pads of Harmer and he clips him away and beats the dive at mid-wicket. Head will get around as the sweeper under the O'Reilly stand and keep it to 1. Harmer goes to 46.
It was pretty interesting because the first ball that Maharaj faced, he soft hands, ran it down to third man. The exact same line then to Harmer, he left it. And I think that's been I think Harmer obviously came in a little bit earlier, had to see through South Africa through a really tough period and was exactly what they needed when he battled with Marco Jansen. But Maharaj just certainly kept playing his game.
Cummins in and tries again. Maharaj defends the ball from the stumps. He squeezes it out to cover where Labuschagne fields. So Cummins is at 128 clicks at the start of this spell.
Yeah, pretty tough when there's only 2 seamers.
Yes.
Even if you've had a day off and you do have a lot of work to get through. But he's been superb, Pat Cummins, I must say. Been a lion-hearted effort.
He sets in once more from the Randwick end and he bowls. And Maharaj nicks it down the leg side. It gets away from Carey and they're able to take a single. Any bat in that or just pad? Just pad. So a leg by off the last ball.
And there, you make only two quick bowlers, and there is a point of discussion going forward about this. Alex Carey could have batted 6, played another bowler, coming off 100. Not even required at all, but it's a no ball just by the by as well, so we'll have an extra 1. But there's some strong talk about Carey batting at 6 at one point.
Yeah. When we left Melbourne, that's exactly what was going to happen. And they got here, looked at the surface and changed their mind around the composition of the team. It's a very un-Australian composition to a team. Cummins still going in this over. In on the pads, clipped away by Harmer. The dive at mid-wicket by Renshaw knocks it down, but they are able to take a run. So I think the two navel-gazing topics that will happen once you two have left will be the composition of the team and leaving... well, I think they actually left Morris out as a starting point rather than Boland, but Boland will be the focus. And then is Agar Australia's second spinner at Nagpur? So Andrew McDonald said they weren't going to pick the second best spinner in the country. They were going to pick the spinner that most suited this attack. Maharaj pulls the short ball down to fine leg and helps himself to a run to complete the over. 7 for 252, the Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers. So maybe the in order. So 2 seamers, 2 spinners and all the part-timers. I think both of you felt like it was odd at the start, so there's no 2020 revisionism going on.
No, and the whole issue would have been completely and utterly sorted had Cameron Green been fit, because it was tailor-made for him, wasn't it, to bat at 6 and be the third seamer. So as soon as he got injured, it threw all those sort of that conjecture into a big melting pot. And they've come up with this combination, which I suppose they'll say when South Africa were 5 and 6 down late last night, was just A-OK. But now, because of the energy reserves, etc., and we're really only into what, day 3.5 or day 4 of this test match anyway?
Yep. So 2 in the deep on the leg side, and Hazelwood is bowling from the Paddington end. Maharaj is in his sights. He runs the ball away to cover. Labuschagne dives out to his right, knocks it down and thwarts a run.
Yeah, Maharaj still, he's only faced a couple of balls after lunch. I think he's hit every one that he's faced. He's not shy to let it go through. Just continue what he's doing and the way he knows how to play. Still feel really tough for the likes of Tienus de Bruin and Heinrich Klaassen, who've been put into very unfamiliar positions and asked to transition their game. Sure, you should be able to play at this sort of level if you're good enough in any position, but number 3 is a specialist.
Hazelwood to Maharaj, beaten past the outside edge. That doesn't quite carry to Carey.
That is a good delivery. A really good delivery. That's the length. I think too often because of Maharaj been taking on the short pitch bowling, they've persisted with let's try and bounce him out. There's not enough pace in the wicket. There we just see that Scotty Boland sort of length where you're in between, where he's been so successful against South Africa. They're not sure whether to come forward or go back. It was a really good delivery from Josh Hazelwood.
Hazelwood's at the top of his mark. Slightly angled run in. Past umpire Gaffney, and he bowls, and Maharaj opens the blade and sends it to point. So not much has happened from the pitch perspective today. So I was wondering, Smithy, about... So if Boland was in this lineup last night when it was all happening, when the ball was reversing and the gloom was in and the quicks were rotating from one end and line was at the other, if you've got your 3 standard seamers, that's an all-out pace attack in those 90 minutes. And maybe that was the 90 minutes where the damage could have been done.
I totally agree. I really do. Look, they've batted beautifully today, South Africa. I think, for me, Australia coming to the ground was still pretty warm.
Hazelwood bowls. Maharaj keeps that out of the stumps. It went pad first into bat. They're asking. They get it. Umpire Gaffney had a long look and decided to raise the finger. I imagine Maharaj will refer, and this will be all about the order, the pad and the bats.
Review for LBW, original decision is out. TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. I think
it is
original decision is
pad
out.
First.
Front foot check, he didn't delivery.
Very quickly asked for a review. He did it after consultation, which I think suggests he knows it was pad first too.
DRS for BizCover, business insurance made easy. Richard Kettleborough gets his first look front on.
Rock and roll that, please. Okay, thank you. I'm going to need to see offside hotspot when ready, thank you.
Knee roll bat. It looks pad into bat.
Yeah, I think he's in a spot of bother here, Maharaj.
Okay, thank you. Good. Just roll that back, please. Keep it rolling through. Take it right back, please. Right back. Keep it going through nice and slowly. Nice and slowly. Right back, thank you. And nice and slowly.
Cherry
really
on the
slowly.
knee roll.
Thank you. Who's up there? Pad first. Thank you. Pad first. Going to go to
So
ball
it's
tracking
pad
when
first.
ready. Thank you.
Is it the height? Is anything? There's not much bounce in this wicket. Maharaj is stuck on the crease. Has hit him on the knee roll. It's not Marco Janssen.
He's out.
Pitching outside off, impacting line and hitting the wickets. Chris.
Yep, plenty of error on the top of the stumps there. That's well off the bails. Hazelwood gets the breakthrough. It's 8 down, and there's still a little bit of work to do to cover the follow-on. 8 for 252. Maharaj made 53. A splendid innings before Hazelwood picked up his third.
What do you mean Hazelwood gets him? Jonty Rhodes gets him. Every time you guys want a wicket, I deliver. I mean, I'm retiring. South Africa still have a chance today to salvage some sort of pride. I'm leaving. I'm like, going to be like Elvis. I'm going to leave. Jonty has left the building. I get a wicket every time. Come on. This is not fair.
We really checked our roster too. And before you arrived, there was a lot of talk. This is our last hope here.
Last hope. Bring Jonty on.
I've just seen the roster this afternoon. I hope you're comfortable in that chair. You all right?
Probably about 9 more overs left. That's it.
You are the third seamer we've just been talking about.
My pleasure, everyone. My pleasure. Going to make it interesting.
But you're right. Now we're in a very interesting scenario. Harmer is the batter in, and he's on 47. Follow on is within reach.
Yes.
You can almost smell the target, but you can't quite, if you get my drift. And here we have Rabada coming to the crease, so he's a free flower. I mean, 2 or 3 overs of Rabada playing positively, done and dusted. But the door is open yet again.
Yes, so do you snatch at it? Do you hit your way through the follow-on? Or do you creep up on it and hope not to get sawn off within sight?
There's no ways Rabada's creeping anywhere. He's a bit like his bowling. Fairly one-dimensional. He looks to take wickets regardless of the surface and the conditions of the ball. He just sort of knocks people over. And I think when he bats, he tried to be defensive at the Gabba, and he got inside edge. So I don't think he's going to try and stick around.
Hazelwood 3 for 45. He's in his 20th over. The next 20 minutes promises to be rather thrilling. 24 more runs required to surpass the follow-on. Warner's been brought back into the cordon. So 2 slips and a gully.
And round the wicket, interesting line.
Rabada about to see his first ball. The crowd re-enlivens. Hazelwood bowls at the stumps. Rabada right in behind it. Sees it off.
Good from Hazelwood. And I think they persisted, Australia, too much with the short pitch bowling, because Maharaj looked like he could possibly get out or give his wicket away. He actually handled the short pitch stuff really well. This over, it's been a lot fuller. First ball that went past the outside edge of the bat. And I think just a little bit reverse swing got the ball to angle back onto the knee roll of Maharaj's bat. Bat and pad together, but it was definitely knee and pad first.
2 in the deep on the leg side. Hazelwood around the wicket, bowls to Rabada. It's full, it's driven into the covers. Labuschagne fields, no run. And the end of a successful over. Hazelwood has 3. South Africa 8 for 252. The Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
At Bulk Nutrients, they've got products to suit every Australian fitness journey. From weight loss to muscle gain and sports performance, Bulk Nutrients use only the purest ingredients with no fillers. We're talking protein treats and blends, all made in Australia and shipped direct to you from the factory with flat shipping. That means the pump goes straight to your workout, not the price. Bulk Nutrients, Australia's first choice for protein powder and nutritional supplements. Visit bulknutrients.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. 8 for 252. Harmer is 47 from 143 balls. He's taking the full time to re-establish his mark. Pat Cummins trying to finish this off. Third man and a fine leg and a deep square. Harmer faces up, drives from the off stump. It ends with line at mid-on, no run.
I suppose the thing now for Harmer is, what does he do? Does he protect Maharaj? Because Rabada, because up until now, there's been such a strong partnership where both have equally contributed in their different ways, and he hasn't had to worry about anything other than Simon Harmer playing his own game.
I think Maharaj can bat, though. I think he deserves respect.
Yeah, 100%.
It's up to Maharaj. Sorry, when I say I think Rabada can bat. I believe his technique is sufficient enough.
Cummins in bowls, Harmer out of his pads to mid-wicket.
So just bat, see what happens, and then if Norcair comes in, reassess. But what do we? If they can get 10 to 15 runs, these two, eke close to that 270 mark, and then it's one hit away. That's what I'd be seriously considering here. I've got to back him. I have to.
So WinViz just appeared on Fox Cricket, Smithy, and it's got Australia 52% chance of winning and the draw 48%. I must say, it feels nothing like that at the moment. So that's really interesting, the way they've crunched their numbers. Harmer is leaving outside the off stump.
50-48 it doesn't leave a lot of room for South Africa in the equation, does it?
They're not factoring.
No.
It feels 20-80 at best to me.
I'll tell you what, there would be a scramble if Pat Cummins gives them a target.
Yeah.
There'd be a scramble in the old bookie room.
You have to put South Africa back in at that stage. 24 to avoid the follow-on. Lyon doing a bit of stretching out mid-on. Cummins bowls and Harmer defends to leg.
Quite like Lyon to Rabada.
Most definitely. Because I don't think he'll defend too many. Just going back to the length, I think Pat Cummins can also go slightly a tad fuller. There really is there are no demons in the wicket or the surface at that back of a length. Hazelwood was really good. He actually sort of chastised himself. The last delivery to Rabada was too full, almost a half volley, and he nagged away on that fuller length delivery.
Cummins striving, Harmer blunting his attack as he defends to mid-off. One to come in the 102nd over of this innings. Lyon just has a word to Cummins as he's heading back to the top of his mark. Harmer toils the bat, kicks at the popping crease, hones his concentration. He's given a great account of himself in this vigil. Cummins to Harmer, in behind it, defends a maiden over. 8 for 252, Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Hey tradies, is the stress of running a trade business doing...
Andy and Angela, why do you use radio advertising to promote the Lifestyle Tradie podcast?
The podcast and the membership is actually geared towards tradies.
And radio reaches them throughout the day in their cars and on site.
I notice you DIY the ads yourself.
I know I've got a yobbo voice, but it works well for us.
Fancy having your own breakfast show?
Well, I am an early riser.
Discover the unlimited ways to reach your audience at commercialradio.com.au. Radio Unlimited.
Josh Hazlewood is the wicket taker. After lunch, this session is for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. 20 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 45. He's got the new man, Kihisa Rabada, to bowl to. 2 slips and a gully in place. Hazlewood around the wicket. Rabada, don't know whether he played or not, but he's beaten past the outside edge.
Yeah, I think he was beaten. Good delivery again. The length, I think that slightly fuller length is where you want to be now. Ball actually did too much. Bharat played down the line, which is you're allowed to do. You're allowed to play and miss.
Got the window open here, folks. In the background, you might hear a little bit of buzz around the ground. I think there's a lot of people talking about what we've been talking about. What are the possibilities here?
Hazlewood striding in and he bowls. Rabada opens the face, knocked down by Khawaja in the gully. Every run is precious right now. And Khawaja saves a couple. Fans all herded into the Victor Trumper stand in the top deck in the shade.
Does he owe it to Khawaja, Pat Cummins, to have a crack at winning this game?
Yeah, so in your scenario where Australia bats for an over, Khawaja gets his 5 stray runs.
Yeah, that's true.
It's true.
Hazlewood's giving his all. Rabada defending from the off stump. I don't know whether this takes us right to the final minutes of the test match or not, Smithy, but what did you make of New Zealand and Pakistan, where Pakistan 15 runs to win, New Zealand 1 wicket away, bad light, ends play with 3 overs to go? I watched that back on KO yesterday. It was even when I knew what was happening, it was riveting.
Yeah, that was interesting. In fact, both of the finishes have been, to those 2 test matches, have been quite absorbing, because the first one where Babar Azam set them a target, I thought was quite odd.
Hazelwood bowls, Rabada ducks the bouncer.
Because usually when you set someone a target, you've got a chance of winning yourself. Really? Had no chance.
None.
Absolutely nil. So I'm not quite sure. I'll get to the bottom of that. But moving on to the other one, yeah, absolutely. Staggering. Players all around the bat, the drama of numbers 10 and 11, then numbers 10 and 11, I think, with a hit a 6 and a 4, and then all of a sudden the umpires say, nah, this isn't interesting enough. Let's call it off, eh?
It's going to be cricket's great unanswered question. What would have happened in the next 18 balls?
Well, we shouldn't have had to wonder.
Hazelwood to Rabada, full at the pads, in the air, up over mid-wicket, dropped. Agar got up high, not for the first time in this innings. He couldn't hang on at the top of his leap. Rabada survives. They take 2.
Well, it was such a casual glance from Rabada. He actually hit it pretty well.
Oh, he should have.
Catchable. Tall guy, Ashton Agar. He's got good wingspan. Probably about a metre to his left, but
you'd have got that, Jonty. You'd have got that.
Would have been a full stretch.
No, it wouldn't. You had your cup of tea. You wouldn't even have spilled the cup of tea out of your right hand. You'd have reached up and got that.
He dived too far.
He should have got it.
Hazelwood bowls, Rabada more conservative as he plays to cover. That's the end of the over, so Australia spills a 4th chance today. The replays for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it 8 for 254.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Striker Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Striker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. StrikerMarine.com.au.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price, completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
The catches in the naughty corner. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. Labuschagne, Carey, Head, Agar have all dropped chances.
Agar too?
Yes, back to yesterday. So this is reminiscent of 2021, where Australia created chances against India but didn't grasp any and finished the final day only taking 3 wickets. And they dropped catches progressively throughout. So in all the analysis that will be done around selections and pitches is now the catching plays a big role in it. Lyon is coming back into the attack from the Randwick end with Rabada at the crease. He will be bowling to Harmer first up. Harmer's on 47. Lyon bowls to him and he defends back down the pitch.
Yeah, I like the change. I think Pat Cummins obviously very aware that the 2 seamers, he'll probably have to follow Hazelwood. And then there's Rabada against Lyon.
Lyon bowls and Harmer's defending. So totally unhurried Harmer. 22 runs to avoid the follow-on. Nice, guys. The Australians have a catching mid-wicket in place. Forward comes Harmer to blunt Lyon.
Yeah, a bit of noise again around the bat. It went quiet for a while. Australian team certainly had South Africa under the pump most of the summer. Haven't had to work too hard for their breaking of partnerships or putting Jonty Rhodes in the hot seat.
Lyon goes again. Harmer from the crease, wrapped on the pad. They're asking pull rifle. No. He's got that funny little habit of moving the pebbles from hand to hand, which looks like he's about to shoot.
What is interesting here is that Alex Carey didn't move to the leg stump. We saw him move earlier on down to the leg side.
We're going to find out.
Oh, good.
Pat Cummins goes to the DRS.
It wasn't the full Monty Nathan line arched back. Nathan, you know that full one when he arches his back, like I'm trying to do now. And
on spin vision,
it wasn't
please.
that appeal.
This is more of circumstances of the game. We may as well have a look with 2 reviews left rather than line going, this is absolutely out.
Let's just check leg side hotspot when available, please.
It's got a good shout looking at the first replay for Robo Building Supplies.
Yeah, nothing on hotspot. Let's just go to Snicko to confirm no bat, thank you.
It did turn quite a bit.
No, rolling through, rolling through, rolling
As the
through.
umpire's call, don't forget the umpire's call is not out.
We'll go to ball tracking when ready, please.
So it's either going down or it's hit him outside.
It's hit him in line.
It's pitching outside off, impacting line wickets is umpire's call. Paul, you can stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen, signal now.
About a fifth of the ball hitting the leg stump.
Oh, that was close.
Australia keep the review.
I was really was about to leave this hot seat.
So it's really hot at the moment. Rabada's been dropped. Harmer survives a tight one. Lyon giving it his all, and Harmer's playing back. It strikes him, it falls to the ground.
I was about to say, Jonty, isn't it bliss when you're playing against Australia and you're surrounded by people around the bat and you can't hear anything?
Nothing.
It's the most beautiful sound in the world.
Lyon to Harmer. Plays with a straight bat. A maiden. Still 22 short of the follow-on. 8 for 254. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers. Dwayne's coming in.
Are you ready to become something new? Box Hill Institute and Jobs Victoria are offering free qualifications and support to get a job in a growing industry. Become a dental assistant, a hairdresser, or maybe even a refrigeration expert. And they're just some of your choices. You'll get career counselling, mentoring, and we'll connect you to a job so you can earn while you learn. Set yourself up for an amazing future. Places are filling fast. Find out if you're eligible. Book a one-on-one now at boxhill.edu.au and become RTO 4687.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. It's hotting up here in Sydney. Sun shining, blue sky, and this test is just done it. A hot up right now. Hazelwood has the ball in hand, and Rabada's on strike, and he fends it away to Gully. No chance of an addition to the score, and the whole test comes down essentially to this next 22 runs. If South Africa get 22 more, avoid the follow-on, you would think it's going to be a draw, but tell you more about it, Phil Jacques and Jonty Rhodes.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Hello, Jonty. Hey, Dwayne.
Well, Australia have had the opportunities. They certainly have spilled a few, which is uncharacteristic of the Australian fielding unit.
Rabada's on 2 on strike. Hazelwood in. 2 slips, Gully waiting, and it's fended defensively back down the pitch. Compacted defence. Rabada looked good there.
A couple of tough chances, but a couple that they'd be expecting to take as well. And the game could have looked a lot different.
Yeah.
Had they been taken. And what about the soft signal again? The soft signal. Umpire's call.
Yeah. A third of the ball was hitting the stumps for that LBW not out.
It's not out. It is not out.
Make a decision,
Not
Hawkeye.
out.
Make a decision, Hawkeye.
Not out.
Hazelwood in to Rabada, who waits again. Defensive, watchful, full face of the bat. No addition to the 8 for 254.
It did look like it was missing leg though, live. I thought.
From
a player's perspective, I thought it spun a lot.
Yeah.
Got half a stride in. Was hitting the stumps though.
Yeah.
Soft is it? Soft dismissal again. Soft call.
You're 100% with ball tracking. You of the belief that ball tracking gets it 100% right.
There are no guarantees, but at least it's consistent.
Yeah.
Even if it's inconsistent. Consistently inconsistent.
Yeah,
Can you
I like it. Yeah, we can always plan for that.
You did ask.
Hazelwood in again, and it's short and ducked out of the way. Did Rabada, just pulled his head out of the direction of the ball. Harmer's 47, Rabada's 2 from 12. And again, if you joined us late, South Africa need 22 more runs to avoid the follow-on. They're 8 for 254. And if they avoid the follow-on, There's a big question going to be asked of Pat Cummins. Do you want to just bat this test into a draw, or do you want to set South Africa a target? But if Australia can get the next 2 wickets without 22 runs being added, then the follow-on and trouble for South Africa again. Hazlewood in. Didn't really play, or did he, Rabat? I think he might have withdrawn the bat, but give him the benefit of the doubt.
No, Dwayne, no. He played as great bowling. Not because I'm trying to jinx Rabada, jinx the whole South African team anyway. It's jagged off the surface, so
he
really
missed it by a long way.
Good. He played down the line and you allowed to him. He's a bit like the Gabba. We saw a lot of playing and missing. So, yes, he definitely played at that one.
That's a number 10's nightmare.
It's number 2's nightmare.
It is.
1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 was South Africa.
You.
2 slips, Gully waiting again as Hazlewood is in. This one's rifled into the toes of Rabada, who kept it out. And he dealt with that Yorker pretty well. End of the over. 8 for 2, 5 4. The score for Liberty. Liberty Loans for free thinkers.
Okay, let's go. Laura.
Here.
Dan.
Yeah.
Shelley.
Here.
Danny.
Yeah.
Rodney.
Yep.
Ellie.
I'm coming.
The Volkswagen Tiguan Allspace 132 TSI Life with seats for up to 7 people. Perfect for when you need the extra space. Available from $49,990, drive away. Isn't it time you SUVW? Conditions and exclusions apply. Visit volkswagen.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Phil Jacques, Jonty Rhodes with us. Big thanks to Fox Cricket for allowing us Ian Smith during the course of our summer. He has departed and will be no longer with us for the rest of the day's play. But it was great to have Smithy with us as part of our broadcast team, and big finish to this perhaps coming. Post-lunch session on day 5 is edge-of-the-seat stuff. And Nathan Lyon has the ball in his hand again. He's bowling to Harmer, who's hunting a 50. He's on 47, and he's been solid. Lyon is in, and he's solid again here in defence.
Spread the field somewhat, trying to get Rabada on strike facing Nathan Lyon. Also, what becomes interesting, if Cummins and Hazlewood have bowled to get South Africa out before the follow-on or enforce the follow-on, who bowls?
Lyon in, Harmer defensive, pushes back down the pitch.
You've got 2 seamers and they've bowled their hearts out, and they really have on this sort of surface.
Yeah, and they're going to be tired, aren't they?
Yep.
Yeah, he's trying to invite Harmer to take a single here. Would you take a single at this stage, or would you give him maybe 1 or 2 balls at the end of the over?
Line to Harmer. And he's pushing forward at this again defensively. So another dot.
Well, certainly showed Hazlewood went past, you know, the outside edge of Rabada's bat. So whichever end he bats, he's probably got more chance of scoring off Nathan Lyon, possibly. Swing hard at it. Rabada, he's a decent striker of the ball.
Harmer, watchful, caught on the pad. Big appeal for leg before. Lyon's gone down on one knee, pleadingly. And now they'll discuss it again.
Nathan Lyon. Smithy was just talking about Nathan Lyon bending over backwards.
And they're going to the review. Might as well use them now. The test comes down to this last 2 wickets before the follow-on.
Player review for LBW
has been overtaken by South Africa. Harmer's on his highest ever test score, 47.
On spin vision, please.
But he's under threat here.
Will be interesting, because if there's a hot spot on the bat, it's caught at short leg. Can't rule that out yet.
Replay for Robot Building Supplies.
Just want to make sure it doesn't catch any glove on the way out, please. Just keep rolling it through. There's clearly no bat involved there. Just keep it rolling through.
It's just pad.
Okay, thank you. There's no bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready.
No glove on the way out from the pad either.
The difference now is he actually gone back. He stayed back in his crease. That's the difference between the previous LBW decision. That's probably why Nathan Lyon went into his full appeal.
Yeah, he thinks it's out when he gets down and begs.
Marnus looked like Rocky. He had the arms and the fist pumping as if he'd just climbed the top of the steps.
Definitely less distance to travel when you're stuck on the crease like that.
Just waiting for ball tracking.
But came back sharply, didn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's so difficult there because when you're on the front foot, it has to hit outside the line or miss the leg stump.
pitching outside off, impact umpire's call, wickets is umpire's call. Paul stayed the original decision of not out.
Pitching outside off.
Back to outside off stump.
I'll tell you what, the graphic just shows you how much that did deviate.
Yeah.
It's been really interesting to know the actual degree or the angle of turn. Tough to face. Simon Harm has done an amazing job. So puts in perspective what he and Maharaj did from a partnership point of view compared to the rest of the top order batters. They were superb.
Line continues. Dahama. And he cuts this late, but rolls it straight to gully. No chance of a run, fielded by Travis Head.
Can I take back my words? I'd keep Rabada down the other end. Okay. Can I take that back, please? I've been so giving of wickets and things. Please give me those words back. Rabada, stay there. Don't come here. Stay there.
Line back. Dahama off the back foot, pushing on the onside, and they don't have an opportunity to take a single. So Harmer 47, Rabada is on 2. Rabada will be facing at the start of the next over SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, and that score for Liberty, loans for free thinkers.
Are you ready to become something new? Box Hill Institute and Jobs Victoria are offering free qualifications and support to get a job in a growing industry. Become a tradie, an aged care or mental health worker, or maybe even work in IT. And they're just some of your choices. You'll get career counselling, mentoring, and we'll connect you to a job so you can earn while you learn. Set yourself up for an amazing future. Places are filling fast. Find out if you're eligible. Book a one-on-one now at boxhill.edu.au and become RTO 4687.
So South Africa 8 for 254. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Hazelwood has the ball. Rabada is on strike on 2 with 2 slips in the gully waiting again. And nicely delivered by Hazelwood on off stump, but nicely kept out by Rabada.
This is an opportunity possibly for Ashton Agar again to have a crack. We've seen what damage Lyon has been doing outside that off stump where the majority of the sort of the scuff marks are. Ashton Agar, if he came from this end, looks like he could also utilise the foot marks, especially to Rabada. Then there's nowhere for Rabada to hide.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing, Jonty. He's been ineffective to the right-handers, but to the left-hander, there is some rough to work with. And if he's going to have an impact on the game, it could be now.
Hazelwood in again. Rabada waits and he's driving. And he might get a run here. He does. He drives through cover. They scamper through, and Harmer will be on strike.
Showing a hint of reverse swing before, wasn't it? But yeah, it's not really going around corners for the fast bowlers. A little bit every now and then, particularly to the right-handers. Like, it seems to be the way he finishes his action. Maybe it just causes that bit of movement in, but he's using some valuable petrol for the second innings.
It certainly is. It is going to be tough going to restart that engine.
21 more runs to avoid the follow-on for South Africa with 2 wickets in hand. In bright sunshine, blue sky, good crowd in for day 5. Gold coin entry, and they're getting more than their money's worth here. Hazelwood. Harmer's on 47. He'd like a 50 next to his name, and he plays defensive, pushing and watchful. No addition to the score.
There's that little bit of tail that we were talking about.
There's a hint.
Just a hint, but
extra slip in, would you, or not?
I think he seems to be getting more going in than away. He's got the catcher in at short mid-wicket for one that he might flick in the air, but at the moment, Harmer's batting with a barn door. He is really, his bat is looking super wide. He's hit everything out of the middle when he's defending. He just looks in complete control.
Steve Smith still in 1.5 slip as Hazelwood is into Harmer, and he's turning this off his pads on the onside, but for no chance of a run. That shortish mid-wicket fields. Davey Warner doing some work on the ball to keep some shine on it. For Hazelwood, who's got 3 for 48 next to his name.
You can't underestimate the fact that Josh Hazelwood hasn't played Test cricket this year either.
Yep.
You know, how much petrol is he going to have? How deep can he go to the well? They're the questions that we have to ask.
Hazelwood to Harmer. And again playing defensively, pushing down the pitch. Just a check drive, full face of the bat, dot ball.
Looked like the one he tried to just straighten or take away from the right-hander, and definitely not as much reverse swing when it's going out and away from the right-handed batter, Simon Harmer. Coming in, that late swing is more pronounced into the bat.
And will it carry now? That's the question as well. It'll have to be a real fine nick, won't it? Like Steve Smith is really close at slip. He's standing like 3 or 4 metres in front of the keeper. But it's a big question.
And Gully in as well. Hazelwood to Harmer, who pulled him straight through him. Straight through that gate. It was a large gate, and he's taken middle stump out of the ground. South Africa 9 for 2, 5-5, still 21 runs away from avoiding the follow-on.
It's not a barn door, it's a revolving door. They are rushing through it. What a great delivery. This is amazing. Josh Hazlewood. We've just heard there's not much in the surface, but you keep getting enough balls in the area. It's actually an inside edge. Just that length, that nagging length, slightly fuller. Fantastic knock from Simon Harmer. Vigilant is come to an end. He put up, it makes it so interesting. 47 of 165 balls, 134 dots. Puts things in perspective how well he played.
Great innings.
His highest ever test score, end of the over. Harmer out for 47, bowled by Hazlewood, who has 4 for 48, 9 for 255, 21 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, and that score for Liberty, loans for free thinkers.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. With a fleet of over 250 vehicles, from 1 tonne right up to the big semis, State Transport is ready to deliver your goods on time, safely and efficiently, both locally and Australia-wide. We are the time slot specialists. 24 hours, 7 days a week, and with State Transport, you're ready to go. State Transport, our people are your solution.
State Transport, our people are your solution.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. The whole test may be coming down to this. One more wicket before South Africa avoid the follow-on. And brought back Damian Fleming. The big guns are back. Damian Fleming, Phil Jacques for this big climax to what's been a weird test. It's going maybe the distance.
Yeah, I don't get wickets like Jonty. He's getting heaps.
He raised his ball there, didn't he? Fifer. Australian cricket team's best bowler.
Well played.
End of the over. Australia need one more wicket, and then, well, you would think, would enforce the follow-on. Line is into Rabada. Short leg in. He pushes forward defensively. Who's an ask from the crowd now who are into it?
Should I step out and get Jonty back in again?
Get a six-pack.
Nortje has joined Rabada at the crease. He's at the non-striker's end. Rabada waits for line and he allows it through to Carey, who drops it. Oh. Did he withdraw the bat away from that?
If I was Alex Carey, I'd be expecting that Rabada was going to play a shot at that. And then he stopped.
Yeah.
Whoa.
When it nearly took his glove.
Oh, it was very close.
Lyon to Rabada, who has to play at this. It's aimed at his pads and leg stump. So he pushes it back down to Lyon, who fields from his own bowling follow-through.
So test match come alive now, Flynn? Is it back on the table?
There's different scenarios, isn't there?
Because if they do enforce the follow-on, as has been said by Phil Jacques, Hazlewood and Cummins have bowled a bit. Rabada pushes forward. So who would get the new ball? How much have they got left in the tank, Flynn?
What happens if they just bat again, declare naught for naught? Open up the game.
Just give them a target.
It's not happening, but
it's not happening.
Why not? Because, you know, it gives them some incentive then.
They'd have to play some shots, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Line in. Rabada pushes forward.
It's probably one of those wickets as well where easy to take wickets if they are playing shots rather than just stonewalling and batting, but Australia won't do that.
Because it opens up a 2% chance that you'll get beaten and embarrassed.
Yeah, 100%.
Mind you, they have won the series, so it doesn't really matter, I suppose.
Test championship
but
points.
It matters. Yes, exactly. Line in and scooped up and caught by Lyon. Rabada tried to drive, half pulled the shot. Lyon takes the catch, and they're out. South Africa all out for 255. Brilliant catch by Lyon on his follow-through. And the moment has come. Australia rolling South Africa inside the follow-on total. You would expect they would ask South Africa to follow on. Whilst we wait for the decision, Phil, Jacques.
Yeah, it was a great catch. Nathan Lyon, he deserved that, picking up a couple of wickets. There's been some half chances. I think Agar should have caught his drop there, but, you know, this is good signs for the Australians. You know, that just held into the wicket. Norkia was in his way, so that was well timed by Nathan Lyon. He's a great catcher off his own bowling.
Do you think, Flem, they will enforce it? Is that a given?
Yeah, I mean, the opening batsmen aren't running off. That's normally an indicator.
Yeah, put your pads back on, South Africa.
They trail by 220 runs. Caught and bowled. Rabada, the last wicket to go for 3 by Nathan Lyon. And that could be critical. Australia looking for a clean sweep of the summer to win all tests against the West Indies and South Africa. All out for 255. The men to fall in this session. Rabada for 3, Maharaj for 53, and all eyes now on the umpires in the Australian dressing room. Australia has enforced the follow-on, so it's a happening, guys.
Yeah, it's happening. They'll obviously want a fair few overs from spin. I think this is a big couple of hours for Ashton Agar for his test future. Josh has bowled 23, Cummins 23. That's a fair bit. So they'll want to be used in short, sharp bursts, maybe after the new ball, or they might even open with Nathan Lyon. But Ashton Agar needs to bowl well and get wickets.
Yeah, and his job will be to take the left-handers out as well, won't he? We've seen how much or how hard it's been when the ball has been turning into the bat and bouncing in. So his responsibility will be to take those left-handers wickets. Nathan Lyon likes bowling the left-handers, but I think on this surface, I think that ball coming in is going to be the threat. And we're going to need to see a little bit more from Ashton Agar. As you said, Flem, the Quicks have bowled a lot of overs already. How much petrol they've got in the tank, anyone's guess, but you know, I think they're going to be used in short spells and the spin will come on early on.
So we'll hear more from Damian, Fleming, Phil, Jacques very shortly. So just repeating, Australia has enforced the follow-on after rolling South Africa in their first innings, and Gerard Whateley to rejoin you shortly for the start of South Africa's second innings. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus, and industry super fun for all Australians.
Imagine a place where every time the sun goes up, your power bill goes down, where you'll hardly need to lift a finger again, unless it's at the complimentary gym, where transport costs are driven down with free electric cars and bikes, and the only rates you'll pay are to your mates. A place where living expenses disappear as quickly as cocktails by the pool. Downsize and live it up for less at Lifestyle Communities. Homes start at just $410,000. Visit lifestylecommunities.com.au today.
So what sporting events are you excited for? T20 Cricket World Cup?
Slanted for 6! Australia win!
BBL?
It's the greatest performance we've seen in Big Bash history.
Basketball? Nothing but net! Super Bowl 57.
In the corner, touchdown round!
To witness the biggest sporting moments, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. Ballparkentertainment.com.au.
How do you deal with loneliness?
I was working about 1,500 kilometres away from home, and it was very isolating. When I felt like I had some worth about who I was and what I was doing, I could be alone but still be okay.
Even when you're on your own, there is hope to deal with loneliness. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au. For more about understanding loneliness and finding hope when you feel lonely, go to messagesofhope.org.au.
Introducing the Drive Car of the Year, the Kia Sportage. Awarded for its new turbo engine that gives you progressive performance. The Kia Sportage has a boldly sculpted sportsback design and soft touch leather interior, making it a natural leader. Kia Sportage, the Drive Car of the Year. To find out more, visit kia.com.au or visit your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Harris Scarf's 2-day Friends exclusive sale ends today with 50% off cookware, glassware, dinnerware, quilts and sheets, 40% off bras, sleepwear, men's clothing, plus more.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Stringer Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Stringer Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. StringerMarine.com.au.
Wow, he's hit another 6. That's 5 in a row.
This batsman is seeing the ball clearer than ever.
Ever since he's been at New Vision Clinics and ditched those glasses, he just can't miss.
Talk about 20/20 vision.
Hit your glasses for 6 and get clarity of vision with the team at New Vision Clinics. Using Dr. Noel Alpin's innovative laser vision correction techniques, your glasses and contact lenses correcting astigmatism can become a thing of the past. To book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
Maharaj is on 49. Cummins bowls to him and he runs the ball down for his half-century. He plays it with soft hands down to third man. It'll be his 5th half-century, and his has been enterprising batting. Hazelwood bowls. Maharaj keeps it out of the stumps. It went pad first into bat. They're asking, they get it. Umpire Gaffney had a long look and decided to raise the finger. Hazelwood to Rabada, full at the pads, in the air, up over mid-wicket, drops to Harmer, who pulled him straight through him. And he's taken middle stump out of the ground. 9 for 2, 5-5. Exactly, line in and scooped up and caught by Lyon. Rabada tried to drive, half pulled the shot. Lyon takes the catch and they're out. South Africa all out for 2-5-5. The deficit is 220. There's a minimum of 47 overs left in the day's play. Australia has enforced the follow on, and we'll see if on this Sunday afternoon they can bowl their way to victory. The innings changes for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. The South African card, Elgar caught Carey, bowled Hazelwood for 15. Arvea bowled Lyon for 18. Klaasen caught Carey, bowled Cummins for 2. Bavuma caught Carey, bowled Hazelwood for 35. Zondo, LBW, Cummins for 39. Verena caught Smith, bowled Cummins for 19. Janssen caught Carey, bowled Head for 11. Maharaj, LBW, Hazelwood for 53. Harmer bowled Hazelwood for 47. Rabada caught and bowled Lyon for 3. Norkia not out, naught, all out. 255. The innings lasted 108 overs. Josh Hazelwood, 23 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 48. Pat Cummins, 23 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 60. Nathan Lyon, 40 overs, 16 maidens, 2 for 88. Ashton Agar, 14 overs, 3 maidens, none for 30. Travis Head, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. And Steve Smith, 1 over, 1 maiden, none for none. This is all for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, this change of innings. The fall of wickets, which were for Valvoline, which oil ensures you're never caught out. You know Valvoline, the original engine oil. 22, 37, 37, 85, 130, 137, 167, then 252, 255 and 255. We've got the coach and the bowler. Plot us a course to victory for Australia here. What do they do straight after they come out?
Get wickets. We want 10 in a short period of time. It's a brittle top order. I mean, admiration for what Harmer and co did today, but I wouldn't be leaving anything in the tank. You know, let's be aggressive. Let's go after them. Let's get our fields right, and half chances have to be taken. There was a couple of half chances. I think the Agar one should have been taken, the last one. But as a bowling group, it's just making sure it's pressure. It's bowling the best ball you can each ball. I wouldn't be afraid to mix the bowling around either. Obviously, the quicks have already bowled a lot, but even with the spinners, because, Lyon and Agar are the major spinners here, but Travis Head's a genuine wicket taker, and I think Stephen Smith and Marnus may have a role to play with their leg spin. So, I just think nothing to lose, wholehearted effort. They really made it hard for Australia early, but can they maintain that? I'll be reminding them about the brittleness of their top order through this series.
Would you go 6 overs of pace, 3 from either end, or would you keep Lyon going with the new ball?
Really short spell, I would say the two quicks. If you're going to go that way, I wouldn't be against opening the Lyon either at all, and then having the 2 quicks running after each other in short spells. Understandably, they've had a very long, tough day at the office already, the quicks. So, and there are only 2 of them. So they're going to need to manage their petrol levels and manage their energy levels. But I think how they rotate the spin at the other end will be really important. Travis Head will play a massive role. I'd love to see Agar have a couple of overs at the other end as well, just
Definitely.
to see. Haven't seen that yet. And as Flem said, I think the 2 wrist spinners have been underbowled.
Yeah, the footmarks just aren't as appreciative for Agar. They're in a better spot for Lyon, but that's where you provide variation at your end as well. That's what a lot of the great spinners do, even when the pitch or conditions don't really suit them. But I'm hoping maybe Hazelwood to open and Lyon at the other end, because generally opening batsmen don't start against spin. So it is an opportunity. They're very good at having the ball come onto them, not having to meet it. So we'll wait and see. I think Hazelwood's going to open, and we'll see what happens at the Randwick end.
We did see with that second new ball that the ball didn't do a whole lot either.
No.
It didn't swing much. So the quicker they can get to that reverse swing element of the game, the better. Bowling a spinner with a new ball will help that along. Okay. Take chunks while it's new. You get more of the leather coming off into the rough on a surface like this as well, and some spin, some don't. It can be definitely a different proposition opening the batting against a spin bowler.
Phil Jakes and Damian Fleming for Anaconda hit Summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. So a bit later than all who came had hoped, but this is what we all arrived for, to see the second innings of South Africa's batting and whether Australia can run amok. Game scores 4 declared for 475, and then South Africa all out 255. The Liberty scoreboard, Liberty Loans for free thinkers. Dean Elgar, a historically poor run for a skipper on these shores. Cyril Avea, he can get himself in, and then he's got quite a habit of getting himself out. Australia would like to blast him out rather than have him absorb the 30 or 40 balls. Josh Hazlewood down below us. Arvea takes his time with a little stroll to square. Terrific day 5 crowd in. Hazlewood is coming around the wicket. The push for victory is on. Arvea turns him away to leg. It is fielded on the slide by Renshaw, and the first run is taken.
What's the chances of Elgar just getting strangled down the leg side? Finish off a nightmare tour.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
What a way. That wouldn't be a great way to finish any tour, would it? No one likes getting caught down leg side, but it's certainly on the cards for Mr. Elgar, isn't it, this tour?
It's been tough. It's been tough batting-wise. It's been tough captaincy-wise.
3 and 2, 26 and 0. And 15 at the top of the order. Desperate figures any way you look at it. Hazlewood in, and he bowls to Elgar, who's wrapped on the pads. It's too high. But Hazlewood caused him all manner of problem right out of the gates in the first innings, and that's certainly true with the first ball there.
Nice little bit of movement by Josh off the seam, I think, more than anything. Just nip back a little bit. Interestingly, starting around the wicket, trying to create a bit more of that rough for Lyon, I think. So utilising that period of time to try and create that traffic that has been lacking from this pitch with the rain over the last few days.
2 slips and a gully in place. Bat pad ready. Hazlewood bowls to Elgar, who flicks in the air wide of the mid-wicket. He takes a couple down under the O'Reilly stand. Cummins does the fielding. And Elgar is away.
Yeah, just straight away with the new ball, he seemed more comfortable with the older ball, that he could just swing away from the left-hander. You've got to get your line almost perfect from around the wicket with the new ball. It's not really moving.
An hour left in this session, a minimum 47 overs. There might be a few more with the amount of spin that will be bowled. Elgar, the left-handed captain, reaches for a ball outside the off stump and plays it away to mid-off.
He's having a nice little jog down with his follow-through too, Josh.
He's up his warnings.
He's out of the danger area, but he didn't get off that quickly.
How many warnings do you get? It's the time to use them.
I think you get one, don't you?
Yeah, one and off. Yep.
Cummins just tugs at the shirt. Places the new Kookaburra in his right hand. He's on the runway in, dead straight as he bowls to Elgar, who sways out of a short ball, which dies on its way through to Carey.
Yeah, if he's doing it a little bit for Lions foot marks, I can understand that. I'd rather him over the wicket with the way the ball's behaving because it's not really moving a lot. And I think LB's, you're more an opportunity over the wicket. And then you can also just use the angle across to the left-handers.
Yeah, I think there's one reason. That's it.
Yeah.
He's going around the wicket. He's actually walking back on the same line as well, which he's allowed to do. Utilising every bit of his size 13s, 14s out the middle of the wicket.
Team tactics going on. Hazelwood bowls. Elgar off the pads, down to fine leg. The glance earns him a single. He's 3. It's none for 4. The over bowled for Liberty Scoreboard, Liberty Loans for free thinkers.
Are you ready to become something new? Box Hill Institute and Jobs Victoria are offering free qualifications and support to get a job in a growing industry. Become a tradie, an aged care or mental health worker, or maybe even work in IT. And they're just some of your choices. You'll get career counselling, mentoring, and we'll connect you to a job so you can earn while you learn. Set yourself up for an amazing future. Places are filling fast. Find out if you're eligible. Book a one-on-one now at boxhill.edu.au and become RTO 4687.
This session of SEN Test Cricket for Lawn Hub Fertiliser, rather thrillingly, Australia is going to open with a spinner, and in a gauntlet down moment, it is going to be Ashton Agar, who might very well be bowling for his Test career.
So this is bizarre then. Why isn't Josh bowling over the wicket and creating foot marks for Ashton? So this is wrong for me.
I suppose the only thing you can think of is that there has been so much traffic down that side of the wicket already, over the wicket, from a right arm over perspective. So maybe he's just thinking we're thinking about the next one, the next bowler that's coming on, but...
Agar over the wicket bowls to Elgar. He started with a full toss, which got knocked away to mid-on, and a run was conceded, none for 5.
But you're bowling to get wickets as well.
100%.
Not for the other end. So
100%. You can't waste any
his best chances of getting wickets are over the wicket.
Yeah, you can't waste any chances. So 47 overs.
Bizarre.
I like the move, though, bringing Agar onto the two left-handers.
I don't mind it.
Yeah, good thinking.
Arvea faces up to Agar, and he's for an edge. Slow down, not carrying to Smith at first snap.
So close. So close.
All eyes to the replay for Robot Building Supplies. Edge ball into the hands of Smith. They're crowded in around Arvea. He's reverse sweeping. Gets it away, down fine. Hazelwood comes from a long way off. That is a boundary. That is an audacious boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. It's none for 9.
How'd you go with that one, Coach?
That is a man not trusting his defence. He played it pretty well, but wowee, if you get out reverse sweeping now, this stage of the game, I know the game's changed, but I know my junior coaches would have met me at the gate.
And you can't do it every ball, though, so it's still alive now.
Yes. Agar over the wicket bowls. Arvea stands up and defends back down the pitch.
Just a bit full and straight. Get into those foot marks.
Agar 4 or 5 paces in. Arvea drives into Renshaw. It ricochets away. No run.
This is what Agar's in the team for, isn't it? To get these two guys out, to create some variation to what Lyon brings and spin the ball the other way, and he needs to be able to prove that he can take these wickets against these left-handers.
4 around the bats. Gar bowls and Arvea is back playing from the off stump. He knocks it out through the vacant cover region and it will touch the boundary for 4. A rotoflex by Blunston. Arvea's second boundary in the over. 2 overs bowled, none for 13. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Calling all spirited travellers, your next adventure awaits at sea. It's time to enjoy the breathtaking scenery, soak up some fresh air and set sail aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Once on deck, sit back, relax and quench your thirst with a Tasmanian wine, beer or cider, while the kids explore all the ship has to offer. Share the experience of sailing with your loved ones because the greatest joys can be found in the most unexpected of moments. Visit spiritoftasmania.com.au. Be a spirited traveller.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. There's a lot of thoughts rattling around in the community. The missing third seamer is on everybody's mind. 0433 98 11 16 for tyre power. Know your tyres. Hazlewood persists around the wicket. He bowls to Elgar, who reaches outside the off stump. Shocking defensive technique. He misses. It's through to Carey, untouched.
I don't like that. That's an awful shot. That's a nothing shot. That's, what about an 8 stump line?
It's really wide. Nowhere near it. Nowhere near the line with his footwork. Right out in front of himself. Coming across the line of the ball. There wasn't a lot to like about that, Flem. Really pokey. No. Awful.
Leg gully, bat pad, both in place. Hazlewood bowls. Elgar leaves the ball shaping at the off stump.
And he leaves one that's closer.
Yeah.
This is good from Josh. Very good.
Oh, that's nibbled back too.
In amongst all the thoughts on the text is this one. Would have been a major flex if Pat had still declared, so that both teams were playing for a win. 220 off 47 overs would have been game on.
Yep.
That would be flexing, wouldn't it?
It would be a major flex until it went awry.
Well, they got 9 off the last over.
Yes. Yeah. Hazlewood's bowls. Elgar ducks the bouncer.
They're reverse sweeping anyway. So shots are in play.
Well, they're going home for a T20 comp, so they could
bit of early
use
practice.
the test matches and as a bit of match practice, yeah.
Damian, Fleming and Phil Jakes for Anaconda. Hit Summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Smith's the floating slip. Khawaja's in the gully.
I'd love him to come
points
over the wicket.
Definitely to Elgar. I don't mind him around too.
Labuschane's at a wide mid-off. Cummins is at mid-on. Renshaw's under the helmet at bat pad. Warner's the leg gully. Elgar plays the ball away from his body to line at points. Fields no run.
He has shown that he has that little bit of a blind spot from over the wicket as well. It's a strange one. I'm a bit perplexed with the tactics to Elgar.
And even he gets caught down the leg side.
Yeah.
You know, mainly from over the wicket.
He's got the man around the corner for that. And the short leg. But then he's sort of playing into the part where he can actually see and has access a bit better. Not sure.
Heads at fine leg and Agar is at mid-wicket. Umpire just holds his arm out as Hazlewood took his first tentative steps. Back to the top of his mark. Clear blue sky over the SCG. Hazlewood in bowls. Elgar's on the back foot, runs it to gully. Knocked down by Khawaja, no run. Little word between Cummins and Hazlewood.
Love to hear what they're saying.
Get over the wicket, Josh. Come over the wicket, Josh. I know that's you, Flynn.
Yeah. Just, how many, maybe one more.
This is cooked up. Whatever their plan is was cooked up before they came out. Not immediately obvious. Hazlewood bowls. Elgar edges past Smith at slip. And down to the boundary for 4. Hazelwood follows all the way down to the popping crease. Drew the false shots. Smith not there to take the catch. None for 17. Into the over. Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
If you love chasing, pacing and racing, we've got it all covered on SEN Track. Every day, SEN Track has all the latest news in the morning.
I'm Thunderstruck is back and looking leaner as he targets victory in the Cox Plate.
Then throughout the day, up-to-date interviews and race form.
The right horse gets the job done!
As well as a healthy dose of banter and hilarity.
Oh, geez, I'm on fire today.
Listen live and catch up on the SEN app. Download it today. SEN Track, your home of chasing, pacing and racing.
The edge flew just beyond the outstretched hand of Steve Smith, watching the replay for Robot Building Supplies. And we're talking a matter of centimetres. Ashton Agar is opening the bowling from the Randwick end. Arvea is his target. It's a full toss. It's driven for 4. So gift runs given away by Agar. And it touches the rope. And he got an edge first ball, but other than that, he's been unthreatening for Rotoflex by Blunston. The boundary, he's just the second Australian to open the bowling in a home test match since 1980, the only other being Shane Warne. So there's a big spotlight on him. All he's done in the test match so far is drop 2 catches and miss a run out, and he's an outstanding fielder. He hasn't taken a wicket or conjured a chance yet. Arvea covers the off stump and defends to Renshaw at silly mid-off.
No, we didn't get to see him bat, fortunately, as well.
Still a lot of questions, isn't there, for questions that need to be answered for India.
Agar bowls and Arvea leaves. Warne opened the bowling in 2002 on this ground.
Probably got a 5 for Shane Keith Warne.
Agar over the wicket, dragged it in. Arvea pulled it away, and it'll be another boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Arvea is 17 as that hammers into the rope at mid-wicket.
I mean, they're aggressive fields, but I don't know what his quickest 50 is, but that's looking a very good proposition there, 17 off 10, but that's a poor delivery. He's not hitting the foot marks, is he, Jacques?
No,
they're wide, but you don't know how it'll behave when you hit them.
Yeah, dragged that one down, and that's the art of the finger spin bowler on day 5 out here. Is you've got to hit those foot marks.
Agar will feel all of this rather acutely. Having not played in a test match since 2017, Arvea is forward and blunting whatever there is.
And it's a skill that's acquired from playing games. And Ashton will be better for the run, but he hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket over the last few years, and he wouldn't have been practicing hitting foot marks in white ball cricket and white ball training.
Arvea defends the last ball of the over. So Agar's gone for 17 from 2 overs. It's none for 25. Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
The Holman retractable hose reel is the perfect watering solution this summer. Grab yours this weekend and enjoy the versatility of the 7-function spray gun and fittings. You can easily create a neat hose storage solution in a large backyard or small apartment balcony with the retractable hose reel. And you can even take it camping with the additional quick release mounting bracket. Simplify your outdoor space with Australia's most popular retractable hose reel from Holman. Available at Bunnings.
The session of play for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. Quick changes is going to be the pattern in this innings. So Pat Cummins has brought himself on after 2 overs from Josh Hazelwood. So no mucking around, and I don't know whether Agar gets a 3rd over at the other end. So a momentary break in play. Do you need a break? Head to Mildura next long weekend. Pat Cummins is around the wicket bowling to Elgar. Wrapped him on the pads. He was somewhere near adjacent. No is the adjudication of Paul Rifle. It kept low. Elgar's in front, and Cummins is going to find out. We're going to test the replays here with DRS.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out.
Front foot checked is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
All eyes to the screens.
Yes, please. Front on spin vision. Okay, just rock and roll that, please. Keep it going through. Keep it going through. Thank you. Looks like there's a gap between bat and ball. Let's just confirm that
Front
with
pad
leg side
on the
hot spot,
flat.
please.
Gut feel.
Ump's call.
Make a decision, Hawkeye.
Yeah, nothing on hot spot there.
Cool.
Let's go to Snicko, please.
Could be all
Rolling
three
through, please.
hitting
Keep
the
it just rolling
stumps.
through as it goes past the bat, please. Keep it rolling through. Thank you. Have a flat line as it goes past the bat. No bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready, please.
Not a tall man.
No.
Small men's pads.
Here we go.
It's pitching outside off, impacting line. I'm missing the wickets.
Up above the leg
Stay with
dial.
your original decision. You're on screen. Signal now.
I submit live, I thought it looked a little bit high, but worth a review.
That's an old ball, would have been smashing into him, but I don't know how poor Rifle and the Australians are going, because every time he gives a decision, we want to check it upstairs.
Yeah. Well, he's turned Lyon down 3 times. They've all been umpire's call.
And that one deemed to be going over.
Significantly now, he's at the Paddington end, and Lyon will be bowling from the Randwick end, so that nexus is broken. It stays none for 25. Cummins toils away. Bowls to Elgar, who plays the ball to points. Lyon fields no run.
It's an ugly-looking defence, that. He might... What about another catcher in that slip area? He nicked one that may have carried to a second if Steve Smith was traditional first. Maybe get rid of someone on the leg side. What do you do at the other end, Jacques? Have you seen enough of Agar and you've got to get Lyon on?
Yep, I've seen enough. Just hasn't got it right enough for me. I think he's got to be hitting the footmarks way more.
Cummins bowls, Elgar forward defending. Fielded by the captain in his follow-through.
Be interested to see how much spin he actually gets off the good part of the pitch. Nathan Lyon bowling to 2 left-handers. I think he'd be hoping. I know he likes bowling the left-handers, but I think he'd be hoping that he can get a right-hander in, and Pat Cummins can break the 2 left-hand combination.
Yeah.
So he's got one of each to go with, and rather than having to try and bowl on the good part of the wicket all the time, I think.
The left-handed Elgar faces up to Cummins, right arm around the wickets. Elgar fends a ball just short of Renshaw under the helmets. Very uncomfortable with the ball coming at him, but he got it to ground in front of the bat pad.
So we just haven't seen the same bounce and jump off the good part of the pitch, have we? Like, for Nathan Lyon to bowl with 2 left-handers, I'm sort of saying. So
it's just bouncing. It's the lowest bouncing pitch in Australia, isn't it?
It's dead.
So you want sideways movement.
Yeah.
So 2 openers at the top and then a whole sequence of right-handers, which is why this first wicket is so critical. Elgar leaning forward, bat into pads. It's caught up in the flap. Renshaw runs into collect it.
Come on, got a little touch of something else there.
He just looks uncomfortable, ungainly.
that hasn't done a whole lot, and he's making it look like it's done a lot.
Just sparring at the ball, isn't it? Like it's like pushing at the ball.
It's tentative footwork and just pushing with your hands.
He's got to get to 14 to get out of Australia with an average in double figures. He's on 8. Our stats for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Cummins bowls to Elgar. He's on the back foot defending the ball to Renshaw at short leg. None for 25 at the end of the over. Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Every time I enter a house fire to save life and property, toxins leach into my skin. Over my career, they've given me cancer. It's impacted my whole family. Fortunately, special laws allowed firefighters like me to receive medical help. But the Andrews government has trashed these laws, putting me and my family at risk. I'm asking Premier Andrews to reverse these changes to protect sick firefighters.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
SEN Test Cricket, this session of play, real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub fertiliser. A minimum of 47 overs Australia has to try to bowl South Africa out a second time. Agar is continuing on. Arvea plays back and defends. So 5 overs in, everything is on the clock. And Agar's got to prove to his captain that he's worthy of a place at the bowling crease. Arvea has been pretty ruthless with him so far, and he's back and letting the ball spin past the off stump. Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Damian, Fleming and now Rachael, Haynes. Hello, Rach.
Hello, nice to be back.
None for 25. Arvea is 17 from 14. Agar bowls to him, and he's blunting the ball, which is angled in at the popping crease.
It's interesting with Agar's line. You know, playing a lot of white ball cricket, you wouldn't be bowling as wide as those footmarks, but the previous ball he hit him, and it turned acutely.
Agar tries again. Arvea drives. It'll be fielded by Renshaw at cover on the dive.
Well, they're all the subtle changes he hasn't really been able to practice, having played so much white ball cricket as opposed to Sheffield Shield and 4 or 5 day cricket.
Agar just held up for a moment. Now given the all clear, Arvea defends from the stumps. He runs the ball to head at backward point, no run.
Yeah, but you've got to be able to self-coach on the field, and it's a different stock ball to white ball cricket. You know, does he line up with Carey's left leg, and that's his line, and just try and hit that knee roll?
Tighter over at least. Arvea will block out a maiden from Agar. None for 25. Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Ash on the forehand. Cross course, he's done it. Ash Barty. Jalawala Shaw for 3.
And striking the pure.
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary Rock and Tim Watson. Mornings with Ian Smith. Tim Gossage. This is Trackside.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
SEN Test Cricket, our apparel partner is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. None for 25. 6 overs in. Pat Cummins is in operation. From this, the Paddington end. They're staying around the wicket, bowling to Dean Elgar, who is playing from the off stump and running the ball to gully. Kawaja feels it. Even where Elgar defends is so atypical of where an opener would normally play.
Yeah, look, watching Elgar batting, it's tough because every batter has probably been through a period in their career where they just haven't been where they need to. And yeah, it's hard watching him bat at the moment because he's just feeling with the bat as opposed to actually getting any weight transfer through to the line of the ball.
Cummins knock him over. He bowls to Elgar, who leaves outside the off stump.
But just going back to Flem's point when talking about the line that Ashton Agar's trying to bowl when he's bowling spin, and Lyon spoke about that before the game today in terms of where he's looking. And he's looking, if he's bowling to a right-handed batter, he's looking to Carey's right hand in his glove in terms of his line, trying to spin the ball back in towards those stumps. So I'm sure that they would be having conversations about that and how they go about setting up and getting their line right for different conditions.
Cummins flows in, bowls. Elgar fins the ball down near Renshaw again. Jumpy with the ball coming at him. It's on the bump into the short leg.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, or that's just an individual experienced player working out that you've got to adjust to different pitches and different conditions.
Travis Head is down at fine leg. Floating slip, gully, leg gully, bat pad. That's the attack that Cummins has deployed. He bowls to Elgar, who fins at a ball rising under the eyes. Plays it out onto the offside.
Besides his awkward technique and where he's mentally, there's not a lot happening for the quicks with this new ball. So it might be spin from both ends quickly and then once we get to around that 20 over mark, the pace men come back on.
With the reverse. Just the one edge that flew past the outstretched hand of Steve Smith. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. That's been the sum total of it. Elgar is forward and defending. He plays tip and run out to cover as Agar has to move around to do the fielding. So Elgar goes to 9. 1 left in the Cummins over.
Yeah, and both Hazelwood and Cummins have bowled a lot already in this match. So, there's only for so long, doesn't matter how fit you are as an athlete or how experienced you are going to get tired. So you want to make sure you're at your best and most fresh for key moments in the game. And just given what we're seeing here, I think you're right, Fleming. It might be best to get spin going at both ends here.
All manner of strategy at play when you're in such a hurry to pick up the full set of wickets. Cummins bowls full in at the pads. It was seen off by Arvea. And a dot to finish the over. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers, none for 26 after 7.
Are you ready to become something new? Box Hill Institute and Jobs Victoria are offering free qualifications and support to get a job in a growing industry. Become a dental assistant, a hairdresser, or maybe even a refrigeration expert. And they're just some of your choices. You'll get career counselling, mentoring, and we'll connect you to a job so you can earn while you learn. Set yourself up for an amazing future. Places are filling fast. Find out if you're eligible. Book a one-on-one now at boxhill.edu.au. And become RTO 4687.
Player of the Day honours up for grabs thanks to Bingley. From a South African perspective, Keshav Maharaj with his defiant 53 in a total of 255. Nathan Lyon will have to do a lot in this second innings if Australia is to get close to victory. He is being brought into the attack at the Randwick end. So Agar got to look at 3 overs. 1 maiden, none for 17. But he bowled without any discernible threat. So you couldn't stay away from Lyon for too long. If this is to happen for Australia, it's likely that he'll take a 5 for. He would rather be bowling at the right-handers, but it's the left-handed openers who are in at the moment. Lyon around the wicket to Elgar, who clips off his toes. He'll run it across the square and pick up a single as Agar does the fielding. None for 27. Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Rachael Haynes is in. Bharat Sundaresan, welcome back.
Hello, Gerard. Afternoon. Afternoon, Rachael.
Bat pad, silly mid-off and a slip. Arvea is 17 from 19 deliveries. Haven't taken full toll of Agar's first couple of overs. Left-handed opener. Keeps the ball out. That wasn't flighted at all. That was speared in. Have you seen the opening foray, Bharat?
Yeah, big debate in the press area, the print area, about Ashton Agar, whether he should have got the new ball, whether he's earned his right to go to India.
Lyon bowls, Arvea drives. He won't get a run to Quadra at mid-off.
And I think it boils down to what he does more than how he does it. That will take him to India. Just the fact that he's a left-arm spinner, and in the last 5-6 years you've seen it's very difficult to play Test cricket in India without a left-arm spinner.
Arvea faces up, goes back to Lyon. It's parried onto the stumps as it was defended to Renshaw at silly mid-off.
And it's not just the Indian left-arm spinners who've done well. Jack Leach had a good tour 2 years ago, took a lot of wickets. And if you can figure a way out of being consistent and using those rough spots.
Lyon bowls, Arvea is leaning forward and smothering the spin.
Then you can be very effective. You can be a successful wicket taker. And unfortunately, there aren't too many other options. Matthew Kuhneman's only other left-arm spinner doing the rounds, Rachael, but he hasn't played much first-class cricket this summer.
Lyon bowls, Arvea covers the stumps, playing back and sees it off. None for 27. Dwayne Russell is going to take you through to the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. The tea break, I beg your pardon. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Industry Super Fund for all Australians.
Hello, bank.
Hi, I'm looking for a new home loan.
That'll be $999.
I have to pay to get a home loan with you.
What? You're telling me you expect to get a home loan without any fees?
Well, yeah.
I have to question your details, check your paperwork, dot the T's, cross the I's, and do the thing with the form. Nobody does that without fees.
Athena does.
Oh, are they hiring?
Free yourself from fees at athena.com.au. We don't charge any. Athena. Love us and leave us. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Ball back in the hands of Pat Cummins. Rachael, Haynes and Bharat Sundaresan still with me. Elgar on strike on 10. Avaya is 17. And in comes Cummins. One slip and a gully. And he flicks it to Carey and he might be out. He's gone. Taken down the leg side by Carey. The first wicket of the South African second innings falls. Elgar is out.
Well, they've persisted with this plan around the wicket, and it's a very similar dismissal here for Elgar. Chucked down the leg side, taken by Carey. He's going to walk off this ground very disappointed. It has not been the series that he would have hoped for.
I mean, a lot of batters consider themselves unlucky when they get out in that fashion, but Elgar is anything but unlucky. That's the fourth time in this series that he's got out like that, and third time just playing at one which is aimed at his armpit, and it brings an end to an absolutely shocking tour for Dean Elgar. This means that he'll average less than 10 after 6 innings as a visiting captain. It's one of the worst series any visiting opener has ever had in Australia. It's in the top 5, unfortunately, and not sure where his test career goes from here. He's been a steady, hard-working, gritty opener for a long, long time for South Africa. But as you see him walk into the dressing room, you're not sure what the future holds for him.
Yeah, the only time you want to be averaging less than 10 is if you're a bowler.
True.
Yeah, his series is done unless Australia has to come out and make 10 to win or something crazy. But right now, 1 for 27. It has been a disaster. And for Australia, this is just the confidence builder they need. First wicket falls after enforcing the follow-on. So Klaasen comes out and he joins Avaya, who's on 17. One man out. Elgar caught. Carey bowled. Cummins for 10 off 25. 1 for 27. Nathan Lyons bowling at the other end, and he does look the one most likely that could be the destroyer for the remainder of the day. And the good news for lovers of Test cricket, we might have one that's going to go down to the wire here on day 5. 2 slips in and a gully now. Klaasen on strike. Cummins into him, and it's short. It's defended almost with a horizontal bat on the bounce to point.
Yeah, I just tweeted a little while back, Rachael, that I said it would be a travesty if Simon Harmer doesn't get a promotion in the batting order, and I actually mean it. I mean, he looks so solid against the old ball, the reverse swing, against the second new ball. But yeah, once again, Pat Cummins, that man. Australia need a wicket. He just finds a way. Unfortunately for Dean Elgar, that has been the way. He's got out way too many times.
Klaasen, second delivery faced from Cummins, who is on the money on off stump, so he keeps it out. Defensive stroke, no addition to 1 for 27. And again, just when South Africa look like they're settled, they can win an hour, they look like they're at least gaining back some sort of control, even though no hope of winning the test. Australia get breakthroughs. They looked like they were going to avoid the follow-on at one stage today, South Africa, but it didn't happen. Cummins at the top of his mark. Silence here at the SCG for the Aussie captain, who's in. Klaasen on strike, defends it, had to jam down quickly onto it because it got to him quickly, and Cummins has an extended stare.
Yes, they really need to draw on some of that grit, some of that resolve they showed in the first session here, because they're under pressure and the game could get away from them very quickly. I know they've only lost 1 wicket, but we've seen throughout this series their batting group can certainly fall over at different stages.
2 deliveries left in this Cummins over, successful. with his opening delivery. Dots since. New batter in class and yet to get off the mark. And he pulls to get off the mark to the boundary at square leg, and it rolls fairly quickly into the rope. Another boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move, and that catch for Alex Carey down the leg side was a nice snaffle to start the dismissals in this South Africa second innings. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. No stats, by the way, for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. 1 for 31 as it stands right now. Last delivery of this Cummins over. Still 2 slips in the gully for Klaasen, and he defends it to the offside, and he gets it through the 2 fielders at cover. In fact, there's a misfield. Little fumble by Agar and a stumble by Agar, which was uncharacteristic, but allows that easy run. End of the over. 1 for 33. It's on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Rachael Haynes and Bharat Sundaresan with us. Nathan Lyon with the ball in hand. South Africa 1 for 33 after being asked to follow on. They trail by 187 right now. Line in. And nicely defended back down the pitch by Ervea, who's 17 not out.
I'm happy with the way Heinrich Klaasen has started. He's an attacking stroke maker, bats 5-6. Just that pull shot, a lot of confidence.
Man short in on the leg and the offside. Line in. Ervea pushes to the man on the offside, Renshaw. Silly mid off. One slip in, Smith waiting for it. And a ring of fielders waiting for something, to make something happen. Lyon sees this spin into the gloves of Carey, allowed to pass through by Ervea.
Yeah, I think as a batter, it's really important to, as much as you can, try and stick to your natural instinct, because as soon as you start doing something that isn't a strength, you can get yourself in trouble.
Bright seeing conditions at the moment, perfect conditions really. The pitch just starting to look as if it's going to play a few tricks in the remainder of day 5. And Lyon trying to get those tricks to start happening immediately.
Yeah, that's right, Rachel. And he walked out there and tried to bat like a test number 3. Did not work out. He got nowhere and then got that short, sharp delivery from Pat Cummins and was out.
Line to Ervea. Men crashed around the bat again, and he allows it through to Carey, who takes it. The oohs and ahs continue. Nathan Lyon realising he's starting to get some movement off the pitch.
Might be a few friendly reminders about his first innings dismissal around the bat.
They're creeping in ever closer. Line in, and he plays it out on the offside. Rolls it to point, but no addition to the score. End of that line over. And he's bowled a couple. None for 1 right now. South Africa 1 for 33 for Liberty. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Where do you go for really good advice on renting trucks?
I'd start with the biggest. They've got to know a bit.
And who are the biggest?
Budget. Budget are the biggest. They're the specialists.
And the prices?
Jump on the website. You'll be pleasantly surprised.
So, a fair price plus good advice.
That's a poem, that is. Fair price, good advice. Nice.
Head to budgettrucks.com.au or just drop into your local budget for a chat.
There's one over there.
We know.
Dean Elgar, the one man out. Nice snaffle down the leg side by Alex Carey. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. Cummins to continue. Bowls to Klaasen, who drives nicely on the offside. Gets it down to long off for a couple. They might give a third some consideration. No, they won't. Had a look around and it was Marnus Labuschagne. Of course you're not. And they're back for a couple.
That's actually a really beautiful shot. So almost played it on the up, punched it back through mid-off. lovely full face of the bat, easy swing. It was really well played.
Yeah, and that boundary would have given him that confidence to do that. The punch through the covers after that pulled 4 as well looked good. Sounded good.
South Africa trail by 185 after being asked to follow on. Cummins into the hip of Klaasen, who plays on the onside defensively. No addition to that score, 1 for 35.
And he's brought some good form, or he did bring some good form into the tour as well, right, Rachael? He made 292 at a very good strike rate in a domestic game weeks before South Africa landed here. A lot of people expected him to play in that first test, to wait his turn. So he's someone who averages well over 40. He's captained South Africa in T20 cricket before. He's made a reputation as a white ball specialist at times in his career.
Renshaw in close. Short leg as Cummins is in to Klaasen, and he's defensive, compact and full face of the bat.
So do you think he'll get quite a significant opportunity in this role now?
You would think so. I mean, it's a struggling batting order. He's 31. He's waited his time. Originally a wicket keeper, so he had to wait for Quinton de Kock, who's, even though much younger than him, started much before him earlier. And now with Kyle Verreynne having taken the gloves, this is his only chance to be a specialist batter.
Still 36 overs remaining in the day after this one for Cummins, who's in to Klaasen. And he pulls it nicely. Just backward a square. And they'll pick up an easy half-walked single. Just rifled back into Alex Carey.
It's a nice bumper there from Pat Cummins, though. Had to get around quickly to get that shot in on time.
A nice pirouette swivel, though, to catch it on the full face.
A few in the Australian team that you were a part of, Rachael, keepers who then said, well, you'll have to wait a long time for Alicia Healy to give up the gloves, so we'll just become batters.
Yeah, Beth Mooney comes to mind. She's become a very good fielder too, mind you. Can not only take the gloves, but is exceptional in the field as well.
Ovea on strike on 17. Klaasen down the non-strikers end now on 9. 2 balls left in this Cummins over. Short leg still in. And in he comes, and Ovea's watchful. Big shout at no, as you no doubt heard in the effects mic.
So what Heinrich Klaasen needs to do is just see how Beth Mooney's career has gone.
Sun's been shining all day on day 5. Gold coin entry, good crowd in. They've been vocal, enjoying the afternoon, and they might enjoy the final session on day 5 even more. Australia stalking South Africa, trying to make it a clean sweep for the summer. Win every test against the Windies and South Africa. Cummins into the pads. Half-hearted appeal for leg before. Ovea doesn't seem too concerned by it. And that's the end of that Cummins over. In fact, has he got one more? He has. No, end of the over. 1 for 10. Cummins from 4. He's the wicket taker so far. That score for Liberty. Liberty Loans for free thinkers.
I met Sally when we were 16. Yeah, I think I fell in love with her the moment I met her. I love everything about her. Yeah, ever since we were young, we both wanted kids. We got so excited the day we realised we were both ready for that step. So then...
What happens next is up to you, because the only way her story continues is with you. Donate sperm at Monash IVF and make the dream of having a family more than just a dream. Visit monashivf.com today.
Bharat Sundaresan still with Rachael, Haynes and I. Having got Fox Cricket's WinViz saying that Australia the favourite at 57%, the draw 43. What do you make of that? What would you think would be the favourite in your eyes?
Geez, 57% seems high. That's a lot of wickets in a short amount of time.
It's taken into account South Africa's collapses so far on our soil this summer, no doubt. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Nathan Lyon, ball in hand again. And he bowls to Klaasen, who drives on the onside, but straight to mid-on, no chance of a run, fielded by Usman Khawaja.
And we just saw at the end of that over, Steve Smith and Pat Cummins come together and have quite an extended chat.
Was it give me the ball? Is that the extent of the chat? Lyon in, and Klaasen defensive, pushes back down the pitch.
I actually think they were speaking about maybe getting Travis Head back into the game. So just trying to navigate tactics, the best person to go to, who can get us a wicket in this situation.
Smith in slip. Renshaw and Labuschagne short, and the reverse sweep. Was that dropped by Smith? The reverse sweep may have caught pad only, but did it catch bat? Looks like he's hobbling Steve Smith as well as he pursues it. Oh, and I bounced it to him. Okay. Line in. Klaasen pushes long stretch forward defensively.
Just on Steve Smith, sorry, Rachel. You spoke about him hobbling. He's had some issue with his hip, and he did speak about this in Perth, where he's had to like move into his position at slip because of the bad hip.
Yeah, it's definitely not the normal gait. As this one's cut by Klaasen, he gave himself room and cut beautifully through cover all the way to the boundary for 4. He did time it and found the gap. Another boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. South Africa moving to 1 for 40. Klaasen to 13.
He spent so much time out in the middle in his career. He's probably due to have a couple of niggles.
With the bad hip, he brought it upon himself. He was one of those massagers and hurt himself before the first test.
Well, he's never still, so that's got to give his hip some problems. Line in, and Klaasen playing off the back foot. Pops it back defensively, and that's the end of the over for Liberty. Liberty loans for free thinkers. South Africa in their second innings after being forced to follow on 1 for 40, still trailing by 180 runs.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Home mechanics who change their own oil, they know. Professionals who service their own car at home, they know. Car lovers who want the best for their pride and joy, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Changing the bowling. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. A surprise. It's not Travis Head. It'll be Agar to take the ball from this Paddington end. 1 for 40. Both of you would have preferred Travis Head being handed the ball?
Well, he's looked the most likely at different stages today. So, yeah, whether or not they're thinking that maybe he should come from Nathan Lyon's end, I'm not quite sure. But, yeah, Agar, he gets another opportunity. You saw him with a new ball and not quite nail it. So going back to the end that perhaps he's bowled the most of his overs from in this test match into the rough of the left-handed batter.
Yeah, he's looked the least likely in some ways. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Agar back on, bowling to Ovea, catches him on the pad. Half-hearted appeal, it was outside off. Dean Elgar, by the way, the stats for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Heard Bharat Sundaresan tell you in nouns and verbs what the performance of Elgar has been like on Australian soil. As this one's cut along the deck to point. Well, here's the numbers stat-wise. Averaging 9.33 for this series. 5th worst performing opening batter ever on Australian soil to have faced a minimum of 6 innings during a series. Only Wasm Jaffa 8.16 and Jeff Cook 9 are the worst performed on Australian soil as Agar is in and it's allowed through to Carey.
All I can say about Wasim Jaffer is he never played Test cricket again. Not sure whether that could be Dean Elgar's fate as well. I mean, he's captain.
Yeah, well, it's not a good list to be on if that's the top of your list. Agar. Ovea, being crowded around the bat, but he met that with the full face defensively, back down the pitch.
Yeah, I think the tough thing for South Africa is who's waiting in the wings. We've even seen on this tour the depth in the batting has been a huge issue for them.
Labuschagne at short leg, Warner leg slip, Smith in slip as this one is played from the back foot and negotiated well by Ovea. Agar none for 17 from, well, this is 4th over. didn't look damaging last night either in South Africa's first innings. But they've brought him in to wreak havoc. So Pat Cummins giving him the opportunity to do so. And this one's defensively pushed and middled as well. So not being troubled at the moment. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers. South Africa 1 for 40, still trailing by 180 after an Agar maiden.
What gets you strutting? Scoring tickets to the grand final? The start of the cricket summer? Or snaffling up a bargain on Snaffle? Because with Snaffle, you can shop all the best brands and get what you want when you want, paying with bite-sized payments. It's time to get your Snaffle strut on. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Bharat, Sundaresan and Rachael Haynes still with us. Bright sunshine still with us. And bright prospects still with us for Australia here on day 5. Middle session, final day. South Africa 1 for 40 after being asked to follow on. And Nathan Lyon, ball in hand at bowling to Klaasen off the back foot, who bounces it to Renshaw close in on the leg side. He just forward a square. And Labuschagne just back of square. Close on the leg side, catching positions, waiting for a bat pad. Line in again. And Klaasen off the back foot cuts. Got close to him. It was tight, but he got it through cover. And it might even find its way to the boundary for 4. It's pulling up close to the rope, and it does get hauled in. Nicely done on the rope by Pat Cummins. Rifles it back. Still working hard for every run to be stopped.
One good sign for a wicket coming along is Scott Boland was on the field. Out there to give something to one of the players. But generally, you know, when Scott Boland is on the cricket field somewhere in Australia, a wicket falls.
Yeah, maybe 2 in and over. 1 for 43. Evaya now on strike after Klaasen moved to 16. Evaya waits for Lyon, who's in, and they're crowded around him, but he cuts that late, backward of point, rolls it toward the boundary for a single. Fielded down there by Travis Head. Rotating the strike. Australia needing 9 wickets to win.
Australia will still believe just the number of collapses we've seen from South Africa. Wickets fall very quickly once you start losing them.
Klaasen back on strike on 16. Line into him, and he's playing off the back foot, but he's seeing them okay. Just pops it back to Nathan Lyon. He fields on his follow through. Smith still in slip. Labuschagne in tight. Short leg. Carey crouched behind. Line in. And Klaasen off the back foot. Almost catchable to Smith. Scream of catch it. Just past his outstretched right hand on the dive. Nathan Lyon down on both knees, praying that that could have been gone to hand.
You know what happened, right? Jonty Rhodes just walked into our box.
Wow.
Oh, just evaded his finger. Maybe he got one finger to it. Finally, a ball that has misbehaved off this pitch, Rachael.
Yeah, it's probably the first one we've seen since the Australians have come back on this field.
Yeah, I think caught the shoulder as well of the bat. In comes Lyon, and Evaya pushes it down into the pitch. End of an eventful Nathan Lyon over, but a wicketless over. South Africa still 1 for 45 after 14 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers. Rachael Haynes and Bharat Sundaresan with us.
It's going to be an interesting period of play, Rachael. Just after the tea break, we saw second new ball as we see the replay of that delivery. Big puff of dust. Heinrich Klaasen had no idea. Took his bottom hand off. Steve Smith, he saw him take what we thought was one of the best slip catches of all time. Richard Kettleborough didn't think so. But we saw with the second new ball, Rachael, that reverse swing came into play or started coming into play around that 18, 19 overs, and it was very, very difficult. So we had the 14th over mark. We've seen a lot of spin already with this ball, so maybe right after the break, the first 1 hour could decide this game.
33 overs remaining in the day. Avaya 18, Klaasen 17. Agar has the ball in hand again. We wind our way to tea. Klaasen will be on strike. A little bit of a discussion between Agar and Pat Cummins as to how he wants the field set. Still a short leg in. And Klaasen is 17. Avaya 18. Klaasen waiting. And Agar in.
I think as well, given Hazelwood's spell was so short, it was only 2 overs, you know that the Australians are saving him for that period in the game. So I can't imagine that it's too far away that they're going to try and see whether or not it's there.
First one kept out by Klaasen, and he waits for the second. He cuts. Backed away to give himself some room, rolls it to the point fielder and walks his way through for a single. A few clouds hovering above. Still good seeing conditions. No threat that play will be halted early due to bad light, but that will give the Australians the indication that you are running out of time to take your remaining 9 wickets for victory. And T is looming. Avaya off the back foot. It jumped at him a little from Agar, but he handled it okay in the end.
What Australia would have given for just, even if they had half a day more play and half a day more of sun on this pitch.
Well, caught a few more catches today. 4 have gone down. Agar is in and is defensively pushed away by Avaya.
Yeah, certainly those breaks have been the enemy in this game. Just really taken time out of it, which you need in Test cricket to get 20 wickets.
Avaya scratching around, knowing that T's not far away. Agar is into him. Leg slip, and he jams down on a full-length delivery. Kept it out at his toes.
Come on, lads.
1 ball left in this Agar over. He hasn't been able to do any damage. It's his 5th. Couldn't do any damage in the South African first innings. None for 18, his figures. Still the men crowded around the bat. Labuschagne crouching at short leg, slip, and he puts this into the pads again, and he keeps it out. Well bowled, as you heard. And that's the end of the over from Agar. He's having a chat to the umpire, and it looks like that will be T. So South Africa forced to follow on. At one stage, they looked like they were going to avoid the follow-on, and we might be headed for a draw. But Australia was able to get the last few wickets in rapid-fire succession, forced South Africa to follow on. And in their second innings, South Africa won for 46. To tell you more about it, Rachael, Haynes and Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, we just saw the 1 wicket fall in that session. Pat Cummins strangling Agar down the leg side again. The 4th time in this series that he's been dismissed in that way. I think we're seeing the South Africans trying to be as positive as they can with the bat as well. Getting 46 runs in that session for only the loss of 1 wicket. The Australians will go into this tea break trying to think about what is their best way of taking wickets here. That's really the name of the game if they want to win. There's a lot to do in one session of cricket. I think it'd be short of a miracle to get 9 wickets, but it's not impossible.
Winwiz still thinks it's 57% Australia's game. And look, it has a lot to do with how they've lost wickets in clumps. So if Australia can make breakthroughs, and you know they can get 3-4 very quickly. So 9 wickets in 32 overs in a normal situation, you'd think maybe not, the game slipped away. But Australia will take a lot of heart from that 1 ball that Lyon bowled to Klaasen, which just flew past Steve Smith, and reverse swing is just around the corner. So when you put those 2 into consideration, I think Australia would not lose hope any. Absolutely.
So T on day 5. Quick story of the game. Stats brought to you by Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Australia 4 declared for 475. Then South Africa all out for 255. Forced to follow on. 1 for 46 in their second innings. The 1 man out, Dean Elgar, caught Alec Carey Bold Pat Cummins for 10 and 1 for 46 as it stands right now with one session left in the SCG test in bright sunshine still. Great to have your company on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Gerard Whateley, not far away from rejoining you.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN, 7-Eleven and Mobil are fueling up for a summer of cricket. So reach for the sunscreen, your bat and the Bowser to get your story off to the best start with Mobil quality fuel from 7-Eleven.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. From sports to art and music, Mildura has what you're looking for when it comes to events. Enjoy a night under the stars, a show at the theatre, or check out the local venues offering live music and entertainment. There's always plenty for the kids to enjoy, coupled with natural landscapes, great food and amazing weather. So what are you waiting for? Find out more online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
This week on sen.com.au, check out the podcast from...
Good to have your company on the sounding board. For This Is Your Journey, as we bring you the inspiration.
Hi, it's Gerard Whateley. On the Whateley podcast today...
If you love listening to SEN podcasts on the road, make sure you switch your phone to Do Not Disturb mode and turn off the temptation to get distracted when driving. Personalise your Do Not Disturb message and set it up so that calls can still come through in case there's an emergency. A message from the TAC. Drive safely for everyone.
Any day, any weather, Yarrabeen Golf welcomes all players. Tackle the pristine 18-hole public golf course. You'll love it. Also, to fine-tune your game and get better faster, visit the driving range. Receive instant ball flight data on every shot you hit with the magnificent Top Tracer range technology. First-time player, casual golfer or long-time veteran, tee off at Yarrabeen Golf. Just 10 minutes from Melbourne CBD, Yarrabeen Golf is on Melbourne's doorstep. Yarrabeen Golf, Fairfield.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Imagine a place where every time the sun goes up, your power bill goes down, where you'll hardly need to lift a finger again, unless it's at the complimentary gym, where transport costs are driven down with free electric cars and bikes, and the only rates you'll pay are to your mates. A place where living expenses disappear as quickly as cocktails by the pool. Downsize and live it up for less at Lifestyle Communities. Homes start at just $410,000. Visit lifestylecommunities.com.au today.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. With a fleet of over 250 vehicles, from 1 tonne right up to the big semis, State Transport is ready to deliver your goods on time, safely and efficiently, both locally and Australia-wide. We are the time slot specialists. 24 hours, 7 days a week, and with State Transport, you're ready to go. State Transport, our people are your solution.
State Transport, our people are your solution.
How do you deal with loneliness?
I was working about 1,500 kilometres away from home, and it was very isolating. When I felt like I had some worth about who I was and what I was doing, I could be alone but still be okay.
Even when you're on your own, there is hope to deal with loneliness. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au. For more about understanding loneliness and finding hope when you feel lonely, go to messagesofhope.org.au.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Gets it away, down 5. Hazelwood bowls. Elgar edges past Smith that slip and down to the boundary for 4.
In comes Cummins. One slip and a curling in. He flicks it to Carey and he might be out. He's gone. Taken down the leg side by Carey. The first wicket of the South African second innings falls.
The tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
At the tea break, South Africa 1 for 46. Arvea is 18. Klaasen is 18. And Elgar is gone for 10. And that's the poor part of it from South Africa's perspective. Dean Elgar's tour 56 runs at 9.3, which is a story in its own right. The tea break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. 1 wicket, 9 to go. There's 32 overs left, theoretically, in the test match, but you could probably see them shaking hands at some point in this final session. The only chance running against that is if Jonty Rhodes just stays in the chair, because he popped his head in the box and immediately Klaasen edged a ball that was just beyond the reach of Steve Smith. He brings action wherever he lands. He's part of our commentary team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Jonty, having some fun with you.
Gerard, thank you. Yes, tea time. I'm more than happy to spend time back in the hot seat. And I've just got that knack, haven't I?
It seems just a bit too much to ask of Australia from here.
Massive effort this morning. If we go back to Maharaj and even though Marco Jansen didn't score many runs, just the fact that those seam bowlers had to bowl, there's only 2 of them, and weathered the storm. That first hour or the first session of play this morning for South Africa certainly allowed them to be in a position where they're a lot stronger, because had Australia had got South Africa out quite cheaply and quite quickly this morning, heads would be up. From an Australian point of view, and South Africa would have felt mentally that there's a long road ahead. Whereas here they kind of go, like you said, if we get to the next session, losing 1 wicket, then that's going to be it.
Maharaj with his 5th half-century in Test cricket. He was the leading run scorer for Victoria. Police made for more. It's that there'll be enduring stories from an Australian perspective. There's going to be a lot of second guessing around selection, and Ashton Agar is going to be a big topic. From South Africa's perspective, Dean Elgar's tour is a disaster for the captain and for the opening batter.
Yeah, I think when you come to Australia, it's always been interesting. I think when we've played before and the likes of Alan Donald was sort of our main strike bowler, it seemed like the Australians targeted him in the World Cup in 2007. I remember Matthew Hayden hitting Sean Pollock totally off his length from ball 1. So the Australian batters or team seem to find a way to sort of focus their attention on the captain of a side and try and undermine him, his mental and even from a stats point of view, his on-the-field performance. And Australia have done that really well with Dean Elgar. And interestingly enough, those 4 dismissals down the leg side. And that's frustrating on a green-seaming wicket. Yes, you kind of go, well, it's unplayable. But when you get out 4 times in the same fashion at this level of cricket, that's something you should be able to fix overnight. It really should be.
Is his career at the crossroads?
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, he's not a young guy, and from a technical point of view, I think he's really struggled. If I compare him to a Sarel Ervier, also a left-hand opening batter who's actually done the hard part. It's a bit like bungee jumping. In South Africa, we have the tallest bridge bungee jump in the world. It's 210 meters. And I've had a guy, I've done that 3 times, and then took some Indian tourists there, and getting to the edge of the bridge and looking down is the hardest part. And some guys would just no, and pull away. They go 5, 4, 3, 2, and they would withdraw from the jump. The hardest part is standing on the edge. And that's the thing for me. Sarel Ervier has done all the hard work, everything that an opening batter is supposed to do. Get through that new ball, and then as soon as he tries to kick on or almost stamp us, he gets out. He's actually looked fairly solid. And maybe it's just because we're comparing him to how Dean Elgar has looked stuck in the crease. But, he's certainly somebody who I think has got real potential, even though he's not a young man, Sarel Ervier. But when you compare that to Dean Elgar, I don't think... we have to have younger, better players in South Africa than what we got, because we came here with experienced first-class players, hoping that they would understand their game and be able to kind of stand toe-to-toe with the Australians, and that just has not materialised, and possibly just through Dean Elgar's lack of form with the bat, and maybe that sort of translated and even almost interfered with his lack of confidence in the field too, because his field placing, bowling changes. We've criticised everything, and it's an easy game from the side here. So, but from a point of view where everybody's from a commentary calling the game are saying really strange decisions from Dean Elgar.
The fall of wicket was at 27. The fall of wicket for Valvoline, which oil ensures you're never caught out. Valvoline, the original engine oil, the leading wicket taker for Valvoline, the original engine oil. Pat Cummins has 1 for 10. In the previous innings, it was Hazelwood 4 for 48. Jonty, give us your independent assessment. Is Ashton Agar a red ball bowler?
Well, I think the concern is he's not, and he was basically brought in here. Yes, we know the SCG does turn. Nathan Lyon doesn't, amazingly, his averages. This is his least performing venue, surprisingly enough, and obviously with a view to down the line touring India. If Agar is the next best guy, he just can't land, doesn't seem to be able to land 6 balls in a row. And maybe when you're playing white ball cricket, you need that variety. You need to keep the batters guessing. But here, with the scuff marks and the rough outside that off stump for the left-handers in particular, all he had to do is make sure 6 deliveries landed on that sort of, the pizza, they keep talking about that pizza area, and the wicket will help. So I think from a, if Australia look back at the end of this, even if he gets wickets now, they're going to go, well, maybe he's not the next best red ball bowler because he hasn't been able to land 6 in a row. And at this level, that's a bit like Dean Elgar getting caught out down the leg side 4 times out of all his dismissals. Yep,
these are big questions ahead of the first test in India in February. 1 for 46 at the tea break. For Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. We'll set you up for the final session of play and see if Australia can get a run on or whether this is bound for a draw next.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. SEN's coverage of the Australian Open is served up by Kia. All the big matches, winners and excitement, SEN and Kia will be there. The all-electric Kia EV6 GT landing soon. The Australian Open on SEN. Partnered by Kia. Movement that inspires.
Oh, the Blind Factory. They say the imitation
Brad,
is
why does radio advertising work so well for the Blind Factory?
I think it's about trust. The station has a lot of trust with the listeners and obviously their talent on air. And that extends to us as advertisers.
Your ads are pretty hard to miss.
The recall is off the charts.
Luckily, the song is too. Discover the unlimited ways to make your brand a household name at commercialradio.com.au. Radio. Unlimited.
This week on sen.com.au, check out the podcast from
Real Adventures with Patrick Dangerfield.
Don't Shoot the Messenger with Caroline Wilson.
This is your journey as we bring you the inspirational...
If you love listening to SEN podcasts on the road, make sure you switch your phone to Do Not Disturb mode and turn off the temptation to get distracted when driving. Personalise your Do Not Disturb message and set it up so that calls can still come through in case there's an emergency. A message from the TAC. Drive safely, everyone.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. From sports to art and music, Mildura has what you're looking for when it comes to events. Enjoy a night under the stars, a show at the theatre, or check out the local venues offering live music and entertainment. There's always plenty for the kids to enjoy, coupled with natural landscapes, great food and amazing weather. So what are you waiting for? Find out more online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
Wow, he's hit another 6. That's 5 in a row.
This batsman is seeing the ball clearer than ever.
Ever since he's been at New Vision Clinics and ditched those glasses, he just can't miss.
Talk about 20/20 vision.
Hit your glasses for 6 and get clarity of vision with the team at New Vision Clinics. Using Dr. Noel Alpin's innovative laser vision correction techniques, your glasses and contact lenses correcting astigmatism can become a thing of the past. To book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, Visit k-rain.com.au today.
This is Ben Reid. Have you tried to sell your home before Christmas but it turned into a complete disaster? It's easy to blame the market, but it might be the quality of the advice you've been given. Ian Reid Vendor Advocates can help you get your property sold. We have experienced advocates working over the holiday period, so call 9430 0000 or download our free booklet, Fatal Real Estate Traps Exposed, at ianreid.com.au.
Ian Reid Vendor Advocates.
Go on, ring us.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Dreams do come true. Supporting Angel Flight Australia, your Jet Life Art Union Lottery is giving away a $3.47 million private plane and package with all expenses paid for 12 months. Tickets $15 at yourjetlife.com. T's and C's apply. Permit number GOCAU/2487.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. Before you dig, lodge a free inquiry online.
There's 18,000 fans who have taken the gold coin donation to be part of this final day at the SCG. They are full of hope that maybe something dramatic might happen in the first half hour after tea. As it stands, South Africa is 1 for 46. This session will be for before you dig. Lodge a free inquiry online. pinktest.com.au. More than $5 million has now been raised across the duration of the test match to help the McGrath Foundation make this NRMA insurance Pink Test one to remember. Buy your virtual pink seats at pinktest.com.au. Do so before the close of play. The Test Season 2 follows Aussie cricket players behind the scenes on Prime Video from January 14. There you will see Peter Lalor. You can hear him right now. Hello to you, Pete.
And Gerard Whateley, apparently. Have you seen a preview of it?
I've seen the trailers.
Yeah.
I was sitting behind a Cricket Australia official who was watching it on his laptop on one of the flights this summer, who was doing all the approvals. I was just peering to have a look.
Oh, yeah, no, the journos in the box have seen it, but I haven't seen it. Yeah. There's a few empty seats here, so if you're in Sydney, get on your bikes, get down here. Historic afternoon. My mate John Watson, he's just come because 20 years ago he had a ticket to come to the SCG for the final day of the test, and he didn't come because he just met his wife, and you know how you're kind of trying to be a better person.
Right.
And he was feeling that ticket in his pocket as Steve Waugh struck that, that was the second last day, wasn't it? Struck that 4 for that 100, and it's hurt him all his life. So when the last wicket of the first innings fell, he actually got on his bike and rode here because he thought, I can't let it happen twice in a lifetime. But you know what? I reckon it's not going to happen for us, is it?
So 5 of the last 8 test matches here have been draws. India in 2015, the West Indies in 2016. Then Australia beat Pakistan and England. A draw in 2019 against India. A win over New Zealand. And the past 2 years draws against India and England. And it would take a near miracle, I think, for this not to end in a draw.
What's not to like about the exquisite agony of a draw? This is the way the world ends. This is the way the world ends. This is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but with a whimper.
Damian Fleming, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Pete, listeners. Yeah, fantastic. 18,000 people. Well, they missed cricket, didn't they? And this test match missed cricket that would have, you'd say the Australians would have won this test match easily. Just even seeing the reverse swing on offer earlier today, that would have been more extreme on day 4 and day 5. And just the foot marks, because stump to stump for the spinners, there's not a lot there, unfortunately. And also, yeah, the Aussies, bowlers.
Yeah.
Would have been nice.
Yes, it
would have been very nice.
And that was the view. There's no hindsight to that view. I think we all felt that when a rather odd Australian team was selected. But you can't lose 170 overs to rain without there being a toll. Lyon begins after tees, bowling to Klaasen, who's leaning forward and defending.
Have we spoken about what does a draw do to the World Test Championship?
So it doesn't
for Australia?
seal it for Australia.
Doesn't seal it.
No. So there's still a scenario, which a few boffins have been working on this, as Klaasen goes back and turns to leg. So if Australia was to lose 4-0 in India, they become vulnerable to, I reckon it might be even Sri Lanka. South Africa wouldn't be out of it. So it's so unlikely, but it doesn't book the place in the final with a draw. Agar bowls and Klaasen keeps it out of his stumps.
Okay.
Tell you what, we've learnt one thing today. Pat Cummins does not rate Marnus Labuschagne's bowling, does he? Didn't give him a bowl the previous test either, did he?
Yeah, Smithy's gone up the Pat Cummins rankings.
Klaasen faces up to Lyon, who's back and defending out of the stumps.
What you doing there? That's us, Gary.
No, he's worth a bowl, Marnus, because he bowls faster than Stephen Smith.
I think even Alex Carey, who's the nicest guy alive, had him very low down the list of his bowling choices this morning in an interview.
That was with us. Klaasen goes back, plays the ball to Agar at mid-wicket.
Okay.
Batsman's getting back there, and you kind of like the LBW chances, but the wicket's just a bit slow, isn't it? It's given them a chance to get their bat between ball and pads.
Lyon hops in and he bowls to Klaasen, who's back and watching it go by. So a maiden over to start after tea. The mate scoreboard make the switch to mate mobile. So there were 32 overs minimum remaining at the start. So the convention of the last day is when we hit the last hour, there's 15 overs to bowl. Australia could squeeze more in with a lot of spin, or they might end up shaking hands in an hour's time.
Yeah.
Yep. I'd be bringing Travis Head on now, I reckon.
I agree with you.
There's something about Trav, isn't there?
Yeah.
And particularly at the moment, the confidence in batting looks like it's transferred into his bowling. And he's picked up some handy wickets this year.
Well, he's become a much... early in his career, couldn't get a wicket, could he, early in his international career, but he's picked up quite a few lately.
You're captaining Will, Peter Lalor, because that's the bowling change at the Paddington end. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. Travis Head, who took the first wicket of the day and then had 3 catches dropped in the space of 12 or 14 balls. And that's actually where Australia's chances disappeared.
Well, he dropped one himself, didn't he? Yes. Marnus Labuschagne dropped a very sharp chance.
Yeah.
And Alex Carey took one that probably should have been taken.
Yeah, it could have stuck in the webbing.
Yeah.
One of those sharp outside edges straight into the gloves. Head opens up and back goes Arveo on his stumps and he keeps it out.
A couple of warm-up deliveries to the man with 2 hats, David Warner. His own baggy greens in too poor a state to wear.
Head around the wicket. Arveo is leaning forward and blocking.
But he's always keen to wear everybody else's baggy green on top of his floppy white.
Okay, is that the story? So what's the update? Will the baggy green be in India?
Have you seen the state of it?
No.
It's beyond repair.
Oh, okay.
Arveo keeps it out of the off stump.
And is it true?
He had it on Channel 7 the other day, Damian. I don't know if you were watching. But,
well, it's probably on SEN.
Yeah,
Do you know who you're working for right now?
It's a deep point and a deep backward square in place. Head is in operation. Arveo strokes the ball out to the deep point.
And the Australian.
On that, so you get a new one?
On request.
If you can say definitely it's unwearable?
Yes. I think he does have a new one. I think he got a new one in Bangladesh, because he might have left his at home. But it's not only disintegrated on the rim there where they all do, because they reckon that's from the clip that some of the umpires use to store the baggy green, but it's also disintegrated on the top. Like it's actually literally...
Receding?
Yeah.
Okay.
Head over the wicket to Klaasen, who lets it go by.
More sort of alopecia.
Okay.
Yeah. It can't be fixed. And they're funny, they're funny cricketers because they like their cap and he doesn't like the new one.
Yeah. Head balls, full toss. Klaassen strikes it to cover and misses out. 1 for 47, 1 run in 2 overs since tee. On the Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
I'm a professional Victorian firefighter and I proudly protect you and your family. But it's reached a point where our safety is being put at risk. This means your safety is at risk too. The Andrews government has kept outdated fire trucks on the road and our training facilities are well over capacity. And now we're having to fight for a fairer workplace agreement. We willingly fight fires and save lives, but we shouldn't have to fight the Andrews government for the equipment to protect you.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
This session for Before You Dig Australia. Avea is 19, Klaassen is 18, South Africa is 1 for 47. Australia needs 9 wickets to win the test match in this final session. Lion bowls and it's defended by Avea. They don't necessarily like the new design either, so Steve Smith thinks his new baggy green makes him look like a train driver.
What's wrong with that?
He thinks that's not
he's got
ideal.
pins in it or something, hasn't he? Because it's just a bit odd.
Doesn't think it sits right. Arvea leaves outside the off-stumper ball that spins away.
Albion traditionally manufactured them and they moved to Kookaburra in the last decade or so, I think.
One of the unique baggy greens that I've got is the skull cap baggy green.
Right.
Lion
bowls. Back goes Arvea. He plays the ball out to deep.
So why have I got one of them?
Because Kerry gave it to you.
No. Gerard?
No.
Steve Waugh, first test match here of the new millennium against India. And Steve Waugh, always an eye for marketing, wanted to replicate the baggy green from the first test match of 100 years before. Nice. Joe Darling's 1901.
Klaassen jumps back and cuts to backward point, no run.
1901-02, baggy green, which was a skull.
Yeah, right.
Cap baggy green. So probably only, I think Casper got one as 12th man. I think there's only 12 of those.
Yeah. So Ian Healy was telling us a story that he thinks he had about 6 over his career. Did you just have the one? Lion over the wicket bowls and Klaassen covers his stumps.
Oh, I thought I just had the one and found a second, and I've actually found a third. At Mum and Dad's house, I go, what's this? What's this doing here?
That's probably that one that Ricky's trying to find.
So I don't know if I flogged the teammates or something. I'm surprised. And the skull cap.
Lion to Klaassen. Oh, he got all tied up. He survives. 1 from the over, 1 for 48. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
These holidays, more Victoria Police are out on our roads, catching those doing the wrong thing. Catching you before you hit a pedestrian.
Excuse me, driver. I saw you driving while using your mobile phone.
Catching you before you drift into oncoming traffic.
Have you been drinking tonight?
Catching you before you lose control of your vehicle.
So, do you know the speed limit along this road?
It's the lucky ones who get caught. Please, drive safe these holidays. TAC.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus 1 for 48.
Damian, you had 3 baggy greens, but you didn't wear one to Wimbledon that day.
No.
Head to Arvea, start of the over. He cuts the ball out to deep point where Hazelwood's on duty, 1 run.
So the great Pat Cash was what, playing...
Pat Rafter,
sorry, in the men's final. Everyone showed up in their baggy green except you.
Myself and 2 others. I think one you'll be able to guess straight away.
Why didn't you wear it?
Mark Waugh
and obviously Shane Keith worn.
Yes. Head bowls and Klaassen watches it go by.
2001 Ashes tour. We finished a day early and Paddy Rafter and Goran, I think there was a washout early, so they played a day later.
Head bowls. Klaassen nibbles the ball out from outside the off stump and takes it through point, and he'll get himself a couple of runs as Agar gets back to field. The 50 up for South Africa in the 19th over.
Tickets are organised for us to go down and watch, so I'm very excited. And we'd won, so there was a big celebration. We're singing the song, and a few people are talking about wearing the baggy green as we progress through the alcohol and that sort of stuff. But sort of woke up, and at night I'm going, yeah, it's just a bit of alcohol talking. Surely this won't come into play.
Yeah.
Head over the wicket, bowls, Clarkson defends.
So rock up for the boss, get on, and guess what? Everyone's got their baggy greens except for Shane Warne, Mark Waugh, and myself.
And?
Heads, bowls, Clarkson drives, straight to mid-off, no run.
We're on centre stage and you hear this roar. And I'm going, gee, well, they've already, how many tennis players walk out? But one by one as we walk through, there was a massive roar. But Steve Waugh not happy that everyone hasn't worn the baggy green.
Clarkson drives the last ball of the over to extra cover, no run. 1 for 51, mate scoreboard, make the switch to mate mobile.
Why haven't you heard of a grand utility vehicle until now? Introducing the 8-seat Kia Carnival. With a bold and modern SUV-inspired design, class-leading tech and advanced safety features. Don't compromise on space, comfort and style. We didn't just make an 8-seat family car. We made a grand utility vehicle. Book a test drive and experience the thrill of the Kia Carnival GUV.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Damian Fleming hasn't worn his baggy green to centre court.
Not happy, so there's got to be ramifications for this. He can't drop Shane Warne. Well, not again. I think he worked out. That didn't work out very well.
Nathan Lyon to Cyril Alvea. And Alvea is defending.
He can't drop his brother, Mark Waugh. You know, what would that be like at Christmas lunch? So someone has to go, and it's the big-nosed Victorian. Not the smartest thing I ever did, Gerard. I never played test match cricket again.
Oh, that's a high price to pay for thinking it was just pranking in the team drinks. Alvea is defending to silly mid-off.
Just out of
Tugger, if I knew it was going to have that sort of ramification, I would have worn the baggy green. End of career. Harsh. And Paddy lost.
He did.
I love Paddy.
It was your fault.
Alvea faces up to Lyon. He's back and cutting. But the boundary is protected by Travis Head. But one more to Alvea.
Actually, I did a speaking gig with Pat Rafter a few years later, and I tried to be funny, and I said, that man there pointing at Paddy, who's one of the loveliest, but cost me my test career. So a bit of a hush and told the story, and I don't know if Paddy was listening because sat down, he goes, did I really cost your career? He's that nice a guy, Paddy.
I was the subject of a hat stitch up this year. Going to the Parks Elvis Festival with my mate. I got up in the car and he's got 5 Stetsons on the back seat. He says, you want to wear one of the Stetsons? I said, oh, yeah. Like, you know, let our hair down. No, I won't meet anyone I know. And, of course, the first thing I do is meet someone I know when I get to Parks. But anyway.
Lyon bowls. Clarkson watches it go by.
He then sells it to me. Apparently I have to pay for it because I've worn it. They're quite an expensive hat. But don't worry. There'll be other opportunities in life to wear it, he assures me. A couple of weeks after we get back from Parks, he rings us, there's this new cowboy bar in town we're going to tonight. You can wear the Stetson. Everyone wears the Stetson.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yep.
Clarkson faces Lyon. He plays the ball to the offside.
Didn't think it sounded like a cowboy bar. But anyway, I boldly walk into the bar alone by It's a jazz club.
Yeah.
There's one dickhead in a Stetson in the jazz club.
Thanks. Jim carry out a Dum Dummer.
Thanks,
Bare
Pat.
essentials.
Thanks, Pat. Yeah.
Stitch-ups.
Nathan Lyon, last ball of the over. And then Clarkson is defending back down the pitch. 1 for 52, mate scoreboard, to make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
One of the all-time against the odds wins. Taken out of midair by the man with the golden hand.
Catch up on SEN-created podcasts, recreation, lifestyle, racing, and all of our SEN shows.
The Sounding Board.
Real Adventures.
Trailblazers. Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Change of bowling at the near end. So start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. Travis Head didn't look terribly likely, so Josh Hazelwood, who sent down 2 overs right at the start of this innings, none for 8, has been tossed the ball. 27 overs, that's the minimum that remains in the day's play, 1 for 52. So you can't let it sort of drift by for too long. just to see if he can force a clatter of wickets. So in all of that, do you have any theories why you have multiple baggy greens?
No.
Any real recollection of when it happened?
No, my only thing, I didn't play tests for a couple of years, so whether we just went on tour and in the tour, we used to have those coffins that when it got packed, it just got put in there.
Yep.
You can tell the one that obviously I played mostly in, because it smells like there was a lot of success, which happens to the baggy green. One looks like it was just never worn.
This session for Dial Before You Dig Australia. Arvea faces up to Hazelwood, and he is defending Arvea to cover. It's just Before You Dig Australia. I'll figure that out eventually.
But it's funny, you know, you talk to the older players. I mean, Bill Lawry, they were getting him one every tour.
Well, he was.
So the Pigeons were doing whatever they want to do on them and all that sort of stuff. And then you see some old ones that are actually initial with the tour. Which I don't think is a bad way to go about it. I mean, they didn't do as many tours back then, mainly Ashes tours. But I like how it's become so iconic, the baggy green. And Steve Waugh's had a lot to do with that.
Two in the deep on the leg side. Hazelwood is around the wicket as he bowls to Arvea. It's outside the off stump and it doesn't carry to Carey.
And it was on Pakistan Tour 1994, Mark Taylor's first series as captain, that the leaders come up with that, you know, the first fielding session of each test match, we're all wearing them. So, you know, when the batsman's looking up, sides of the bowler, there's baggy greens everywhere. We just felt like that added to our aura. 11 versus 2 on the field. Yeah, I like that.
Hazelwood's just retying his left boot. It just doesn't feel like anything's happening after tea. The pitch is not offering anything. And the batting is sound, it needs to be said as well.
Yep. But stump to stump, it's not providing enough variation for the bowlers. And 2 extra days of heat would have helped with that.
Hazelwood around the wicket, bowls full. He went for the Yorker. Arvea was there to meet it and keep it out. It's going to be the first time in 45 tests that South Africa have played in a draw.
I can't believe they haven't played in, like, rain-affected games throughout that period.
Have I forgotten? Or I thought Hazelwood bowled a bit quicker than this. It's sort of his first overs back in spells are quite low, aren't they?
Yep.
Yeah, they're under 130. Maybe the body's just not used to Test cricket again. You know, if you're not playing, it's the only way to get used to Test cricket is play it, isn't it? But it just looked a bit stiff today.
Gets himself moving. Hazelwood, he bowls. Yorker, Arvea drives it back to the bowler.
That's why in the 3-pace attack, Stark's extra pace. They're looking, you know, Lance Morris, that yards of extra pace.
Yeah, he got that one up over 130, so it is probably just warming up a little bit. But
he got quicker.
Yeah, they look like they're just floating up there a little bit.
He got quicker in that middle session. He started in the high 120s.
It's funny, his mid-130s do hurry batsmen up, don't they? Why is that? Is that his sharper bounce, do you think, a little bit?
Bounce.
Yeah.
Bounce.
Hazelwood bowls and Arvea leaves. That's shaping in at the off stump.
Yeah.
Dan from Port Arlington just wants to double-check. Did Junior and Warney not wear their baggy greens for the same reason you didn't? I thought it was just boys' talk, or was that just belligerence?
No, they were the rebels.
Yeah, they were
so
cool
I got grouped in with the rebels, whereas mine was genuine naivety going, nah, surely we're not. So I paid for it, though.
So Hazelwood's thinks he's getting a bit of reverse here. He's hiding the ball in the run-up.
Well, even if I like it. So even if it's not going reverse, start doing it.
No, that's good idea. Yeah, good point.
It's a bit of art of bowlology, that.
Arvea faces and defends full face of the bat to the offside. End of the over, 1 for 52. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
If you've been thinking about buying a luxury SUV, you'll definitely want to consider the Volkswagen Touareg, which comes with an impressive 3-litre V6 turbo diesel engine and 4-motion all-wheel drive. The Touareg 170 TDI is now available from $94,990 drive away with a free 5-year care plan. The only downside is you'll be kicking yourself for not getting one sooner. Isn't it time you SUVW? Conditions and exclusions apply. Visit Volkswagen.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket, Pete Lalor, Damian Fleming for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. A little bit of change of gear taking place. Arvea has... he's asked for something or another. It might be gloves that have been replaced. But there's no sting to this after the tea break. So you have to have a vivid imagination to think that it's going to amount to anything. The pink test, the virtual seats, 251,869 sold. pinktest.com.au. Klaasen is 20 from 40 balls as he faces up to Nathan Lyon, and he's prodding the ball out through cover. He lent on that quite well, and he sends Cummins on a chase. They're just ambling through for a couple of runs. This is Klaasen's highest score in Test cricket, which is not to say much. He only brought 6 here, but this is his first innings of substance.
Yeah, I'd like to see him in the middle order. His white ball cricket's excellent. You know, he can play shots. I'll be very interested in the makeup of South Africa's top 6 in their next Test match.
Line to Klaasen back, and he cuts, and he puts it out through cover, and Cummins has to go on the long jog again out under the Brawongle stands. They're only interested in 2. There's clearly 3 there. But even the South African batters are conserving energy at this point.
No risk in that shot, is there? Backing away, exposing his wickets, cuts it in front of square. There's plenty of time to see the ball.
Yeah, it's the wider ones that are getting acute spin. Unfortunately, the fast bowlers haven't been able to bowl enough on this pitch. Create that rough.
Klaasen's 24. Lyon flights one to him. He drives. Cummins gets around to do the fielding. No run.
We'll certainly have some questions going into that Indian first test, won't we? With the makeup of the team. You know, Stark and Green, you know, we need them fully fit. And then the second spin option.
Probably won't be fully fit for the first test.
Line to Klaasen, backs away, nearly got himself tied up, kept it out of the stumps. A dot to finish. 1 for 56, made scoreboard, make the switch to Make Mobile.
Are you ready to become something new? Box Hill Institute and Jobs Victoria are offering free qualifications and support to get a job in a growing industry. Become a dental assistant, a hairdresser, or maybe even a refrigeration expert. And they're just some of your choices. You'll get career counselling, mentoring, and we'll connect you to a job so you can earn while you learn. Set yourself up for an amazing future. Places are filling fast. Find out if you're eligible. Book a one-on-one now at boxhill.edu.au and become RTO 4687.
We've let the work experience get into call. We got to 4 and decided that was the end of the over. That's terrible. Klaasen defends what is actually the last ball of the over. There were 2 dots at the end. That's shocking. My sincere apologies for that.
Oh, come on. You should have. Hazelwood just got through his work very quickly at this end, and Lyons bowling again.
So 4 balls in, and I thought, that's about enough of that, isn't it? Steve Smith is going to bowl from this end. All right, so selection questions.
You okay?
Yes. So clearly I'm thinking about the flight home. Okay, so the whole nation is going to have to debate this in the next little bit. Is Ashton Agar Australia's second spinner at Nagpur?
There's no shield form, is there? We haven't, to be fair, you know, it's a day 3 pitch at best. But my worry is his adjustment that he had to bowl wider and a bit shorter, and he couldn't do it. He couldn't hit the foot marks. I think they like quicker left arm. You know, Mitch Swepson's handy, and then Todd Murphy's a like for like. But I do believe, you know, he's going to take a lot of Test wickets. Todd, I think he's the best second spinner in Australia. Yep. He just happens to bowl the same type. And then you get down a little bit to Zampa, who is a very good white ball bowler. I like Kuhnemann from Queensland, who bowls similar to Agar, but he's a number 11 bat. But I do think he's got a fair bit of talent. So the answer is there's no obvious number 2.
And that is, if you're going to win in India, that has to be a part of your armoury, surely. So Hazelwood's aching bones only lasted 1 over. Smith around the wicket bowls, and Hervé out comes forward and defends. Crowd loves it when Smith bowls.
issue is exacerbated by it being in India. It is no place to cut your teeth as a test spinner. You will be destroyed. You know, they will target you from the first delivery, won't they?
Yeah.
Smith bowls, and it's full. Drives past the stumps for 4. A well-struck rotor flex boundary by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. Over-pitched from Smith and dashed away the way that it should have been. 1 for 60.
And the problem is exacerbated if Cameron Green isn't in the side.
Stark to a degree, you know, we can make that up.
Yeah, you can make up for that. Yeah.
Green unbalances our team badly.
Smith tosses the ball from hand to hand. Arvea is on 26. That is a half tracker. It is
Smart
swept
bowling.
away to backward
Smart
square.
bowling.
That drew a gasp from the crowd before it had even reached the batter. 1 for 61. We're in village cricket hour.
No, but I think it's smart by Stephen Smith. He's showing them they could bowl this over at Test match level to this standard. You know, he was first picked as a leg spinner for Australia.
Yeah.
If you fast forward to right now and show people this is what he'll be producing in 12 years' time.
Smith pitches this one up, driven off the outside portion of the
They'll be going, how's he still getting a game?
Down to backward point for 2. That previous delivery, if you close your eyes and try to visualise it, think John Howard.
Yeah. But leg spin, not off spin. It almost yorked him on the second bounce.
I can't remember a ball where the whole crowd has gasped before it even arrived.
Talking about leggies, as a kid, I remember Jimmy Higgs bowling one of those, a couple of bounces.
Smith to Clarkson. He leaves. That ball determinedly spins away.
One of my favourite cricketers as a kid, Jim Higgs.
Vishwanath waited for it and still hit it through the covers on the second bounce.
Never has there been a more inept batter than Jim Higgs.
Right.
Alan Hurst wants to chat with you, though.
Smith, full toss. Clarkson knocked it away to Khawaja at mid-off. He'll only get a single. 1 for 64. If that's it, Flem, thank you very much for the summer. Ripper stuff. Much appreciated. Damian Fleming, an instrumental part of our team. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and industry. Super fun for all Australians.
I always wanted kids. Having a family was the dream. I guess I just never found the right person to do it with. For a while, it did really upset me. But then I thought, you know what? I can do it on my own. So
What happens next is up to you, because the only way her story continues is with you. Donate sperm at Monash IVF and make the dream of having a family more than just a dream. Visit monashivf.com today.
Big thanks to Ringers Western for our apparel throughout the summer. Ringers Western, whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. 1 for 64, Clarkson is 27, so too is Arvea. A minimum of 24 overs left. I doubt we'll get that far. Lyon starts the fresh over. Clarkson is back, wrapped in front, looked out, not out. Lyon not only arched the back, but he headed down to the middle of the pitch, and it's an instant review. They didn't even worry about coming together to call for it. They just went straight to the DRS. This will be for BizCover, business insurance made easy.
Well, Nathan Lyon doesn't get that excited for nothing. No, he's a sensible appealer, isn't he?
He is. Richard Kettleborough might have gone the way I've gone and drifted away. We've got nothing from him.
Okay, just rock and roll that, please.
Well,
keep it rolling through, please.
So the only way he survives here is with the impacts outside the off stump.
Thank you. Clearly no bat involved here. Let's go to ball tracking when ready, please.
Right. It's hitting middle, isn't it?
It's definitely hitting the stumps. But the impact is umpire's call.
Impact is umpire's call.
That's the fourth time that's hitting halfway up middle. That should have been given out. That is the fourth time that Nathan Lyon has been denied on the umpire's call. All of them are hitting the stumps or doing what needs to be done, and all of them have been turned down by the umpires in the middle. That's a bit crook, that one. Phil Jacques, what do you think?
Umpire's call again. No luck at all.
Lyon bowls. Clarkson is back. He keeps it out of the stumps as he drives the ball away through mid-off and takes a single. He's 28. It's 1 for 65.
benefit of the doubt for the batsman again, but like those ones where you go back like that, that looks out every day of the week, doesn't it? But yet it hit him just outside the line, and
well, it's hit him on the umpire's call, so it's in line, just on the umpire's call.
Half of the ball, and
you have to be giving that out, I think, if you're in the middle.
Nathan Lyon was clearly frustrated after that. It's been a long day for him. A lot of overs without much reward.
Arvea is 27 line bowls to him. He plays the ball out to the vacant cover region and takes a single. Henry, DRS can get right in the bin. Henry, it's the umpires out in the middle. All of them have been out on umpire's call or not out on umpire's call, but they've all been given not out in the middle.
Umpires just aren't making the decisions. Well,
just not interested in making the decision.
No.
Well, your correspondents for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Nathan Lyon's just furious, waving his hands in the air like a mad Italian cook. Edge caught low down by Smith. Lyon does get Klaasen. He gets him in the more conventional way. Klaasen is standing his ground. Oh, my God. We're going to come together and dispute a low catch.
Geez. Well, you can't blame a batsman for trying their hand with the third umpire, can you, in a situation like this?
Exactly right.
Umpires Gaffney and Rifle. The soft signal is out. Richard Kettleborough has turned 2 of these down in the Test match so far.
Fair catch. Soft signal is out. Front foot checked. It's a fair delivery.
Well, it's a soft
clearly
signal
hit the ball.
Australia.
Could we move on to the best angle for the catch?
I'm thinking it's got to be a catch above waist high for Richard to give it these days. But let's wait and see. You never know. This might be the one.
Edge flies low down to Smith's right.
I'm gonna need something a bit more clearer than that, please.
Yep. Hands wrap around the ball, but that's not the full equation, is it?
Have you have anything side on there, please? Thank you.
You get the fingertips under that.
It's the front of the ball touching the grass.
That's a terrible replay that we've got. It's probably the one that Richard's got as well.
Angle than that, please. Thank you.
You couldn't make a decision on that, on the one I've seen.
No, it's the camber of the ground again, isn't it? It's that convex nature of the ground makes it difficult from that angle.
So we're behind now.
That view looks like someone's iPhone.
That's not out. That's not out.
Just looks miles away.
Yeah,
I think that one's that caught it in the end of his fingers.
If we could have a side-on angle, please, would be probably best.
See him the turf.
Yeah, I think half the ball's in his hand and half the ball is touching the grass.
Rolling through, please.
Going by precedent. Going by precedent, that's not out, but who knows? We've got
split fingers. That's
Do you have that?
Yeah, so
is that as close as you can possibly get?
First and second finger split, bulge of the ball in between, touching the grass. So he's got hold of the ball, but the bulge is touching the ground.
It's like a finger spinner's grip, isn't it?
Keep it rolling through.
Again, I think the fingers are under it. But
the fingers are
under it, but split.
Just take that back, please. Take that back. The fingers look like they may be really split there. Just take it right back, please.
But if they're split, does that matter? Like it's in his hand.
Keep it rolling through, please.
Yes,
nice and slowly.
On what we've seen is Richard Kettleborough will give this not out.
He doesn't like these ones.
So again, the frame by frame, low down.
Yeah,
fingers are split wide, the bulge of the ball.
There's nothing from side on available.
Is the bulge of the ball touching the ground, though? That's the question.
Just take that back. Just rock and roll that one again, please. Looks like the fingers are split there.
The fingers might be split, but Richard, you got to be sure that the ball touched the ground.
Keep that rolling through. One there. Freeze that. Take that back one more frame, please. Okay, freeze that there. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
I'm just going to give it not out. I don't think the crowd is going to particularly enjoy this, and neither is Nathan Lyon. You don't need me to really tell you what just flashed up on the board. Not out for the third time in the Test match. It's not a snaffle. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. That is the most easily defendable, but advance the premise at the start. Technology is making the burden so high. So twice soft signal out in the middle. Umpire's eyes believe it to be out. Twice overruled. Once the umpire soft signal didn't think it carried, and further from Richard Kettleborough on that front.
Paul Rifle's got a very good angle on that. It is Rifle, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep. And the two standing umpires thought that was a fair catch. So Nathan Lyon's frustrations go on. Clarkson covers his stumps and nearly defends it into the timber.
Just bent over with disappointment when that decision came up. Nathan Lyon put his hands on his knees and his head down.
He's toiled away for over 40 overs in this game and just had no luck, no reward.
Last ball of the over. Clarkson to see it, and he sees it off. 1 for 66. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Dwayne Russell is coming in.
Every time I enter a house fire to save life and property, toxins leach into my skin. Over my career, they've given me cancer. It's impacted my whole family. Fortunately, special laws allowed firefighters like me to receive medical help. But the Andrews government has trashed these laws, putting me and my family at risk. I'm asking Premier Andrews to reverse these changes to protect sick firefighters.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Phil Jakes, Pete Lawler still with us. Bright sunshine still with us. But the chance of Australia winning this test now slipping away from us by the looks of things. Time running out, overs running out, and there is that opportunity for the two captains to call it early. Obviously, if they're 4 down with an hour to play, it'll be a different story, but 1 for 66. Josh Hazlewood to have a crack from the Paddington end again, and it'll be Evea. Not out 28 on strike. One slip and gully in, and he allows it through to Alice Carey, almost content to see the dots pass now.
Yeah, 9 wickets in 23 overs. Starting to look very bleak for Australia to force a result here. Had their chances, a few drop catches throughout the course of the game. A few catches that weren't catches. Denied by a third umpire. It's been a game of what might have been, and it would have been so interesting to see another day, if it hadn't rained, what the result might have been.
So we've had Head, Hazlewood, Smith, Hazlewood from this end in the past 4 overs.
Hazlewood to Evea, and he's watchful in defence, compact and pushing away on the offside. Well, Smith after that half-tracker, although it wasn't his fault. Did you see the way he looked at his hand? As if his hand acted independently of his brain and the rest of his body and disobeyed him on the delivery. Because the ball stuck in his hand, and his hand, for some reason, he looked at his hand and said, come on.
I've got a hand with a mind of its own. Some of the things it does. It's quite alarming.
Well, there'll be a beer in it later, and whether or not that's a mind of its own or whether it's your mind, but it might be the case for a lot of people who can probably take that excuse home. Well, my hand grabbed that beer independently of my thought process. Hazlewood in, Evea on strike, and his defensive. Again, 1 for 66 it stays.
My hand and my mouth conspire against me some evenings.
Well, Phil Jakes in the tea room earlier on with the pies, the same thing.
Really?
Yeah, it's been killing me all day.
Yeah, it's
the whole 5 days.
Isn't there an episode
of
The Simpsons where Homer promises not to eat the chocolate cake, but he's just opening and closing his mouth, and it's not his fault if the chocolate cake gets in there.
The hand just keeps going to the pie rack. It's like
I think that's more our producer.
Put the tongs down, Phil. Put the tongs down.
Come on, Phil.
Mitch is the issue because he keeps giving you your breaks when the food's out. Hazlewood is into Evea, who's on strike, and he is again playing defensively, and he's caught on the pad, but it's high. Half-hearted shout for leg before, but they put the shout away. Close to an inside edge as well. Perhaps Clarkson 28, Evea is 28, and he may have just caught a little inside edge off the shoulder onto the pad anyway.
There were 2 noises. Yeah.
Hotspot would have denied us.
Replay for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Field fairly spread now. The close-in catches are gone. 22 overs remaining in the day after this one.
Could do with a beer tonight.
Hazelwood is in. And this one's, again, played defensively back by Urvea, who can get some consolation runs, Urvea. And Klaassen can pick up some as well here to end it.
SEN drinks. Are there SEN drinks that I haven't been invited to again?
Well, I think there's Bundaberg rum, ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer, I should say. That is going to be... Joe, you've got me thinking alcohol now, Pete.
That first one's going to be good, isn't it? Hey?
The coffee's been good here, I've got to say. It's been nice. Although you brought your own coffee machine, I noticed, Pete, which stunned me. But your low-carbon footprint mantra continues to hold sway. Haywood is in, and it's pushed on the offside again to end that over. 22 overs remaining in the day. South Africa 1 for 66 at the end of that over for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Calling all spirited travellers, your next adventure awaits at sea. It's time to enjoy the breathtaking scenery, soak up some fresh air and set sail aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Once on deck, sit back, relax and quench your thirst with a Tasmanian wine, beer or cider, while the kids explore all the ship has to offer. Share the experience of sailing with your loved ones, because the greatest joys can be found in the most unexpected of moments. Visit spiritoftasmania.com.au. Be a spirited traveller.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Australia no hope of getting 9 wickets in the remaining. Oh, hang on. Jonty Rhodes has walked in. Maybe they are. Welcome back to you, Jonty.
Don't you even go. Watch. I will leave.
The wicket
Nathan,
taker.
no. Nathan, no.
Nathan Lyon is in, and this one's pulled high over the top of the short mid-wicket and to the boundary for 4. A rare boundary, but one coming up for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. Nicely hit, and there are some runs on offer as consolation for Klaassen, who moves to 32.
Boundaries and wickets, Jonty.
Yes.
Well, it wasn't far from a wicket. It's a heck of a shot. It's a brave shot. It's not that short, but he's quick. He does play spin really well. Klaassen's, he sweeps, reverse sweeps, gets deep in his crease and pulls that.
Bob's up and down in the crease as he waits for the line, and he tried to make room for the cut, and he did make room for the cut. He cut it late, in fact, so late, it rifled its way past Nathan Lyon's outstretched hand, rolls toward the long-off boundary, and they pick up a few, in fact, 3. Or did it roll to the boundary?
No, it's gone for 3.
Yeah.
So what is your wicket tally?
Well, hey, no, I have
up to 5.
Whole bunch. I have 5. I do have 5. And in fact, I was sitting in television back, and I was checking my social media, and I saw the clock going 4:04 or 4:03, and I thought, I've got to be in the studio. And as I thought that, it was the referral, which I thought was out again. I think. Sure. Tough calls. Even with technology, not so easy.
Yeah, the DRS and technology and the third umpire and various forms of video technology is debated in every sport around the world that's brought it in. So it's not as if cricket's different. But cricket does seem to have quite a large amount of grey areas. Half the ball hitting, half the ball in a soft not-out call, pitching outside the line, but half the ball on the line, going on to hit middle stump. Should you change the rule for a player not playing a shot at all? So it's going to hit the stumps regardless. Even if it's a millimetre hitting the stumps, it should be out. Line is in. Urvea pads up, speaking of which, and pads it away to Renshaw. No addition to 1 to 73.
Of course, with this technology, you've got a 2-dimensional view in a 3-dimensional game for starters.
Line in. Urvea crouches and plays defensively.
And the ball tracking technology is you're actually predicting where the ball is going to go, rather than in tennis or other sports where you have the tracking technology where you've actually seen where it's gone and been. It's a slightly different technology, isn't it, Jonty?
Absolutely.
Line to Urvea. Men crouching around the bat, and he thrusts the pad out again, doesn't offer a shot.
Consistently inconsistent. We referred to it earlier, pretty much. Yeah, it is tough. And also just trying to get Richard Kettleborough was looking for a side angle view, which he never got. No camera picked it up to call that catch for Steve Smith in the slips. But yeah,
Silly mid-off.
Point taken. So.
Short leg. Oh, good, Jonty. Line looked like he was going to race in, and he does race in now. It's cut by Urvea. He rolls it out to point for a single to end the over. You can continue the discussion. Quick plug for the great people at Liberty. Liberty Loans for free thinkers and for Mate. Our friends at Mate have been great supporters of this series. Mate scoreboard, Mate switch to Mate Mobile. 1 for 74.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. A draw is looming. 1 for 74 unless someone can do some damage in a hurry. Hazlewood has the ball in his hand at the moment. One slip in the gully in. Jonty Rhodes with Phil Jacques. 21 rovers remaining in the day. So 21 left, including this one. Ervaya is on strike. Hazlewood into him and he clips him off the pad. Just back at a square for, well, I think about 2, but he's sent back just the 1. You're talking about ball tracking technology. I can understand the ball tracking when it's bounced and there's half a metre of travel time between the bounce, but a half volley, how does the ball tracker know how much that movement in that little half volley when it's only travelled 3 inches off the bounce or 1 centimetre off the bounce where it's travelling to?
I'm not sure it does. I think it's there has to be a bit of guesswork with that. You just don't know how much it's going to bounce, and all the wickets are different too. They all bounce different heights. I'd love to have someone on radio that could actually explain that, because it is a really unique technology, isn't it? And I'm still not 100% on the whole umpire's call soft signal piece either. I think if it's hitting the stumps, it's hitting the stumps. If we trust the technology, you know, why aren't we saying it's hitting the stumps, or it's hit in line? Not.
Klaasen waits for Hazlewood and he drives nicely, but along the deck to cover.
I think originally it was brought in because the technology there was a bit of variance, right? So we can't fully trust the technology, is what the powers that be are saying at the ICC, is that there is some variance there and there is some, a degree of doubt, I guess. So they're trusting the people that are out in the middle, but when you've got umpires that aren't making decisions or aren't wanting to make decisions because they're unsure, and then it goes to umpire's call all the time, you're costing dismissals all the time.
Hazlewood back to Klaasen. 1 slip, gully in, and he's caught on the pad. Big appeal for leg before. It looked close. Was there an inside edge? It's denied. Maybe an inside edge, but it looked close to middle and leg. Pat Cummins, a little clap or two. Maybe they thought it was going down leg. We'll have a look at the replay for Robot Building Supplies again and make an assessment based on that. Robot's got it.
Probably going down leg. Close though. Oh, inside edge.
Inside edge. Yeah. Save him.
Good non-review.
There was a second noise, but in the first innings, he had that one where his bat got caught on his pad, his back pad, and there were the 2 noises that sounded like a bat pad.
Hazlewood in again, and gee, it's a tight leave, but it's a clever leave in the end by Klaasen.
It's really reversing now. The last couple have really gone. Be interesting if he's got enough petrol in the tank to actually be able to use it now. He's been plugging away, Josh.
What Australia would give for the wild thing to be charging in with a reverse swinging ball at 150.
Okay, 0433 98 11 16. Send through your text for Tyre Power. Big holiday sale on. We didn't start it. Jonty Rhodes did. Who should be playing in this test? The wild thing. Scotty Boland's had a number of votes. Has selection cost Australia as much as the weather? Hazlewood is in. Klaasen on strike, and he plays that defensively back down the pitch for a dot. 1 for 75. It is 20 overs remaining in the day after this final ball of Hazlewood's over.
Maybe it's none of the above with regards to selection. Maybe it's just South Africa's finally arrived on the tour just to go home.
We need another test. Can they hang around for one more?
Yeah, can they hang around? Well, nothing. Oh, no, they've got the SA-20.
Okay.
They have to fly back.
Yeah.
So I'll be on the flight with them heading back to South Africa.
Well, here's another thought. If the old style system where you came over and played a couple of tour games first and got your form up, like you've got now, might have seen you strike a bit of form before Test 1. Hazlewood's in and straight through him, bowled. Clean bowled. Josh Hazlewood is through. A second wicket falls in the South African second innings. Brilliantly bowled. 20 overs remaining in the day's play, and Klaasen is out.
How many overs did that take me to get a wicket? Can I claim that? Is it just too long for me to claim that one?
Not many.
Great bowling. Rich reward. You saw the one before. Went through, almost snuck through as well. Bat pad saved him. But this one, there was a gap between the bat and pad. Great length from Josh Hazlewood. Klaasen, he's gone for 35 of 61 deliveries. It was a good innings. But again, nobody in the South African team converting their starts.
So end of the over, and this opens up a question as to whether Australia can get a few in quick succession like they have against South Africa all series. The score for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. South Africa 2 for 75. Australia needing 8 wickets to win.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Ash on the forehand, Goskos, he's done it. Ash Barty. Jalawala short for 3. He's striking them pure.
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary Rock and Tim Watson. Mornings with Ian Smith. Tim Gossage. This is Trackside.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
2 for 75, 20 overs remaining. Avaya not out, 30. Bavuma joins him. And Jonty Rhodes is with Phil Jacques.
That was a ripper of a ball by Josh Hazlewood. Just looking at the replay now, he actually just got it outside the eye line. It was a beautiful delivery. He got it outside the eye line and then swung back really late. It's the first time in the match that it's really starting to go around corners in the air with reverse swing. There was hints of it in the first innings, and then it went away, and then it started to right at the back end of the innings again. But this is actually genuine. That was genuine reverse swing, and to start against that is really, really tricky. Yep. And if we'd had a third seamer, we'd probably put another third seamer on now. But we're going to have to go spin, keep attacking that end.
And that is what it's going to be. Line is in. Avaya on strike, drives along the deck, back to line. 2 for 75.
And then rotate the 2 quicks that we do have in Australia.
Could have played Boland. There's a text from someone saying Nisa should have played. The Wild Thing could have played. Line is in to Avaya, who jams down on it. There's men around the bat now. Silly mid off, short leg. Smith still at slip. And Warner that whitish 45.
Not just men around the bat, noisy men around the bat.
Yes, well, you can tell when Australia have chances. You can hear Marnus Labuschagne.
Goes up a level, doesn't he?
Yeah, it does. It's thrown out now on the verb here. And their line in. Avaya bounces that into Renshaw close in.
Oh, Gary, that's lovely.
Another quick
Gary,
one
that's
here.
lovely.
Another quick one by Australia. Could be an interesting little 19 overs.
Yeah,
especially Jonty in the box.
The chirp is back, and Jonty is back, and Avaya waits, and he jams down late on it again. As Renshaw pops it to Carey.
Australian fans never give up while Jonty's in the box. Don't give up hope.
Yeah, we picked it as soon as you walked in.
See, Pat Cummins is warm. He obviously saw me sitting in the commentary box. He's warming up, Pat Cummins. He can get a couple of wickets as well while I'm in the hot seat.
He likes the way the ball's moving, and he knows that, okay, time for the captain to come on and be the wrecking ball. Line is in, and Avaya cuts late, missed it. Taken by Carey. Wow. Suddenly there's some stuff happening. It's action aplenty. Oh, it's spat off the pitch as well. Nathan Lyon there. Last delivery of this over. Avaya waits, and he's late onto it, but he's onto it. That's the main thing. End of the over. And it's brought to you by Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. The score 2 for 75 with 19 overs left in the day.
Are you ready to become something new? Box Hill Institute and Jobs Victoria are offering free qualifications and support to get a job in a growing industry. Become a tradie, an aged care or mental health worker, or maybe even work in IT. And they're just some of your choices. You'll get career counselling, mentoring, and we'll connect you to a job so you can earn while you learn. Set yourself up for an amazing future. Places are filling fast. Find out if you're eligible. Book a one-on-one now at boxhill.edu.au and become RTO 4687.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus, and it's the captain's moment here. Pat Cummins to take the ball. 8 wickets required for victory for Australia. 2 for 75, South Africa. And is about to send one down to the new batter, Bavuma, who waits, plays, defensive, outside half of the bat, rolls it to cover. No addition to 2 for 75. Jonty, Rhodes, Phil Jacques.
That sums up the Australian bowling attack. This man has bowled his heart out. The first ball, I know, hasn't got much pace, but it is on the money. It's incredible. And I just think that's, I think people appreciate that enough. That in itself is an incredible skill. At the first ball that you bowl, he's hardly loosened up because that body is tired. It is in the right zone, in the right area. South African batters have had a tough time. Some of it of their own making, but often because of Pat Cummins.
Cummins in, no second slip in, and Bavuma keeps it out as well. So still one slip, gully, point. Runs are not an issue. 18 overs remaining in the day.
It's a little bit of reverse swing away there for Pat, which is good. It's good signs. He'll be looking to try and swing a little bit both ways. He likes bowling that outswinger. Just whether it carries to those slips in place. Set him up for the big in-swinging Yorker on the toes.
So the second slip is in. Gully has moved to second slip. In comes Cummins. And right on the money on middle stump again, but Bavuma is equal to it. Defensive and looking solid.
Bavuma does start pretty well. He's not a big mover of his feet, but he gets in line. South African batters have been trapped on the crease with the lack of movement. But from my perspective, watching him bat, he's certainly been the most composed. It's tough, Phil, facing those first couple of deliveries. It is really difficult. I mean, you can get a good delivery. You can play the wrong shot. You're a bit nervous, a bit tense. But Bavuma's the one guy who seems fairly settled at the crease as he walks out there.
Cummins to Bavuma. Outside off. He allows it through to Carey. Another dot negotiated.
He's looked sharp, hasn't he, so far? He's only faced the 4 balls, but has looked sharp, and he needs to be. Critical time in this test match. Doesn't want to cause some panic in that change room, which, as you know, a couple of quick dismissals can cause some panic. Seen it a couple of times already in this series from South Africa. And he'll be looking to try and create some calm. He only needs to bat another 5 or 6 overs, and it's probably game over.
Cummins into him again. 2 slips are waiting, and that's on the money and kept out again. He's rifling them in middle and off. Pat Cummins asking the questions. Bavuma still yet to get off the mark, but keeping his wicket is the only thing that really matters right now.
Interesting to know how he's setting him up. Those first 2 seem to go away. The next 2 have come in just with that little bit of late reverse swing. That is a difficulty if you're just prepared to see dot ball after dot ball after dot ball. A bowler can make plans against you if you're facing all 6 deliveries.
1 ball left in this Cummins over. Bavuma on strike, and he outside half of the bat, edges it through where third slip or gully would have been. It rolls down toward the third man boundary. It'll be cut off, and he's off the mark at least with a couple unconvincing. But end of the over. 18 overs remaining in the day. Australia need 8 wickets for victory. 2 for 77 the score for Mate. Make the switch to Mate 5G.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. From sports to art and music, Mildura has what you're looking for when it comes to events. Enjoy a night under the stars, a show at the theatre, or check out the local venues offering live music and entertainment. There's always plenty for the kids to enjoy, coupled with natural landscapes, great food and amazing weather. So what are you waiting for? Find out more online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Phil Jacques, Jonty, Rhodes still with us. Great to have you with us wherever you might be, returning from holidays, maybe in the car. Barbecue out the back. It's tense at the moment. 18 overs remaining. Australia need 8 wickets. Line is into Hervé. Mencroust around the bat, and he negotiates this bounces it to Renshaw, who's a silly mid-off.
You talk about panic in the camp, but if either of these two batters get out, we've got a middle order it is quite jumpy. So they will certainly want these two to bat at least for the next 5 or 6 overs.
Line into Ovea, who lays back on a cut, jams it away through point for a single, brings Bavuma on strike to line for the first time in this innings.
Doesn't take much to cause some panic either if the ball's reversing.
No, it doesn't.
There's turn and there's reverse.
Because
the wickets are falling and it's going late. It's really hard to start, and people will be going, oh, I don't want to get out there. I want them to just bat another 5 overs and take the initiative. And that new batsman coming in, it's just such a hard place to go when the ball is reverse swinging.
Especially that reverse swing. I mean, usually swing bowling happens out of the hand and you can almost judge the line. But when it's reversing, it's late swing. It's that last sort of section of delivery.
Line to Bavuma, who's pushing forward in defence, rolls it through the legs of silly mid-off.
You don't have a lot of time to react, do you? You see the line of the ball and you tend to move to where the ball starts. And then by the time it gets to you, because it swings so late, you've actually moved to the wrong line, and then all of a sudden you get yourself caught up and you don't have access to hit the ball.
Bavuma waits, line in, and he drives and gets it through cover, and it might even find its way to the boundary for 4. It's just pulling up inside, so it won't quite get all the way home. Cummins collects it, and Bavuma runs his way back for a 3rd. Again, run's not the issue. South Africa 2 for 81. It's 17 overs remaining after this over from Nathan Lyon. There is an opportunity for the captains with less than 15 overs left to come to an agreement that a result can't be reached, but it does still feel like edge-of-the-seat stuff, even though Australia still need 8 wickets.
Yeah, I like it from Bavuma. Any opportunity, he's not just patting it back. It was a slightly fuller delivery from Nathan Lyon. He got onto it, didn't try and overhit it, ran the 3, got off strike. And that is important from a point of view where you don't want to be bogged down at an end and allow a bowler to bowl to a plan 4 or 5 deliveries in the over.
Line into Ovea, who plays it back down the pitch to Lyon. He's 31 not out from 85 deliveries. Ovea.
Even more important when you've got a left and a right-hander in, because they have to adjust that line, don't they, Jonty? Like 2 right-handers, you can sometimes still lock in different plans.
Lyon, final delivery of this over to Ovea, who played it late and missed it, in fact, through to the gloves of Carey. He tried to jam down on it late, missed it completely. End of the over, 2 for 81. That's the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. 17 overs remaining, and Gerard Whateley to join you shortly.
Hello, bank.
Hi, I've got a home loan with you and I just saw you've dropped your rate. I'd like it too.
Not going to happen.
Why not?
Because it wouldn't be fair to us.
It's unfair new customers are getting much better rates than me.
Ask me the secret to getting a good rate.
What's the secret to getting...
Timing!
Hilarious.
It never gets old.
Athena's the first Aussie lender not to penalise you for your loyalty. See our automatic rate match promise at athena.com.au. Athena, love us and leave us. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. I suspect there are 2 overs left in this Test match. 2 for 81. The drinks break gives the chance to shake hands. Pat Cummins would have to do something extraordinary to divert the course of the match. Bavuma stands tall in defence and plays to the onside. Our experts right throughout the summer have been for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Rachael Haynes is in to join Jonty Rhodes. Hello, Rach.
Hello. Nice to be here. Last session.
Rachel, how are you doing?
I'm going very well.
Cool, man. Well, if you think it's the last couple of overs, I'm quite surprised that we have a cover fielder, because one thing that Pat Cummins is doing well is that reverse swing he's getting is actually going away from the bat. Get a cover in, have a 3rd slip. It doesn't carry far, but you never know.
Bavuma faces up and he drives the ball away to mid-on.
Especially with me in the hot seat.
Yes.
What is he doing?
They've got a gap tooth slips set up. They've left first and even they could be 3rd and 4th, really, where Smith and Khawaja are set up.
Yeah, especially if Bavuma thinks there is a gap, and we just saw when he drove Nathan Lyon through the covers in the last over. It was over-pitched, but he was prepared to drive the ball, give him half a gap, pitch it up, let it swing away. Late.
Cummins has taken 1 wicket in the innings. He pitches it up to Bavuma, and there is definitely shape to it. He was a bit fancy with that, wasn't he, at 107?
Yeah, slow delivery there.
Yep.
We haven't seen many of those in this innings, but he's obviously looking to try something a bit different.
Have we seen much of the cross-seam deliveries? We haven't really, have we? I mean, obviously in white ball cricket they change up, but on this kind of surface where we've seen a few puffs of dust, and when Nathan Lyon has hit those areas, I'm surprised that change of pace. Obviously the short mid-wicket is there for the sort of the catch that comes off the drive, but not much cross-seam delivery.
Cummins trying everything. He bowls and Bavuma plays it to cover. Renshaw Fields, no run. So Agar sent out into the deep. Wonder if there's a little metaphor in that as well.
Harsh, Gerard. Harsh. Fair, but harsh.
Yes, they do have big decisions to make in the next 10 days as to what the strategy for India is. And if this was the testing ground, then there's no evidence to back it up. There would only be sort of instinct. Cummins bowls, Bavuma plays it to the leg side. He got struck by that. He's rubbing at the ribs as he goes. It's wore one late for his trouble.
Yeah, just above the thigh pad. Temba Bavuma has probably hit anybody else just above the knee roll. But Pat Cummins, he's running hard for his team. He's certainly led by example. Been really, really impressed. Made some good decisions. Bowling changes, field placements, third umpire referrals.
Yeah. Memorable in the gloom last night. He bowls and Bavuma gets him away down to fine leg off the last ball of the over. 2 for 82 as the Mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate Mobile.
I always wanted kids. Having a family was the dream. I guess I just never found the right person to do it with. For a while, it did really upset me. But then I thought, you know what? I can do it on my own. So
What happens next is up to you, because the only way her story continues is with you. Donate sperm at Monash IVF and make the dream of having a family more than just a dream. Visit monashivf.com today.
This final session on SEN Test Cricket for Before You Dig Australia. Nathan Lyon is bowling from the Randwick end. I doubt he's had many more frustrating innings or a couple of days than he's endured here. Nothing has gone his way with the DRS or the umpires in the middle or the catches. Bavuma drives him away to mid-on, no run. I think he'll finish this test quite frustrated.
Yeah, well, he's looked at, certainly in this innings, he's felt not far away. Yeah, it's so close, asking plenty of good questions of the batter.
Lyon bowls to Bavuma, who's back covering the stumps.
And we know his record here is not his favourite hunting ground for sure, but he must have thought, well, there's a huge opportunity to turn that, because often that's more psychological than anything else, because he's not lesser of a bowler. And you're right, sometimes when it just needed one thing to go his way.
Lyon bowls, Bavuma clips it back to him.
I think as well, picking two spinners in this match, he's sort of the number one spinner in the Australian team. I think he would have really liked to have come out and, I suppose, led the way from that perspective in terms of wickets taken.
He's still whirring away. Fights a delivery, challenges Bavuma. It lands in front of him. No bat involved.
There's certainly been plenty of hands on heads, though. Hands on knees.
That was me when South Africa was batting. I think I had my head on the table, hands on knees.
Bavuma's on 6. Lyon bowls to him. He's back and defending. And that brings us to the last ball of the over.
You called it. What do you think? You still going with it?
Yeah.
Really?
I think Pat Cummins knows there's not 8 wickets to take with this surface or in these circumstances. I think he's tried everything.
He has. He certainly has. Bowling attack-wise, can't be much left for him and Josh Hazlewood in that tank of theirs.
Bavuma just holds up for a moment. Lyon with the last ball of the over. He delivers and Bavuma is back and defending. The score is 2 for 82. They can take a drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Pat Cummins is wandering across. He's not seeking out. Oh, he's having a little word to umpire Gaffney now. But it does look like they will take the drinks break. And we will continue on for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. So 2 wickets have been taken in this second South African innings. Elgar caught Carey, bowled Cummins for 10, and Klaasen bowled Hazelwood for 35. It is 2 for 82 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile with drinks on the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
David Goggins here. I'll be in Melbourne in February.
That's right, the legendary David Goggins is coming to Australia in February for Adapt or Die, the #1 business growth, personal development and self-help conference in Australia. Speaking with Ethan Donati, David Goggins will help you adapt your brand, business and mentality to unlock your peak performance.
For more details and to get your tickets, please go to adaptordie.com.au. Stay hard.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential suppliers on a deadline? They know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe? They know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going? They know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
In comes Cummins. One slip and a gully, and he flicks it to Carey, and he might be out. He's gone. Taken down the leg side by Carey. The first wicket of the South African second innings falls. Hazelwood's in, and straight through him, bowled. Clean bowled. Josh Hazelwood is through. A second wicket falls in the South African second innings.
Cummins and Hazelwood, the wicket takers for Valvoline, which oil ensures that you're never caught out. You know Valvoline, the original engine oil. From a South African perspective, Klaasen with his highest score in Test crickets, a 35. A Victoria Police made for more. And Arvea is on 31 out there at the moment. Jonty Rhodes and Rachael Haynes in place in our broadcast position for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. We're going to enter the final hour of the Test match where 15 overs can be bowled.
And let's face it, the start of the play today, with all possibilities other than South Africa winning, were on the table. And it's, you know, I think that first session of play, the first hour, not the whole session, but it was certainly important from South Africa's perspective, because if they hadn't survived that, or if they had lost 2 or 3 wickets, it would have been a very different scenario right now. So, yep, not many times you can say South Africa batted well in sessions, and they've certainly put that together.
There was just one moment of opportunity. So the draw was heavily favoured coming, but we could all see a scenario in which it was possible. And it was when the catches were dropped in a spate at 174, 174 and 175. So Harmer twice and Maharaj once. Labuschagne, Carey and Head. His 2 wickets at that point would have made it 9 for, and that would have been somewhere near the right timeline. But once Maharaj and Harmer was defiant in his batting, and Maharaj was fluent. He was terrific to watch, and that set Australia back time-wise, and also just the flow of the game. Too many overs to bowl. So what was it? 108 overs bowled in that innings. Australia really had to crash through in 75 or 80.
Very true.
Yeah, as well. And just with the 4 bowlers, I suppose the 4 frontline bowlers, and particularly our 3 frontline bowlers in Cummins, Hazelwood and Lyon, they had to bowl a lot of overs in that time, use a lot of energy. But yeah, we've been short on time to get a result in this match.
Arvea is on 31. He has the strike, 2 for 82. Pat Cummins, after the drinks break, is in and over the wickets, and he's leaving outside the off stump is Arvea.
So on this sort of surface, who would Rachael Haynes not like to face on day 5 of a test? Will you prefer pace? Did you not like, I mean, who is the best spin bowler you faced that might trouble you on this kind of surface on day 5? it was all under control?
I'm thinking of spinners. I think as a left-hander, Deepti Sharma would have been tough to face on this wicket. She's right arm off spin.
Cummins sets in, bowls, and Revea leaves outside the off-stump again. It doesn't carry to Carey.
Sophie Eccleston as well from England, left-arm orthodox, very good bowler. She's the #1 spinner in the world, easily, I would say. But
would you say because she turns the ball or she lands the ball in the right areas more consistently?
yeah, she's so consistent, and she uses her pace very well too. So she's got exceptional control over the pace of her delivery, her ability to get good shape on the ball, drift.
Revea, the left-hander, stands tall at the crease and he drives to mid-off. He'll be able to take a single. Hazelwood gets down, stops the ball in its tracks, keeps it to 1.
I felt that, Josh Hazelwood. Oh, man, he just got too close to it. He had to dive for it.
He could have said, I lost it. I
couldn't see it. Yeah, sorry, Captain, didn't see it. 3 days ago, it might have been an issue with the light that we've had. Yeah, Australia will feel slightly aggrieved. They've done everything right. They really have. Maybe selection, you can say there's a query, but from a batting perspective, spot on. Bowling, they've been superb.
Cummins bowls to Bavuma, who turns him to leg, and Agar will come in from the deep. A single taken, 2 for 84. So we're 47 overs bowled on day 1, 84 overs on day 2, no overs on day 3, and 59 overs on day 4. So when we came here today, we'd lost 170 overs in the test match. So we are only really coming to the end of day 3 now. And Australia's position in the game is so far in front. I suspect the reviews are going to be negative, Jonty, but Australia is so far in front of the game. But because of all that was lost, there's no capacity to bring it to its full fruition.
What are you talking about? Really?
I'm watching the texts come through. I'm
crying.
People have dirtied up a bit.
On the aeroplane tonight, I'm so sad. It's been such an amazing series to watch. Sadly, not competitive.
Cummins around the wicket now. Revea leaves.
But I have learned so much from a cricket point of view. I mean, I'm not a big test match watcher. It requires not just patience, but appreciation, I think, of the skill levels and the effort that these players put in. Disappointing, 100% from South Africa's perspective, but it's always good to learn from other people and just see what Australia are doing so well. And been watching when the ladies have played in India, watching them play their one-day series. I was in India in November, and, that's probably one of the best teams in the world currently, the Australian women's team.
2 in the deep on the leg sides, 2 in the cordon spaced out. Revea has a ball jagging back into him, which gets perilously close to the stumps, inside edge off the pad. It trickles past. End of the over, 2 for 84. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
The strut. It's as timeless as sport itself. The King got his strut on with his 700th wicket. The whole Queensland team got their strut on in 2013 after sealing 8 Origin wins in a row. And Darren got his epic strut on by buying with Snaffle. Because with Snaffle, you can get what you want, when you want, and pay with bite-sized payments. Get your Snaffle strut on. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
All of our stats and facts across the test summer for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Nathan Lyon is continuing his endeavours. He's tried just about everything. He's bowling to Bavuma, who defends. So this is his 14th over, none for 30. After in the first innings, he sent down 40 overs, 2 for 88. Where's your next stop, Jonty? Where are you flying to?
I am off to Durban for the SA20. I'm the fielding coach for Durban Super Giants.
Lyon bowls. Bavuma drives out through cover. He struck that sweetly. It will be chased all the way and overhauled at the last by Agar. They have 2. They'll come for a 3rd on the Agar army. Heaves it into the keeper. Bavuma gets the 3. 2 for 87.
Yeah, so interesting for me to watch cricket. As I said, I'm not a big watcher of the game, but it's been I do prefer to be jumping around, and as a fielding coach, you hit the ball hard, it comes back just as hard. So you've got to be good with the glove. So my baseball skills have certainly improved in my tenure as a fielding coach.
Are you excited to see how that competition goes?
Yeah, absolutely. I think South Africa's been waiting for something like this. Graham Smith is the commissioner of the event. We have obviously a lot of the Indian IPL owners have bought. All 6 teams are owned by IPL owners. So, just hold up and play. Temba Bavuma was involved in a few mixed run-outs in the MCG, and he just dropped his bat.
Yeah, so he tried to run the bat in, and he hit Nathan Lyon's leg where the bat dropped, and he never crossed. So 1 short. We're docking him a run. So Bavuma ends up on 9. It's a 2 rather than a 3, and is defended by Arvea, a full ball from Lyon.
Minute, guys.
Who's your captain at Durban?
Quinton de Kock. So Lance Klusen is the head coach. So I'm back with the Zulu, my old teammate, and Tor Morne Morkel is the bowling coach, the 3 of us.
Nice. The old band back together. Arvea defends to the offside.
I suspect with that captain and coach combination, there won't be too many block.
No. Well, the good thing, too, there won't be too many team meetings. With those two, Lance Klusen never said a word. He just let the bat do the talking, and Quinton de Kock is pretty similar. So I'm expecting, and we love a short meeting.
Good stuff. Lyon bowls, and this is defended. So on behalf of everybody who's listened and all of us who have worked with you, Jonty, we're so thrilled to have had you as part of our team. You think you've learned a lot. We've learned so much, but more than anything, we've enjoyed your company, your good humour and your cricket intellect. So thank you for being part of it.
You make me cry. Thank you.
Jonty Rhodes. How lucky we have been. Lyon finishes his over as his ball is defended by Arvea. 2 for 86. Made Scoreboard make the switch to Made Mobile.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. What a ripper Jonty Rhodes is, Bharat.
Absolutely. I got a little emotional there, hugging him. It's been such fun. We've been luckies. Gerard, Ian Bishop for the West Indies series. Jonty Rhodes, Rachael, Haynes.
Mark Atherton last year.
Mike Atherton.
Wasim Akram. We're all in a WhatsApp group with Waz. It's sort of exciting with the visiting commentator, isn't it? Pat Cummins continues on. There's 13 overs potentially remaining in the test match. 2 for 86. Temba Bavuma is on 9. Cummins bowls 2. That's very close to the off stump. So that ball is doing an awful lot now. That has swung a mile, and Bavuma watches it get past the woodwork.
And this is exactly the reason why Pat Cummins is not keen on shaking hands yet. He might do it at the end of this spell, with a ball that is doing so much. And the rhythm he has right now, Rachael, I think if he would have just walked away, he would feel like, there's something he's left out there.
Yeah, this shows how competitive he is, and how much belief he has in his own skill as well.
Cummins in over the wicket, bowls. Bavuma meets it with a full face of the bat, out to point, no run.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's loving this. And this is great practice for India. Reverse swing. He's always said, we haven't mastered it yet. We're getting better all the time. So he'd be really happy that he's getting a 34-over ball. And he's been doing it for the last 3-4 overs. He's getting it to do it at the SCG. This is perfect. This is dress rehearsal.
Cummins bowls. Bavuma defends out of the off stump, and he plays it well in front of point to take a run. Do you think he should bowl Agar again? So I imagine Agar is feeling this pretty acutely at the moment. Never mind what's been said on the outside. He'll know. He hasn't fielded in the manner that he normally does.
Yes.
He was uncertain where his red ball bowling was. He's had a really patchy time of it. if we're going to continue and play most of the distance, it would seem the only way to get an uplift for Agar would be if he comes on and takes wickets.
Yes, or even if he gets a 3-over spell where he beats the bat a little.
Cummins comes around the wicket to the left-handed Arvea. He went for the Yorker and the opener squeezed it out to mid-on.
I think as well, as a player, he would have come into this match knowing how much was riding on the opportunity too. So, you know, his first test match in quite a substantial period of time, knowing that that tour of India is coming up as well, he would have been nervous coming into it, and I think he's shown that throughout the match. But yeah, you're both right. There's an opportunity here to throw him the ball again and perhaps get him into the test match, get him feeling confident and believing in his skill.
Cummins quickly in from the top of his mark. He bowls and Arvea opens the blade out to cover, no run.
The only thing going for him, though, Gerard and Rachael, is that he's not a complete outlier. I mean, it's not like he's Matthew Kuhneman. He's been part of this group for such a while and a successful member. I mean, he's an integral part of Australia's wide ball side. And he was part of the test tour to Pakistan, which was, they were all together all the time. So he doesn't, I think at some level he feels like he already belongs. Like this is his dressing room, but he'll still, as a bowler, need that confidence, just those three overs.
Last ball of Cummins over. He delivers to Arvea, who clips out of the pads to Warner at mid-on. No run. 2 for 87. Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aitken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aitken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8600 6000.
A Day 5 crowd of 17,968 for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. They sort of came with the hope that they might see something spectacular. They've seen some good test cricket. Lion bowls to Bavuma, who defends to the leg side, but not quite the flurry of activity that might have been hoped for at the start of the day.
Come on, lads. Get yourself 7, Durry. Get yourself 7.
Be exciting if that happened. Lion none for 32. He bowls and Bavuma is back playing from the stumps out to mid-wicket. No run.
I'm still surprised he's not pulled a single over in this match. Manas Labuschagne.
I don't think it would have been throughout not trying. He would have been.
Lion in. Bavuma back. Defends.
I think he would have gone out to Pat a couple of times and just said, hey.
A couple of times every over.
It's really the only thing that hasn't been tried. Lion bowls and Bavuma defends again.
Maybe Alex Curry wasn't joking at all before the game when he said that he thought he'd get a bomb before Manas Labuschagne.
I've got the total crowd at 119,944 for the test match. Lion bowls and Bavuma off his pads plays to mid-on. Arvea had a mind to go for a dash, but he was sent back.
Third run out this series here. Come on.
Yes, he's got a little habit of creating runouts, doesn't he? Lion bowls again and Bavuma defends from the stumps. He's going right back on his stumps, deep in the crease and blocking the ball. And that is the end of the over. Yep, just the end of the over. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile, 2 for 87.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aitken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aitken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8-600 6000.
Pat Cummins has finished his work down at the Paddington end, and Ashton Agar is going to get a late look at things. There was a conversation between Lyon and Cummins up the far end. I reckon he signalled to Labuschagne that he could bowl the next over from the Randwick end.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, just to finish. That's a sign. But just his decision to bring Ashton Agar on, it reminds me of that Karachi test when Mitchell Swepson made his debut, Gerard. We spoke about it earlier. There were dropped catches, and it reached a point where Pakistan had done enough to not lose that test. Manas bowled one over, where the ball did all sorts. But yet, Cummins made sure that Swepson got the last over, and I thought that was a great captaincy move, just to show him that confidence, because you could see Swepson was he was feeling the pressure of not having won Australia, this famous test, on debut. All this hype around him. But I thought that was a great captaincy move, and maybe he's doing it again with Agar.
11 overs left. Agar bowls. Arvea didn't know much about that. It ended up out of the gloves of Carey.
Just on the inside edge of the bat there, making its way to almost sort of short 45.
On the follow-up, Arvea pads up. It's obviously brushed the pad on the way through. It's not doing nearly enough from outside off. So Adam, who's posed the question here? Simon and Lara has posed the question here, Bharat, because Usman Khawaja is going to have played every minute of this test match.
Yeah.
Back goes Arvea, covers the stumps, turns it to mid-wicket. So the question, following Usman Khawaja in this test, who was the last player to be on the ground for every minute of the test match? I think we just sort of start by acknowledging that Usman Khawaja's played every minute of this test match.
Yeah.
Good on you, Simon. Thank you. Playing back and keeping the ball out is Arvea. So all of your thoughts for tyre power, your tyre experts. Not out 195 through 2 days. Day 3 washed out, day 4 delayed. He's been in the field ever since. Arvea's on 32 and he cuts the ball near the off stump out to the sweeper at deep point and takes the single. 2 for 88. And that has 1 to come in the over.
If anything, Usman Khawaja would have very sore feet, I'd imagine, being out there all that time.
He'll rest well in the aftermath. Although, is he dipping into the BBL?
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah, Brisbane Heat, I think.
Yep. Absolutely. Still doesn't have a double 100, though.
Around the wicket, Agar flights the ball to Bavuma. It's stroked away to mid-off. No run. 1 run from Agar's over. 2 for 88. Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. With a fleet of over 250 vehicles, from 1 tonne right up to the big semis, State Transport is ready to deliver your goods on time, safely and efficiently, both locally and Australia-wide. We are the time slot specialists. 24 hours, 7 days a week, and with State Transport, you're ready to go. State Transport, our people are your solution.
State Transport, our people are your solution.
Big cheer around the SCG because Marnus Labuschagne is going to get a look at some bowling. It'll be the tweakers rather than the medium pacers. He's got 13 test wickets at an average of 54. He's an exuberant figure. He's taken the odd crucial wickets too.
After all those medium pace warm-ups that he did
I know.
over the last 2 days.
He's been made to pay for it by Cummins and Hazelwood.
So Khawaja, I'm sure, will be the player of the match thanks to Bingley. The player of the day will be Keshav Maharaj. I'm sure his 53 from 81 was absolutely crucial in holding Australia at bay. And for the first time in 45 tests, South Africa is going to play in a draw.
Bizarre, right, Joe? Like in a era like this, England will never play a draw again.
Not while Baz is in charge. So it dates back to New Zealand in 2017 when last South Africa featured in a draw. They have been able to dig in across day 5. 10 overs remaining in the day's play. Marnus Labuschagne is going to be bowling from the Randwick end. The Saturday afternoon crowd going to clap him all the way in. Arvea is on 33. Labuschagne's around the wicket to him, and he's back and defending the spinning ball. I like, so the crowd's got Marnus's instincts. Marnus spends all his time. Ooh, the crowd's going to gasp at every ball.
Oh, Marnie. I'm sure we'll hear that at least 5 times this over.
Whirs away. Oh, it spins a long way. It pitched way outside the off stump. Came in sharply. Avea let it all go by.
This is why everybody loves him, right, Rachel? He plays cricket the way all of us want to play cricket, like enjoying every second of it.
Labuschagne bowls. Avea tried to drive the wide one, chopped it down on the popping crease.
It doesn't matter whether he's got the ball in hand or the bat. The energy level just goes up from everyone.
Labuschagne twirls from hand to hand. He's in and he bowls. He gives it a rip. He's asking for LBW on Avea. No one else has been able to get it. Why would Marnus? Shaken away by Chris Gaffney. Pat Cummins going, yep, I'm into the theatre of this. Let's review. Let's go to the replays for Robot Building Supplies.
Director, we have a play review for LBW. Original decision not out. Front foot checked. Fair delivery. Move on to front on spin vision, please.
It's not far away, this.
I think Pat Cummins has done it just to find out what Marnus is appealing about. Nobody's left their position on the fields. The only one who's got a stake in this is Marnus himself. Pitched a long way out. It spits out of the rough.
No batting involved.
Spins right in. It's missed the pad. It's high up on the leg. It's surely doing miles too much, Bharat.
This is what an elder sibling would have done, right? Like, okay.
Pitching outside off, an impact is outside the line. Chris can stay with your original decision of not out.
He's going to miss over the top as well.
I'll give you a ball, and okay, fine, we'll go and take a DRS for your sake as well. This is just... I wish my brother had been so kind to me.
2 for 88. Labuschagne bowls. Edge short of Smith. He's a fun cricketer to watch.
I'm just waiting for him to come up with a that was delicious.
Marnus. Yes. Ooh.
Took an outside edge and just wouldn't carry to Smith. They got it on the half volley. Labuschagne tries again. And Avea gets everything in behind it. That's a lovely maiden over from Marnus Labuschagne. 2 for 88. Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
How do you deal with loneliness?
I was working about 1,500 kilometres away from home, and it was very isolating. When I felt like I had some worth about who I was and what I was doing, I could be alone but still be okay.
Even when you're on your own, there is hope to deal with loneliness. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au. For more about understanding loneliness and finding hope when you feel lonely, go to messagesofhope.org.au.
It's been hard to get a catch paid in this match. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. 3 low-down catches, all ruled out by the television umpire, Richard Kettleborough. 2 were paid as out on the ground with a soft signal. Steve Smith on a couple of occasions, and Simon Harmer back on day 1. It's a discussion that will be had not only on these shores in the aftermath, but I'm sure right the way around the world, in how technology is just making it so difficult to have the diving catch low down authenticated. It's just a bit of wandering around happening near the sight screen as everybody's milling for the end of the test match.
Not Dwayne Russell, I hope.
Ashton Agar sent down 6 overs. He's bowling from the Paddington end. Bavuma defends the first ball of it. Renshaw's under the helmet at silly point, and at bat pad Travis Head.
At the end of the Marnus over, Usman Khawaja just told him, you get only 2 overs.
Around the wicket to Agar. He bowls to Bavuma, who's back and cutting for 4. No, there's a sweeper. Just in my blind spot, looking through sort of 4 panes of glass there. Usman Khawaja is set down under the O'Reilly stand. So as you were, just a single. 2 for 89.
Well, any more than 2 overs, he might take over Usman Khawaja as the People's Champ, judging by the reception he's got here at the SCG.
Oh, absolutely. He's not the coach's champ that much, I'll tell you. I was telling Gerard earlier. Very upset that the practice session the day before the test was finishing at 12. He looked at McDonald and said, I'll get Bharat in to give me throwdowns. And I told him I'm left arm as well. I can give you variety.
Agar over the wicket, bowls to Avaya, who watches it go by.
I think this is an important spell for Ashton Agar, though. I think he's bowling well, the speeds are better. There just seems to be a little more confidence even as he walks back to the top of his mark.
He's in and bowling. Covering the stumps is Avaya, who works it away to mid-wicket, no run.
I think as well, bowling to the left-hander into the rough, it's a little bit more for him to work with as opposed to Bavuma as the right-hander.
Avaya smacked him around at the top of the innings. He's driving out through the vacant cover region. It goes across the turf towards the ladies' pavilion. It'll pull up just inside the boundary as Hazelwood arrives. And the batters will take 3. Avaya goes to 36.
And I'm sure when, like, you have been, Rachael, for so many years, a cricketer at that level, it's not always about the runs and wickets. Those are things that we discuss. But you know when you've had a good game and when you haven't, right? Like when you've done the right things at least.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes that's not always reflected in the scorebook with how many runs and wickets you may have got.
Quire just called back into the infield. Agar bowls and Bavuma blocks. It is the end of the over. 2 for 92. The mate scoreboard. Make the switch to mate mobile.
From the director of The Gentleman comes Operation Fortune Ruse de Guerre in cinemas January 12, starring Jason Statham as Agent Orson Fortune, recruited to track down deadly new weapons technology.
As a private contractor, you possess a unique set of skills.
Also starring Aubrey Plaza, Josh Hartnett and Hugh Grant. See it first with advanced screenings January 6 to 8.
Something rather nasty has been stolen. We have to stop that getting onto the open market.
Don't miss Operation Fortune Ruse de Guerre in cinemas January 12.
The youngsters in the crowd chanting for Marnus, and Marnus they will get. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. His first over was a maiden. Got a couple of balls to rip out of the rough. Avaya is batting in the South African cap, and he's forward defending the ball down the line of the leg side.
Marnus, bring him up, he's not going to sweep, no lid. He's not going to sweep.
So that's Dave Warner's thoughts. He's suggesting they bring Hazelwood up from deep backward square. Now that the helmet has been dispensed with. Labuschagne at bowls. Avaya pulls across the line, and that went nowhere. It's ended up 2 metres in front of him. All eyes to the replay. Bottom edge into the pads. Avaya faces Labuschagne, just trying to judge the trajectory and the spin.
Yeah, I suspect the only reason there is that deep backward square is for the drag down, really. Even though it doesn't so much matter at this point in the game.
Labuschagne bowls. He gave it plenty. It was a full toss, and it's driven by Avaya. It will be the 6th boundary of his innings down at long off. The boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston. He got hold of Agar early and then has really batted to occupy. 40 from 116 balls.
He's looked good all throughout the series. It's shocking that today he got to his highest score, which is 22, or his highest score prior to this was 21. He's always looked good, but just found ways of getting out after getting his eye in.
Showing a picture of activity of 3 or 4 steps. He bowls and Avaya defends. Bat and pad tight together. One to come in the over. Crowd enjoying the leggies of Marnus Labuschagne. He dragged down that a little. Avaya defends to the leg side. 2 for 96. At the end of the over, mate scoreboard, make the switch to mate mobile.
From the director of The Gentleman comes Operation Fortune Ruse de Guerre in cinemas January 12, starring Jason Statham as Agent Orson Fortune, recruited to track down deadly new weapons technology.
As a private contractor, you possess a unique set of skills.
Also starring Aubrey Plaza, Josh Hartnett and Hugh Grant. See it first with advanced screenings January 6 to 8.
Something rather nasty has been stolen. We have to stop that getting onto the open market.
Don't miss Operation Fortune Ruse de Guerre in cinemas January 12.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians, or it is now at the discretion really of Pat Cummins to call it. Just a little bit of the body language in the middle suggested maybe one more over, but let's wait to see. Ashton Agar is just positioning his field. He'll have a slip of silly mid-off at bat pad. He brings fine leg up. He's got a deep point. He's got a backward point in the infield, a cover, a mid-off and a mid-on. Bavuma is on 11. It's 2 for 96. Agar bowls. And it's kept out on the leg side. Phil Jacques has come in for the final stages. Phil, welcome back.
Hello, Gerard.
What have you seen in Agar's last spell?
Not much different to what I've seen through the whole test match, I'm going to lie.
He bowls. Bavuma sweeps for 4. There was evasive action for head in close, and it rocketed across the turf. Bavuma lashes out with a boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston, and 100 is up for South Africa.
Yeah, really strong shot there. Pretty much a free hit, really. There's no one out there on the leg side.
3 runs.
Yeah. One bounce over the rope. On the follow-up, Bavuma lets it pass. He was coming forward to defend, and then with a flourish, pulled the bat out of the way.
This hasn't been enough action on the ball off the good part of the wicket for mine, for Agar.
He's bowling to Bavuma, who plays back and nibbles the ball out through cover. Khawaja is the sweeper called into action and a single added.
The only time we've really seen anything look like a wicket has been when it's spat out of the rough, and he just hasn't hit the rough enough for mine. He's trying to go over the wicket and land the ball into the rough at the moment, but he's missing it. It's just not hitting the areas that he's looking for enough with enough action on the ball.
Agar bowls and Arvea is able to just keep the bat out of the way and let it pass to Carey.
So what do you think then, Phil, in terms of India? What would your combination be?
Agar bowls and Arvea lets it pass. Just keep an eye on Pat Cummins here. That's just the end of the over. 2 for 101 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. From sports to art and music, Mildura has what you're looking for when it comes to events. Enjoy a night under the stars, a show at the theatre, or check out the local venues offering live music and entertainment. There's always plenty for the kids to enjoy, coupled with natural landscapes, great food and amazing weather. So what are you waiting for? Find out more online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. 2 for 101, 6 overs remaining in the Test match. Bavuma is 16, Arvea is 40. Marnus Labuschagne is bowling from the Randwick end. He's going to switch angles now as he's going to come right arm over the wicket, bowling to Temba Bavuma. He's giving it a rip all right, and Bavuma is forward and defending. Phil, what are you going to do in Nagpur?
I think Todd Murphy has to come into the frame for mine. I think he's the second best spinner in Australia, even though he spins it the same way as Line. I think Mitchell Swepson is still a really viable option.
2 slips in place. Labuschagne to Bavuma, who's back and cutting the ball out to the sweeper in the deep. That is Hazelwood. Bavuma goes to 17.
I think Agar would have definitely have started in the box seat, having been picked in this team, and his batting does give him a little bit of a point of difference, but it would really need to be a absolute minefield of a spinning wicket to play Agar for mine, because this wicket has offered plenty and he just hasn't delivered.
Labuschagne around the wicket when he bowls to the left-hander, and Arvea blocks.
To the level that the Australian selectors would have been looking for. They would have been looking for a lot more threat off the good part of the pitch, in my opinion. He hasn't had the choice of ends. He's probably had the end that hasn't spun as much.
Labuschagne flights a full toss, clouded by Arvea, out into the deep at wide mid-wicket for 4. That really did balloon out of the hands. It threatened to pull up. In fact, it pulled up an inch inside the rope. Khawaja wasn't even chasing it, but had to go and pick it up by obligation, and they only got 2 instead of 4.
Great cricket, wasn't it? Waist high full toss. Didn't run between wickets, didn't chase it, pulls up 2 inches short. Oh, it was under 10s.
You wouldn't believe that could happen for Robot Building Supplies. Oh, and it's a front foot no ball.
And it's a no ball, even better.
Oh, it's village cricket. Labuschagne bowls, and Avea runs the ball out to point. There's no run to be had.
The crowd really wants to see a Marnus wicket, don't they? They're all cheering for Marnus wicket. They know the celebration will be high. Come on, Marnus.
Cyril Avea is unlikely to oblige. He just kicks it away. Marnus is asking. There have been better shouts than that today that have been turned down.
No review on that one. That's not going upstairs.
Yeah, but what they start with at Nagpur is going to be really interesting, isn't it? I think they'll play 3 there. It's that kind of a venue. It's probably going to spin the most out of any test venue that they're going to play on in India.
Broad grins out in the middle as Labuschagne is whirring away. Avea got tied up by that. He pitched that well, and it spun a long way. End of the over. That'll do. Just we'll keep an eye on Pat Cummins here as he's walked in. Oh, it's a front foot no ball. Pat Cummins is shaking hands. They're going to have to bowl another ball, are they? No, they'll leave it there. For the 3rd year in a row, the Sydney Test finishes in a draw. Just too much play lost in the key stages. 170 overs evaporated. Australia dominant through the summer. Not ultimately perfect, but now the mountainous challenges rise in front of them. The series won 2-0. The match drawn here at the SCG. Australia should be well pleased with their summer. The judgments lie ahead. South Africa, for the first time in 45 test matches, playing a draw, Rachael.
Yeah, and you know what? They showed good fight today, particularly that first session with the bat. They needed a couple of good partnerships to start them off, and they got that with Harmer batting through that first session, and then the way Maharaj came out and played and just had good intent, got them in a really positive mindset. But yeah, they definitely haven't had the tour that they would have liked. I think they'll walk away very disappointed, particularly as a batting group, despite what they might have been able to salvage at different times today.
What do you make of it, Phil?
Yeah, disappointing tour for South Africa, but they will take some pride out of today. The effort and the application that they showed on a wearing wicket was pretty strong. Like the lower order, Maharaj and Harmer looked as good as anybody, especially Harmer. He looked a proper cricketer throughout the course of the game. I thought his bowling was a lot more threatening than what his figures showed as well. You know, he looks a player. But yeah, like I think Australia were just too good with the bat throughout the course of the series. They outbatted South Africa, and unfortunately, I think the weather has certainly played its part in making sure that that the draw has been played. Disappointing end. Quite a few thousand people here. What was the official crowd?
17,000.
17,000 on a day 5. It's great to see the people of Sydney coming out in the bright sunshine here to come and watch a great day of Test cricket. Didn't quite end how they would have liked. They would have liked a few more wickets and for it to go on down to the last hour and maybe a Marnus Labuschagne wicket at the end, but still a really great Test match, and just unfortunate about the rain over the last couple of days.
Yeah, the high bar was 14 wickets at the start of the day. Australia managed to take 6 and just missed their chances with the drop catches that were there, with the 2 set batters when the score was 174 and Labuschagne head and then Labuschagne carry and head, and then Agar missed a catch a little while later. And to get 14, I think you probably have to be pretty well perfect on the way through.
Crucial times of the game too, just before the new ball. 3 chances, wasn't it, off head leading into the new ball? Really crucial time. Tough chances, like they weren't dead sitters, but Australia would have been expecting to take those opportunities, and you know, you create 10 chances in a day. 14 might not have been out of the realms of possibility if the momentum had swung there and they started getting a few wickets in a row.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well, just in that same period, was, you know, there were lots of opportunities happening with the older ball, and they took the newer ball, and then the game sort of became a bit more free-flowing for South Africa, which, you know, taking the new ball sometimes does do. So, yeah, but, yeah, you can't be too critical given that it was only 2.5 days of cricket. I think Australia got themselves into a really good position. They played really well in this test match, but, yeah, they were just out of time.
So today's action, we began at... where are we in all of these notes? 6 for 149. Janssen caught Carey bowled head for 11. Maharaj, LBW Hazelwood for 53 off 81 balls.
Test cricket for Josh Hazelwood. Josh, frustrating for you guys that you weren't able to pick up the wickets, but I guess it was a big challenge at the start of the day.
Yeah, it certainly was. 14 wickets was a hard ask. You know, if we didn't lose any terrain, who knows what may have been. So it would have nice to have seen the wicket after 5 days of traffic on it and see how that played, whether it was, you know, back to the old school SCG, but no, it was good fun today.
After just 1 wicket in the first session, what was the chat at lunch? Because you came out and you bowled beautifully.
Yeah, I think just sticking to the basics. There's a little bit of a reverse swing there for Pat and I, and obviously the rough for the spinners. So it was just about executing that and putting the ball in those areas and, you know, holding on to the chances.
Obviously, a bit of time.
We'll leave Josh Hazelwood there with Isha because Dwayne Russell and Bharat Sundaresan are down with Marnus Labuschagne. Dwayne.
Thanks, Gerard. Yes, Marnus and I and Bharat are having a little chat here. We were talking off air about the fact, Marnus, they should have got John earlier.
It's always like that. I'm always good for a couple of overs and then the fullies start rolling in. So, yeah, look, it's always nice when there's two massive pizzas there and you're just trying to run and bowl as fast as you can and hit them. So occasionally you land a few in there, but look, we toiled hard today. The boys did a good job. You know, we obviously would have liked to get a bit closer than we did, I think, but it's the nature of the game.
They just made you pay for warming up with the fast bowlers thing.
Yeah, exactly. It just held me off a little bit.
But just on that performance, I mean, people will talk about how Australia couldn't get over the line. But after all the time that you lost, what you guys have done to get the match to this position, that's almost like a win.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't go as far as say it's a win. I think the feeling around the camp is we played a really good game of cricket. You know, we had 17,000 people come out to watch a Day 5 game. And that's part of the game. It's very entertaining. You know, obviously from our perspective, we would have loved to get that win today and sort of get that 3-0 whitewash. And yeah, I mean, it was a nice little prequel to what we have coming up for India, bit of pizza. So yeah, I think obviously we would have liked, you know, to take a few more wickets with the ball out of the rough there and see all our options. You know, I think Travis Head has shown in the subcontinent that he can be a genuine option there. And, you know, if the pizza's like that, you know, maybe I can help a few hand with a few in the pizza. But, yeah, it was a good game.
You obviously haven't had time to reflect on the series as a whole. You're probably still thinking about what could have happened today. But the series as a whole and the summer as a whole has been a successful one, even for the team as a whole and for yourself.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's not often you play a series and only have 3 innings. So, you know, you can only take as much out of that as you can. I think from a team perspective, geez, we've been so good. I think we're so consistent. Our team's got a great balance about it. It's got a great feel. And, you know, I think our batting order is really set and I feel like everyone's batting really well. I mean, we almost had the top 4 all get double hundreds this summer. Travis obviously could have been top 5 if Greeny didn't run him out there. Nah, but you know what I mean? I think it's just the atmosphere around the change room, the way we're playing the game, you know, putting consistently good performances on the board is really good to see, and especially with the challenges, you know, our next 9 test matches, it's going to be amazing to watch. I mean, as a viewer, you know, it's going to be exciting. Away to India, away at the Ashes, it's going to be really good to watch.
You played a lot of cricket against and with Ashton Agar, making a test comeback after so long. How did you see him go? No wickets to show for it, but just overall.
Yeah, look, it's always hard, you know, when you're playing that second spinner role, you know, because obviously number 1 spinner's bowling from the favourite end with the most rough. And, I mean, they only had the 2 lefties in, so the first innings, the lefties didn't get set, so there wasn't, you know, that much opportunity in that first innings to get him in the game and get him consistent overs. But all in all, I think he landed the ball pretty consistently, showed some nice shape, showed his skills with his change of pace and his wrist positions. And yeah, look, he's going to be one for us, going to India. We're going to need to make sure we got our ducks in a row there and, coming up against, two very good opposition spinners.
When do you start training for India?
Look, I've probably been training for last year, so it's just always in the back of your mind, playing spin. I felt like this game was a nice blueprint for me our test series in Sri Lanka. They're all just putting more money in the bank, putting more thought into it, getting around how I want to play certain bowlers, certain angles. So, yeah, just that continuous preparation and hard work on that skill hopefully then pays off when we go to India, depending on what I need.
And last one from me. Do you think your preparation has been tip-top? Do you feel like as a group? And will you get to celebrate it a bit tonight, this series victory, given that you don't get much downtime? Series, you're away a bit. Will you stay together as a group or just get away with the family a bit?
No, look, I think most of us will stay with the team here at least till, a little bit later this evening. And obviously people got families and busy schedules, so whatever people need to do from there. But I think it's important to celebrate, when we have such great summers together. Celebrate the good summers and the bad summers, really relish in the performance consistently. And, I think, it's so quick. I mean, I think Travis Head's playing potentially tomorrow night. Yeah. Is that it? Potentially. Potentially. But the Strikers are playing tomorrow night. The Heat are playing the 11th. So, we're back in there. We're back playing Big Bash, which is going to be great. But the turnaround's very short. So we've got to make sure we freshen up for that.
News break from Marnus Labuschagne. Travis Head plays in the BBL tomorrow night. Thanks for that.
And on behalf of the crowd, you heard the crowd love when you came on. The crowd love you. You give us so much.
I know. Should have got me on earlier, boys. That was what I needed. Jeez, no one of my over was so good that everyone was behind me. I love it when the crowd's up. So no, it was such a pleasure when the crowd's so behind you. Even this late in the day, there's so many there flocking to the ground. It's just so special when they're still up and about, even though it's 2 for 106.
We'll let you get away. Thanks for your time, Marnus.
Thank you so much, guys.
Great to have you.
Always a pleasure to chat.
Marnus Labuschagne, Gerard.
Thank you, guys.
Marnus with Dwayne and Bharat. The crowd is allowed on the field. Those who have stayed, so just shy of 18,000 with the gold coin donation to be part of day 5, and they're going to rush onto the SCG. The presentation area has been cordoned off, so they can have a play at various areas of the SCG or gather around and line up for signatures with the Australian players. It's part of the convention at the end of the Sydney Test. So the game scores: Australia 4 declared for 475. South Africa all out 255. The follow-on was enforced and 2 for 106, 41.5 overs in that second innings. So I'll give you that card. Elgar caught, Carey bowled Cummins for 10. Klaasen bowled Hazelwood for 35. Arvea not out 42. Bavuma not out 17. 2 for 106, 41.5 overs because Marnus bowled a front foot no ball on the last ball. And Pat Cummins is shaking hands and the umpire's going, oh, it's a no ball. So it was a bit of a messy way for it to finish. The bowling figures: Josh Hazelwood 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. Pat Cummins 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. Ashton Agar 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 28. So he's none for 28, none for 30 in the first over, none for 56 from 22 overs, Ashton Agar in total. Nathan Lyon 15 overs, 5 maidens, none for 32. Travis Head 2 overs, no maidens, none for 4. Smith 1 over, none for 8. And Marnus Labuschagne, it ends up as 2.5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. And so, yeah, that it's a draw. Australia played well but couldn't force the issue. And Marnus Labuschagne, that there's a wrestle in there, Rach, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. And to be honest, sorry, I'm just getting swept up on what's happening on the ground out here.
It's great.
It's fantastic to see families and young kids running out onto the SCG. That's a memory they'll have forever, getting that opportunity. But, yeah, there's definitely, I suppose, a couple of questions more so looking to the future than specifically just on this match. I think that the question around that second, third spin spot, particularly for that Nagpur test in India. But, yeah, Australia have had an excellent summer. I don't think you can take too much away from the side and how they've played, the spirit they've played the game. It's been nice to watch albeit at times it would have been nice to have a better contest between bat and ball at different stages, but to see players really capitalise on that and cash in and get some big scores from a batting group perspective, I think it's going to place them really nicely for what's ahead.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think there's still a few question marks for me for the Australian guys, for the Australian team around Ashton Agar. Matty Renshaw didn't have much of a bat either, but I think both of those guys will tour. It's just a matter of what the makeup of the team will be. I think playing 3 spinners at Nagpur is going to be important. It's going to show how important Cameron Green playing is to that squad. He really balances out this Australian cricket team, and there really isn't anyone that can play his role as a seam bowling all-rounder around Australia at the moment to the level that Cameron Green can. And he gives so much with bat and ball, as he's shown throughout the course of this test summer, and hopefully he's back fit, ready for that first test in India.
That's the tension point, is from Green and Stark's own words. They are touch and go for that first test, and the Australian team, the balance only works if Green is there. It's a really interesting evolution.
Yeah, otherwise you're weakening your batting or your bowling. And Australia obviously played the extra batter in this test with Renshaw at 6. Would they have their time over again and play Carey at 6 and an extra fast bowler to go along with the 2 spinners? I'm not sure.
They definitely would.
I think a hindsight is a wonderful thing, and I think they were spooked by what they thought was going to be a wicket that was going to be a 2 or 3 day wicket, and with the rain, it just never quite eventuated to being, that old raging spin pitch that the SCG used to be, and if they keep preparing wickets like that, we actually might see that again.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see the pitch if it all had developed, so that the pitches here for the past couple of tests haven't been great, and this will never really know what it was going to become. It didn't do, I don't think, what Australia thought it was going to do today, but it spent 170 overs under covers and not being played on, so it never got to come to full fruition. With the presentations here, it might take us to our close, but Phil, I'm going to give you a pen and paper and ask you to pick an 11 for Nagpur and assume Green's playing, and then you can pick as many spinners as you like. So you have a think about that while we take the presentation. It will include the man of the match and the man of the series. Australia's won the series 2-0. Sydney ends in a draw for the 3rd straight year. I reckon that is 6 of the last 9 test matches here have ended in draws. Here's Ishiguro.
14 wickets required for Australia on the final day, 98 overs. And congratulations to South Africa for battling hard and keeping the Australians at bay. So Australia win the series 2-0. Welcome along to the NRMA Insurance post-series presentation. A big thank you to the match officials, the umpires, the match referee and scorers. Your efforts across the series are greatly appreciated. Cricket Australia also would sincerely like to thank NRMA Insurance and all partners who are wonderful supporters of our game. Now time to introduce the player of the match for this test match. And there was no doubt, really, Usman Khawaja for 195 not out. He will receive a little medal there. Congratulations, Uzi. You just seem to be getting better with age. Another big score here at the SCG. Is this the best you've batted in your career, do you think?
Yes and no. I've really enjoyed my career. I've had lots of ups and downs. It's been tough work. I've been in and out of the team a lot. So cricket's a very mental game, and it's been tough at times and very rewarding at times. So I'm just enjoying the good times at the moment.
What's the key to scoring big runs here at the SCG?
Patience. It can be a grinding wicket, slow wicket out there. Spin's always in the game, so you need to have your options against spin. Yeah, it's not rocket science. If you bat well and you do it for a long time, you'll usually succeed out there.
Be honest, how difficult was it to take, not being able to have the opportunity to go for your maiden double ton? And how was that conversation with Pat?
No, look, I would love to have a double ton next to my name, but at the end of the day, I think it's it's a great way to showcase cricket and what cricket stands for. You want to go there and you want to make milestones and you want to achieve certain goals, but at the end of the day, it's about winning, and you got to do what's best. And I think any children watching out there or anyone watching how Australia plays their sport, and it's always team first. And I think that's very important when you are playing a team game.
Well said, Uzi. Now, this obviously prepares you for a big tour against India coming up. How good are you feeling about your game against spin?
Yeah, good. Obviously, South Africa, I mean, we won 2-0 this series, but this is the first series I've ever been involved in where I've beaten South Africa, where we've beaten South Africa. We drew a series the first time I played against them, lost the next 2 series, won at home. They're always a tough team to beat. So I guess that's is a really special thing for me and for the team who've been a part of a lot of those. Credit to the South Africans too. I think they played some really good cricket. They got some amazing players in their team. They've done it for a long period of time, but mostly I just really enjoyed the way the game was played, the spirit in which the game was played. We definitely had some tough times last tour, both on and off the field, and I think it was a credit to both teams the way the game was played. So I think that was my favourite memory I'll take away from this.
Congratulations, Izzy. Well said once again. Usman Khawaja, player of the match for the Pink Test. Now, there are a number on the list of players of the series, and it was a hard one to decide on. Usman Khawaja, obviously, over 200 runs. Smith, 211 at 57. Head, 213 at 53 with a strike rate of 100. Pat Cummins, 12 wickets at 16. But for his magnificent double century in his 100th Test match, David Warner is the player of the series. That's for you. A real team effort for the team across the course of this series against South Africa, but a wonderful moment for you at the MCG. Just talk us through it.
Yeah, I think I spoke about that down in Melbourne, but as you just alluded to there was a fantastic performance by a whole team. Each individual had their performances. We would have all liked to bat a bit more, but credit to our bowlers. Our bowlers bowled fantastic, and yeah, we didn't get the result today, but obviously this Sydney weather, hopefully one day it might go away during Christmas time in the New Year.
It was some tough times at the MCG, certainly with the heat, and then you mentioned that the spell that Nortje bowled was the fastest you've ever faced in your career. Is that what makes it even sweeter that you were able to get through all of that?
Yeah, look, credit to Enric there. He bowled absolutely amazing, and it's probably definitely my last time I have to face him, so that's great. But, credit to him and the rest of the way that the South African bowlers toiled. It was tough down there, but I know our boys gave it to me a lot, so, yeah, good on you.
And just lastly, obviously coming down to the final day here at the SCG, what was the mood like out in the middle and trying to get those wickets?
Yeah, look, we tried our best. Obviously, the South Africans there held on the tail end. They've been difficult to knock over this whole series, and they fought hard. And then obviously going back out there and having our bowlers to back up and try and get another 10 wickets with a short turnaround was a courageous effort. But obviously we didn't get there, but we'll take the draw any day.
And a big couple of tours coming up for yourself, India, and then hopefully the Ashes, 5 tests there. It's a big year for yourself and the team.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive away tour, obviously with the World Test Championship on the line as well. So hopefully, if results go our way and we can win a couple of games in the series in India, will put us in great stead for that. But it's going to be a long tour, followed by a World Cup at the end. So, yeah, we're really looking forward to it.
All the best with that. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, you.
David Warner, player of the series. As I welcome up Dean Elgar, the South African captain. Dean, obviously a challenging tour for yourself, but how important was it to see that resolve today?
It's actually good to end on a tour like this. Touring Australia is never easy, but obviously the message to the group last night was we've got to go out and fight out day 5. I think it's going to actually lead us in the future. It's going to lead us down the right road.
What do you think you've learned from your team across a series like this? It's obviously a difficult place to tour, especially with the team playing as they are, Australia.
If you think about it, there's only, I think, 3 or 4 guys that have toured here in the past. The rest was all brand new experiences for them. I think the learnings of that is these guys might be playing here again in a couple of years' time, and obviously then now they've experienced it firsthand. So there are a lot of learnings out of that. But Australia's a tough place to tour, if not the toughest in the world. And obviously obviously massive credit has to go to Pat and his squad for putting up a massive spectacle throughout the whole series. But yeah, there's there are a few negatives, but there's also a lot of positives, especially out of today.
And what did you learn in terms of not allowing that spirit to be dampened when it has been such a difficult long tour, to be able to come into today and still feel positive?
One thing Test cricket teaches you is that resilience part, and you can't go away, and if things are not on your side, you really have to wake up the next day and try and rock up and turn it up again. Yeah, that's just Test cricket. That's why they call it the Test, and yeah, it tests you in every different facet of playing. It tests you the mental and physical part of this game, and yeah, you don't get any better. But yeah, it's been a real roller coaster tour for us, but nonetheless, it's all about the learnings out of it.
Always want to lead from the front, and since captaining, haven't scored a century. You've obviously got the most experience in this batting group. Is that something you'll reflect on after this?
No doubt. It's something that I've always prided myself on from a personal point of view, scoring runs. I'm the captain, but I am also the run scorer, which hasn't worked out of late, but I know I'll be back, which is a nice positive thing for me. I don't go lying down, which is a nice thing. I know my character, and I know I'll come out stronger.
We saw plenty of grit and determination from your team today. Congratulations on coming away with the draw, and all the best in what comes next.
Thank you, Isha. Cheers.
Dean Elgar, the South African captain. And now time to welcome up the Australian captain, Pat Cummins. Captain Pat, 9 wickets required in that final session, 32 overs. What was the chat at tea?
Just try a few things, really. The wicket was still pretty good. We knew we were up against it. But yeah, try and keep putting some balls in some good areas. Hopefully the luck turned, which wasn't the case. They batted beautifully.
On reflection, I know you haven't had much time after the game, but is there anything else you could have done differently, aside from losing that time in the test, and you had much less time to try and pick up those wickets?
Oh, probably, but you know, we're probably up against it. You know, I think we had 150 overs to try and take 20 wickets on a pretty good batting surface. So yeah, really proud of all the efforts. You know, particularly I thought Nathan Lyon was outstanding. He bowled close to 60 overs for probably less reward than he deserved.
And mentioned the team effort from all of the guys, really. I think 6 of your batters are averaging over 50 and 7 under 21. So that must be pretty pleasing for you in a series like this against a pretty tough, especially the bowling attack of South Africa, to come away with everyone contributing.
That's it. Yeah, I think that's the most pleasing thing. Similar last year in the Ashes, just everyone contributing. I mean, you look at this game as well, Cam Green wasn't there, Mitchell Starc, Scotty Boland. So really happy with how everyone's travelling. Think they can hold their heads up high.
And ahead of this test, you mentioned that this would be a good opportunity to have a look at some players ahead of the India series coming up. Have you had a chance to reflect on what's been put out in this test?
Oh, a little bit. You know, Matt Renshaw didn't get, you know, much of a bat. He got plenty of isolation time in his own little change room. And, yeah, I thought Ash bowled really well, did a good job. Again, there wasn't a lot there for him. So, yeah, that's our next kind of port of call, India, in a few weeks. So we'll regroup and get ready for that.
And your own performance, picking up plenty of wickets at a pretty good average. You must be feeling pretty good about the way you're bowling.
Yeah, pretty happy. Again, you know, this wicket's quite different to a couple of the other wickets. So, yeah, pleased that I was able to try and find wickets in a few different ways. Yeah, I think out there might be a bit similar to India, which we're going to come up against as well.
Yeah, big 6 months coming up for your guys.
Yeah, that's right. India into hopefully World Test Championship final, and then the Ashes. So we've got hopefully, 10 Test matches. It's pretty exciting.
All right, Pat, well, congratulations once again to you and your team. You can now bring them up to collect the trophy for the Australia-South Africa series. Australia coming away with a draw here in Sydney, but they do win the series here in Australia 2-0. That concludes the presentation ceremony.
So Pat Cummins has the trophy in hand, and his team is gathering around him on the podium. So 2-0 against South Africa, 2-0 against the West Indies. Australia win 4 out of the 5 tests, and they have dominated here in Sydney, but not with sufficient time to be able to win the match. The fall of wickets in that final innings for Valvoline, which oil has always pushed boundaries. You know, Valvoline, the original engine oil, 27 and 75. The game was called with South Africa 2 for 106. The leading run scorer for Victoria Police made for more in the series. Steve Smith, 230 at 57.75. Dave Warner, 213 at 53. And Travis Head, 213 at 53. How Dave Warner is the player of the series, I will never fully understand. The leading wicket taker for Valvoline, the original engine oil, Pat Cummins, 12 wickets at 17. That was incidentally your answer as to who the player of the series was. Kihisa Rabada with 11 wickets, and Nathan Lyon took 10. Righto, Phil Jacques. There's lots of possibilities for Nagpur and lots of permutations. Tell me what you've done.
Okay, so put the selector's hat on. Nagpur being a spin-friendly venue. Historically play 2-3 spinners. So we do have some part-time options within our ranks. Obviously with Smith, Head proving his worth in this game. Labuschagne in their last couple of overs under-bowled. I still think Australia will pick 2 out-and-out spinners, providing that Mitchell Starc is fit. I think Mitchell Starc plays. If Mitchell Starc doesn't play, I think they've got to question whether they go for a third spinner in someone like a Todd Murphy, or Josh Hazlewood plays. I personally would go for Mitchell Swepson as the second spinner. They definitely need someone to spin the other way. It'll be between Agar and Swepson, and it might be a bit rough to drop Agar after one go, and they may think Indian conditions are right up Ashton Agar's alley. He does provide a little bit more batting depth, which is also something that could come into play. But on Sydney form alone, personally, I would be looking at Mitchell Swepson as a second spinner. Now, if Cameron Green does not get up,
yes,
at number 6, we are still in a conundrum of unbalanced cricket team. I don't think they'll go one less batter in India. I think they're going to be really worried about their batting depth as the pitches wear on, and I think they'll play Matt Renshaw at 6.
Yep.
And if Matt Renshaw goes 6, that'll mean Carey at 7, Cummins at 8, hopefully Mitchell Starc 9, Lyon 10, Swepson 11.
Yep. So Lyon's your first spinner, Swepson's your second spinner, and Murphy's your third spinner, as needs be.
So if Green doesn't get up, I think we're going to have a scenario where we might have four bowlers again.
Yep.
And the part-time spin of Head, Smith, Labuschagne being the extra. Now, if Starkey doesn't get up, I wouldn't be surprised if Cameron Green opens the bowling.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden Todd Murphy comes into the game. And I think Todd Murphy is one for the future, but he's also one for the present. I've seen a lot of Todd Murphy bowl in Sheffield Shield cricket, and I think he's a fantastic talent, and I think Indian conditions will really suit him, and I think he'll be really effective over there.
I like it. That's the thinking of Phil Jacques with his coaches and selectors hat on at the end of the Sydney Test for what comes next. Rach, a couple of tasks here. Time for the plus performance of the day.
That's a plus for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
I think the performance of the day is Maharaj, just in terms of how he came out and played. He changed the momentum of the game for his team, had a great partnership there with Harmer as well, and just settled things for South Africa. So for me, he's the player of the day.
That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians, run only to benefit its members. Search Compare Host Plus today. And the man of the match, or the player of the match for Bing Lee?
Player of the match, yeah, you can't go past Usman Khawaja, can you?
No.
195 not out. I think if you mention anyone else's name, there's no one else close in this game.
No. Am I the only one perplexed that Dave Warner was the man of the series? He went 0, 3, 200 and 10 across 3 test matches.
Fantastic double 100 in the last test, but
he won the player of the match for that.
player of the match rather than player of the series. Maybe there were so many good performers, weren't there, throughout the course of the series. Travis Head was excellent. He was very consistent all the way through. Steve Smith, consistent all the way through. Any one of those top 5, like, you could have thrown a cab over him. And then Pat Cummins, excellent series as well.
Yeah. Rach, Phil, great to have you as part of our team through the Sydney Test. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Rachael Haynes and Phil Jacques with us. Our thank yous at the end of the Test Summit. So in Sydney, Michael, James, Lachlan and Dom have looked after us quite superbly and put us to air. Back at SEN HQ, Pete McGinley and Matt Donald in particular, right across the summer, along with Ollie, Ethan, Nathan, Sarah and Andy. We've had terrific teams in place around the country in the international perspective of Jonty Rhodes and Ian Bishop in particular. And Dwayne Russell, a big thanks to Dwayne, who came in from Melbourne and Sydney to call for you on SEN Test Cricket. And to Mitch Scott, who's put it all together right through the World Cup and now completes the Test Summer. Mitch, salute. Well done. Well done on behalf of everybody who has enjoyed the coverage over the past couple of months. SEN Test Cricket will return in February. We will be on the ground in India for that 4-test match series. I'm going to land in Delhi, I reckon, for the second test. Adam Collins will have you in Nagpur for the first. Thanks for all your engagement right across the summer, for your messages, for your tweets and for your support. On behalf of SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. That's the summer of cricket in Australia. He'll see one ball from Bharat, who's right arm over the wickets, and Warner cuts over the top of points, set it away for 4. A man full of confidence. Nokia bowls to him. He edges and he's caught it first slip. Easy catch. Janssen swallowed it up. Warner played wide away from the body. He bowls and Khawaja runs the ball through the cordon and down to the boundary for 4.
Labuschagne waits and pushes this through cover. It might have the weight behind it and the timing behind it to race the boundary, and it does.
Here bowls on the back foot. Labuschagne, that's ever so well played. Punches it away through cover. Sweeping Labuschagne, hit it sweetly, you could hear it. Gorgeous shot. Bharat tries again, pulled by Labuschagne, ever so stylish. Another half century for Marnus in Test cricket.
Janssen to Labuschagne, who edges, and he's caught it first slip. Marnus Labuschagne staying in the middle though.
Here we go, folks, here we go. We can let you know the third umpire decision is not out. South Africa will be angry here.
Bharat in, this one's cut and nicely to the boundary for 4. It's Khawaja with that 4 bringing up his 50.
Sets in past umpire Gaffney. He bowls to Labuschagne. All that leapt. He's nicked it. And he's out this time without question. Nokia roaring in the aftermath. Verena takes a simple catch. And Labuschagne is out for 79, caught behind.
Maharaj in, and Khawaja dances down the pitch, drives it beautifully, timed it to perfection, over the boundary for 6. That's how well he timed it.
Bowling around the wicket, he's into Smith, who drives, beats the dive and cover, and he'll pick up a boundary. Janssen bowls, Smith pulls for 4, and lands 2 bounces into the rope. He's away, he's away. Over, Smith clubs him across the line, out to deep mid-wickets. It's the short boundary and it carries the rope.
Khawaja waits and he pulls this away, races toward the boundary. Will they get 2? He's on 99, they have a chat. He's coming back for the second. And Usman Khawaja dances, jumps in the air and lets the world know how jubilant he is.
He beats extra cover, that'll be his 150. Usman Khawaja is in his happy place at the SCG. It's a good battle within the over. Nothing given by this South African quick. He bowls and Smith will get him now. He pulls for his 100 through backward square. It reaches the rope for 4. A 30th Test century for Steve Smith. And it's loaded with milestones.
Elgar survived. Can he prosper? Hazelwood in, 3 slips waiting. He went to punt. He aimed it. He's caught. Caught behind. Carey had to rise, but he took it.
Follow up, Armbaya leaves. He's bowled. He took the off bail. Armbaya goes down looking. Nathan Lyon strikes. He bowls to Timber Pavuma, who's nicked it straight to the gloves of Carey. Hazelwood gets his second. Cummins to Zondo. When the Yorker got it onto the boot, surely. Yes, that's out. Stone dead.
Verena back on strike. Cummins in.
Caught.
It's slip and a half. Brilliant delivery. He had to play at it. It would have taken off stump. And another wicket fall. 6 down. Brilliant bowling. And the Australians can smell blood.
Maharaj is on 49. Cummins bowls to when he runs the ball down for his half century. He plays it with soft hands down to third man. It'll be his 5th half century, and his has been enterprising batting.
Line in that. Scooped up and caught by Lyon. Bharat tried to drive. Half pulled the shot. Lyon takes the catch, and they're out. South Africa all out for 255. In comes Cummins. One slip and a gully, and he flicks it to Carey, and he might be out. He's gone. Taken down the leg side by Carey. The first wicket of the South African second innings falls. Hazelwood's in, and straight through him, bowled. Clean bowled. Josh Hazelwood is through. A second wicket falls in the South African second innings.
For the third year in a row, the Sydney Test finishes in a draw. Just too much play lost in the key stages. 170 overs evaporated. Australia dominant through the summer, not ultimately perfect, but now the mountainous challenges rise in front of them. The series won 2-0. The match drawn here at the SCG. Australia should be well pleased with their summer. The judgment lie ahead.